and that concludes the list of our favorite swear words. Everybody,
moving on. Order. The Z was weird, but anyway, yeah. I mean, can they see our faces? Because I'm looking for goofy movie tickets. Okay.
It's time to play Guess That Caster.
Good luck.
Oh,
Good luck. Nobody ever plays my games.
What is that?
You sound like
party everybody.
You sound like Homestar from like you know Homestar Runner was like I was raised by a cup of coffee.
I loved Homestar Runner back in the day.
Man.
Strong Bad to emails was like my favorite thing.
Oh, yeah.
So good.
Trogdor, burninating.
The countryside.
Burninating.
Man, that's throwback, dude. Y'all taking me back.
Yeah.
The cheat.
Oh my goodness.
All of it, coach.
The cheat is grounded.
There's one in,
The light switch is not for light switch raves.
We were such cool teenagers.
We installed it for like.
Oh, they got one in. They got one in Seattle on July the 20th. Baby, we might
gotta
be.
go.
What?
I'm putting you on. I'm putting you on. You're welcome.
Yeah, I can get up to 5 tickets because I'm a gold member.
I am also a gold member.
Oh,
What?
it says D23.
movie
Have
theater?
you heard of it?
Gold
Have you heard of it?
member.
Oh, that. Yeah, of course I've heard of it. I love D23. I live right there. Yeah, I better be a member.
D23 and me, you know.
I'm jelly.
The mouse will come to my house and just like get really mad at me and give me really weird looks if I don't do it.
All right. All right, I
This
think
is
we're going to
Florida,
show our
after all.
faces now. No one's guessed. No one's played your
They
game,
never do.
Katie.
They don't care. They're. I
Wow.
think it's kind of like it's sick.
I'm
That's
gonna hide
rude.
my face until they get it right.
It's like
They can
honest
tell from
to
those locks.
I know.
There's-
This every time the locks, man.
hater
Yeah.
behavior though.
Why do I have to be bald, Gabe?
I
you
have
any
like
kind of-
all of this hair. JDZ never says anything about it.
because it's
Garrick's
fine.
on here for half a second. He's just like, "Oh my goodness,
I
I want
hair
those
like your hair is
curls."
fine, Luke, but I can live without having your hair. If I had Garrick's hair
Wow.
for a day, I'd be the happiest guy on earth.
That's
Yo.
see, I've been bald.
That's crazy.
I know what it feels like not to have hair and want it. So the fact that he's like, "Oh, I could pass on your hair," that's like a big insult right
I
there.
pass.
He's like, "I don't have hair, but
whose
I
hair are you
would.
taking?
I
Are you
wouldn't
taking
want
Luke's
yours."
hair? Or are you taking?
I
Are
wouldn't
you
want
taking
yours.
Garrick's hair? If you had
Well,
to
that's
pick-
different.
Oh.
No, you didn't compare
Listen.
mine to Garrick's. You just said mine is a pass.
I love Luke's hair. When that
Yeah, I was
one
gonna say-
that one picture you sent from NA Champs, bro. That picture is
Oh,
awesome.
that's
Let's
like
do
the
it again.
best picture I've ever taken. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
that was like
Which one?
a model
now I have
photo.
to know this photo that he's,
I was like,
he's
maybe
passing
he's
around
born
all his
with it?
male friends.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
What?
I don't
yeah,
know.
everyone in this scene. Well,
All right,
here, I'll
Katie,
show
can
this
you-
match
Yeah,
card.
open your
before-
wallet because I know there's a picture of Luke right there.
Okay.
So.
I'll pull it out. There you go.
Yeah, please. We got to see it. My favorite picture of Luke is the one when he which was the DLC that you won? It was is it Seattle? No,
Seattle.
was it Seattle that you won or was it Vegas?
It was
Yeah.
I
Seattle.
forget which one it was. Seattle. Yeah, that picture. Well, first of all, that picture I just saw was something. Let's go there first of
Yeah.
all.
I
But the
think
picture,
that looks pretty good.
your victory picture in Seattle, like the one that they took of you, like that's I love that picture.
More
And
this.
that I'm sorry, I played
Hold
Wizard
on,
a lot,
hold on.
Dungeons and Dragons. I got to go with Luke's hair. That's the hair I'm picking. I'm picking Luke's
Okay,
hair.
the
I was,
bouncy curls. Okay, you might be talking.
yeah,
about
come
yeah,
on,
that's-
bro.
Maybe I just
Yeah,
like
that's-
the curls. I think
That's
it might be curls because Luke is typically kind of
Did you
hair.
curl your hair that
Look,
day?
that's like
No,
perfect.
this
What
was waking up. This was
Oh,
the
he woke
morning
up
of
like this.
Continentals.
Oh, he woke up like that.
the sun is rising. It's like golden hour for
Oh, well-
like
well, the
filmmaking,
secret-
You know what I mean?
was the secret is I took a shower and then I put my hair up and I slept with it up. So when I woke up in the morning and took it down, it had these very big, luscious, curly waves to it.
Okay, that
He
might
said,
okay,
"I
that
gotta
might
snap
have
a
some
pic."
competition there, but I'm still taking Garrick's. They're a little more manageable, I think. I got nothing, so I got. Where are we? How did we get this? Luke, bring us in. Let's start
Yeah.
the show.
Yeah,
I
right.
mean,
yeah. What is going on
normally
right
I would
now?
bring us in, but you were just all complimenting
Sorry.
me, so
I
I was like,
know.
okay.
So,
You
okay,
glazed him too
okay.
hard that he
Sorry.
forgot we were on live
Yeah.
television.
Yes. Here we are, everybody. The ICL hashtag the glazing. Let's go. Let's do this.
Bum, 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 bum. ICL on a Friday.
Ooh, ooh,
Ba,
ooh.
ba, ba. Ba, ba,
Bum,
ba,
bum, bum,
ba,
bum, bum. There it is.
bum, 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 bum. All right,
Lawsuit.
so
Lawsuit.
this is serious business because
Yeah.
this is round 4. Like,
I can tell by the finger
Yeah.
jazz. The jazz
It's
fingers.
the most serious of
Yeah,
business.
let me change the tone here. This is so serious. Everybody lock in. Because this is round 4. This is, and this isn't just round 4. This is round 4, and one of these teams, we got a Team Maelstrom player right here, and like I assume he already yelled at them before we went live to be like, "You guys don't embarrass me," but like, don't embarrass him. So a lot is on the line right now. Ohana comes out with like the hottest merch. Maelstrom doesn't
I
do
know.
that. They were like, "Oh yeah,
We
like,
have some awesome merch that you
Secret-
can't buy yet, and that's why you're sad.
brother."
They're in the
Oh,
prototype
brother.
phase. They're
Yo.
rolling it out, soft launching it.
Is that okay. Holy smoke! You over there playing poker there? Really love it. I'd love to hear it.
Zenulus better bring me one when he comes
I
for this
know.
tournament.
It's
So
honestly, like, if,
sadly, when Sailor got his in the mail, there was a hole in the package, and he only got
No.
one out of all of the ones he was sent.
wait, did you just send him like an envelope with some loose chips in it?
Well, we're not going to talk about that.
Wow.
I didn't send it. I'm just saying when he
Oh,
received it.
Little
Well,
chip-
Katie, let's let that aspect drop down.
Oh no, did you mail it?
No, I did not. I did not.
Oh, someone did, and now I gotta know because I touched something there, a nerve, and I'd like to keep going, but I'll cease. No
Alright,
one's at
well,
fault. No one did anything wrong. You're all perfect.
We'll go over some player cards here. That'll distract you.
Yeah, that'll.
There you go.
Okay. We'll start with Lucas Vallehammer from Team Ohana coming on in. I love the kit. I love the gear. The Ohana swag is unmatched, it seems. The flower theme going through and through. The smile is a 10 out of 10. The glass is 10 out of 10. Hair, 10 out of 10. Tattoo on the arm, 10 out of 10. I think he could have did something more with that pose there, I think. Going straight up vertical with no swag there on the pose. I think he left a lot to be explored there. DLC top 16. NA Continental top 32. CCS 13 top 4. Lucas.
Beast mode.
Beast mode, getting it in. I think he's doing his thing. I love the smile. Hard right swipe there. Very, very handsome guy.
Well, to be
But I
fair, all the pictures are on the same wall, which makes me believe that somebody on Team Ohana said, "Everybody line up. We're doing photos."
I like
Yeah.
that too. I
If
like
you
that
don't,
energy.
the photos
That's
could
good.
just be from the lineup nature of the day that photos happen.
Very
Yeah,
D&D
there's a-
vibes there. Yeah.
I was going to say, there's a select number of events in your life where you're lined up on the same wall with other people. Some of them are scarier. Others are you're living in the Illuminati house. It could be that too. But in any case, Lucas, I'm excited to see this match in particular. I know Lucas and seeing the performance, and I'm curious what deck we're going to be bringing out in this one. This is going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm a big fan. So we're going to see what's up.
So this is interesting. This is kind of like an actor thing. So like, are you a method actor or not? Like, are you a deck list looker before you cast, or do you like play as a bird? I'm a bird.
So I prefer not to see the list. I like to be surprised. And interestingly enough, and this is some behind the scenes of SSG, people get mad at us when we reveal the sauce. They get like really upset about it. So I kind of gotten used to not revealing the sauce because people are like, "Stop it, you're spoiling the deck." And I'm like, "Okay, fine, geez, I'm sorry."
People wanted to know why I didn't do it. That's one of the reasons.
All right, so don't send
Yeah.
the deck list for Gabe's match.
No, still send just in case. You never know.
Now I'm like,
Give me
okay.
options.
You
Give
want
me
your-
options,
Your
bro.
cake and eat it too. All right,
100%. I love cake.
And eggs.
It's good.
cake
And
egg.
eggs.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, you can't have cake without eggs. You
Absolutely.
Might, but, like, what are you doing?
All right. I
What
did
happens
swap
if you
over
put
to the
milk and
next
vinegar
card.
together? Yeah, go to the next one. I'm sorry, we're derailing here. Go to the next one.
I don't want to think about what happens when you put milk and vinegar together. Honestly,
I can tell you it curdles. That's how you make. Yeah,
baby, you got a cheese going if you do that.
Yeah.
So.
literally, you got cheese.
So tell me about
Instant
Bruce.
cheese. Yeah, let's talk about Bruce.
Hey, look, we got Bruce here. Bruce from Team Ohana. And again, I have to call out as well. I do love their logo. I gotta say, the flowers on point. Yeah, it's great merch. But what we have here in terms of our story, our player lore, we've got a top 4 Mighty Meeple 1K placer here. We've got somebody who was in the top 32 of a Charlie's Collectible Show 10K, and my favorite stat, an enthusiast of Bell.
Hey,
Does that
let's go.
indicate what we're gonna see? What's up here?
A little strange, but special.
Hey,
Oh, there you go.
Ooh, okay, I like it.
that's quite good.
Spicy.
Yeah,
That's
All
quite
right.
good. I did enjoy that.
Thank you.
That was quite good.
I'm multitasking. I'm trying to send deck lists. So if I look like I am not paying attention, it's because I am, but only to have zingers.
That
Zing-
means you're supposed to immediately swerve to her and ask her a question because that's what she does to
Kate,
me.
Yeah.
So that means that's what you should do back to her. Like that's
Katie, who do we have
100%.
here?
Yeah, Katie, go ahead and tell us what we got right here.
I don't even have to look at the card because it's DJ, and DJ is a zoologist because they were a zoologist. So that's quite fun to know. Yeah, DJ, I can't read that. Here we go. DJ is a 2-time winner of Enchanted tournaments. I don't know if the tournaments was Enchanted or the prize. I'm guessing it's the prize. Top 4 split at a 1K tournament, which split, come on, guys. If it's a Sunday, okay. If it's a Saturday, we're going to talk later. And then a multiple set champs winner. Now, last time we saw DJ play, they did start a GoFundMe because they did not have an aerial Sonic Warrior Enchanted, and we were worried. We were all like, what's going on? So hopefully, I mean, it's been about, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, so I don't know. Does anyone have a status update on how that GoFundMe's going? It's just so hard to see. You hate to see it.
Hopefully he'll have it in the opening hand. He'll shift it, and everything will be a-okay.
Right.
Yeah.
DJ's got us falling in love with Team Ohana. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Yeah.
I love the smile.
I love the enthusiasm, but I'm gonna have to break your heart. And Maelstrom's gonna 3-0.
You hear that? The storm is here. The
The storm.
Dude, do
They
you
have
hear
to.
something? I hear.
I like the
Something
smile.
brewing.
Okay, I like the low Caesar there. I love the Bayangs here. I like the sweater underneath the kit as well. We don't talk about that enough. A little bit of wrecking to the 90s. Are they sharing shirts? Are
Well,
they
that's
just putting it over
the
sweater?
vibe of I got dressed and someone said, put this on right now. We're
Right there
taking a
over the
photo."
top. I think Katie, your theory might be sound. We might have to ask these players in the post game analysis
Yeah.
if this is a forced
It's a
photo
good look.
because he does.
Were
look
you
quite
under
happy, though.
duress?
Yeah.
He appears to
Yes.
be under
Blink twice if you're
Were
in danger.
you under
DJ.
duress?
We might need to know. These are the questions we are finding out here on the ICL. I love to see it. Shout out to DJ, the zoologist. What do you think
I
he is,
do like Team
zoologist?
Ohana. I have a playmat of theirs that's in the mail.
I do too.
I can't wait for it.
That's
Yeah,
gonna be cool.
Got one right there. So big fans. It is unfortunate that my team is going to have to 3-0 them to beat them to get into the top 8. So they are an obstacle in front of the storm, but I wish them the best of luck.
Wow.
But I
So
still
let's talk
want
about
Maelstrom to win.
So who you Maelstroming up? Who's in the lineup on the storm front?
Well,
Oh,
we're
that
gonna
was a
start
good
off.
one. Oh,
you.
man.
Wow.
Okay,
Lead
we're
the
already.
charge.
It's KO. All right, everybody go home. Sailor's here.
Sailor's here, ladies. Let's go. We love to see it. Sailor from Maelstrom. We've got 8th at DLC Nationals here, the championships, 12th at DLC Fort Worth, and the creator, of course, the well-known creator of the Sisu on Ice deck,
Which he
a
called
deck that I've net decked many times.
Didn't he call it Cold Dragon? Because there's like a this day in Lorcana history on Twitter.
Yeah,
2
I
days
saw
ago.
that.
And it was like he named it like it's a icy dragon, and I was like, he missed, but he got it together. Okay, so,
Just to go let the
Third time
record
or
indicate.
something.
I think Cold Dragon might be a little bit better than Seesaw on Ice, but that's just me.
Cold Dragon.
I think Cold. It's a shiver me timber situation. Got the Rapunzel mat. Okay, he's got the smile. 10 out of 10 smile. Look at those glasses and look at that hair. A little salt and pepper. Hard right swipe here. I'm talking.
Oh yeah.
Boom.
Icy Ruby. Icy Ruby is what it was called.
Icy Ruby,
Icy
not so
Ruby.
much.
Icy London, Icy France, Icy Rubies. Anyway,
It might have been a
Sisu.
translation thing. He
Dance.
does. I don't think English is
Dragon
his first
dance.
language. I think it might be a translation thing. I don't
Yeah,
think our
really.
English language can capture the majesty of what he wanted to call it, and he had to call it Icy Ruby.
What is Icy Ruby in French? Somebody get on that for us.
Icy Ruby.
Production?
It's probably
That's-
Seafoam on Ice.
I'm production. What? I'm sorry. I can't fix that.
Yes.
right,
Stop drinking that coffee, Luke. Get to work.
Google Translate.
I love it. Icy Ruby. Icy. I think it's a French. It's a translation thing.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
in the post,
absolutely.
whoever is interviewing him, figure
Even
that
if
out.
it's not, we'll go with that.
How tall is Sailor? Do you think?
1,000.
7 foot.
1,000.
6'1", 6'2", maybe.
6'1", 6'2" in there. Okay. He seems a bit taller.
To me,
Like 6'5",
he's
6'6".
he's that tall, so probably like 8 foot, 8'4".
8'4"?
Yeah, that makes
Easy,
sense.
Okay.
easy 8-4. Yeah, Andre the Giant, easy 8-4.
How's his post game? I mean, what is it? How's he around the elbow?
I feel like
How's he
he's
on the
he's got a nice Hakeem Olajuwon type footwork.
Okay.
I think he's got Jokic vision.
How's
He's
he
really
post?
good. He's all around.
He got court vision. How's his
for
sideline
sure.
sideline speed? Can he move? Can he move the ball up the floor?
He's
Well-
like prime John Wall with a fast break, I would say.
Okay, we'll pick him. first round.
And,
All right. We'll take him.
And he's
Let's
really
take it.
good at passing off to fellow team members like Bannable here, who's going to take that 3-pointer from behind and
Hey, yep.
no,
No, so
behind the
Bannable
3-point line or whatever. I don't know the
On the-
actual phrase.
on the inverse
Sports
of that,
ball.
okay. Bannable is giving like is he a father? He's giving big dad
He
synergies
has to
here.
be a dad. If he's not, then like someone get him a kid. Like
I'd be disappointed if he wasn't a dad. He's wasting a lot of dad potential here, not
Yeah.
being a dad.
He's a
Like,
fantastic
Like this
father.
guy is yelling at me for not cutting my grass. I can tell you right now,
he's got Cole's cash. He's got Cole's cash burning a hole in his pocket.
for sure. I dare you to touch his thermostat. Put your hand on it. It's over for you, dude.
See what happens. See what happens.
anyway,
Get caught.
But this is the Benny Ball, okay? Top 8, both WCC 5Ks, 1 Enchanted Let It Go promos at DLCs. 3 times. Top 64 DLC Las Vegas. Looking good. Hard right swipe. Right here.
I mean,
Take 'em.
he basically
Find 'em
won Seattle. I mean, I just played whatever he told me to.
That's smart.
Okay.
I just got
Honestly,
luckier
okay.
Yeah.
than he did.
Hannibal, can you please message me what I should play tomorrow then? 'Cause-
He's a avid deck builder, commentator here at the ICL, contributor, friend of the program. Okay. Looking
and
good.
best friend of Color is Law. They're best friends. Did you know
And
that?
it almost feels like this picture is staring at me.
It is.
It's almost
He's
giving
like
he's
Mona
judging
Lisa
you.
type vibes.
He's judging you. He's like, you could do better introduction of me, JDZ.
I feel bad. I feel like I failed my father.
Guys, the picture is about to get 10,000. You guys are like, oh, he's
Oh,
smizing.
let's
Just get
go.
ready. It's about the next one is the
Oh.
most powerful.
I
There
remember
he
this.
is.
Oh, my boy. Yes.
This man is a businessman. That is, he's about to.
the senior
Yeah.
bald is back.
This is what happens when you don't buy a Maelstrom jersey after you form a new team. Everybody that you guys are all over
Everyone's
the
in
place,
dress
just
shirts.
wearing what you want. Yeah,
Yeah.
but either way, I mean, sharp. At least they showed up sharp. And
Well, tell us about him then, Katie. You guys shared the main stage the
Yeah.
other day. I think you guys
Yeah.
both did a phenomenal job doing that.
that was very fun.
AI body and all. Talk to me about R&B and
That-
his bald majesty.
Hey, standing is hard. When someone says like, "Where do you put your arms?" Where do you put them? Okay, so he was and is a top 60 North American champ. He made it into day 2 and sweated out the scariest room I've ever walked past. Top 8 DLC Atlanta, so one of the first Golden Mickey holders, and yeah, that's something. And then top 64 DLC Fort Worth, and professionally bald.
Gets paid to do it.
Best one
That's
doing
what I
it.
do.
Yes.
He's
Yes.
also quite hot as well. I'm right swiping this too. I think he's got a great smile.
Yeah.
I like the beard, no mustache combination. Thoughts on that, Gabe? Beard, no
Oh,
mustache.
100%. Listen,
Can't scratch.
R&B and I are thick as thieves. Let me tell you, I don't think I may have shared with some of you, but me and R&B touched bald heads, and we attempted to summon JDZ to South Florida. We tried to bring him telepathically using bald fusion power. He
How did that
JDZ appeared for just a brief moment. There was like a hologram,
Yeah.
and then we just couldn't do it. So we're gonna work on that, and we're gonna make it work. We're gonna make it work.
I'll shave my head today. I'm shaving it today. Okay, it's gonna happen. I'm gonna have a nice, clean, fresh baldy the next
Wait,
time you
if I
guys see
shave
me.
my
Don't
head,
touch
can
that
I come? Because I
You
want.
you can activate the bald for
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah.
have this
For
year.
that.
We need more bald power for the fusion. So anybody who
Dude.
wants to join by choice or not, you're welcome to do it.
With great
I
power
bet.
comes great responsibility.
I bet we could probably do some sort of fundraiser that equals Katie shaving her head and getting a
Oh
trip
my
down to
God.
SSG.
You
to
don't
do
want to do
casting.
I'm
that.
sorry.
My head is
We-
so
oh
big.
my God.
My head is so big, and
We
like
can't, yeah,
you,
we can have
you think
that.
I have these bangs because I think it's fun? Well, yeah, I do. But also, it's because
But also,
what if you had to take in the size of my head and like you couldn't? It would break. I'd get kicked out of the Lorcana scene because people were like, "She's too smart. Her brain's so big." Anyway, so it's time for us
Mega
to do our.
mind.
Yeah. And what I got a lot on my mind. I'll say that. So who's gonna win? I mean, this is the thing. I mean, Garrick, you have to start us here.
Sure.
What team do you think is stupid and is going to lose?
Dang.
wow. Okay.
Well, I don't think either team is stupid, and I
Okay,
don't
that
want
was a
either
test.
team to lose.
That was
but
a
this-
test and you
this-
passed.
Like Luke said earlier, this is a big week in the ICL. Both of these teams have the opportunity to snatch one of those top 8 spots and get into the playoffs. We need a great performance from either team to make it in. Potential 3-0s. Both teams are 1-2 right now, but a 2-2 can sneak in there if the points align, if the stars align. One of these teams could make it into that postseason. The other is sadly going to have to recoup, get back with each other, and figure out what they got to do for the next season. I think this is going to be a really high-level match. I am excited to see what they bring, what different spice they bring, because you want to bring a deck you know is good, but you also got to think about those small little cards that could make a huge difference within what you anticipate to be the meta, at least in today's match. So I'm really excited to see what the players have. As for a prediction, I am going to ride with the Maelstrom team here. They've got the lineup to get it done and make it into the playoffs. I'm going with the Maelstrom on this one.
Solid pick. Solid pick. Solid pick. Who are we taking to next? Who you bounce passing it to? Key issues, Garrett.
I'm gonna around the back to Gabe.
Oh,
Whoa!
You putting me in a tough spot because I'm friends with R&B. I know them. Team Ohana, fantastic team. Seeing both teams perform not just within the ICL but outside of it. This is a tough one. But if I have to go one way or the other, first of all, I do not think this will be a 3-0. I think this will come down to the wire. I think both teams are just too strong to assume that one of them is going to just roll over. That is not going to happen. However, if I had to pick the team that has to fight it out and ekes out that third game, that third match, I've got to go with my bold brother, and I got to say it's Maelstrom. I got to say it's R&B that can do it. So I mean, you don't become fusion bold brothers with somebody and not connect with them in some kind of way. And I can see into his heart, and I can see into his brain, and I think he'll do it.
Yeah, there's no best of ones here. We're playing it out.
We're playing it out.
Play it out. Play it out. Nothing is given and everything is earned here in the ICL. All right. Gabe, who are you kicking it over to?
I got to throw it over to the person who looks the busiest right now. And no, I'm just kidding. I'm going to send it over to you, JD.
Yo, to me.
I was going to say Katie is in the zone right now.
I'm not going to mess with that. I'm not messing with that.
For my picks, I feel the same way. I think Team Ohana, every time I see them play, they show up, they come correct. They got themselves to this position in the ICL to set themselves up, potentially make the top end of this tournament, where Maelstrom is in the same spot. But early on in the season, I picked this team to be the #1 seed. I think they're one of the stronger teams in the league, and they haven't represented the way that I think that they should as a Maelstrom affiliate. You know what I'm saying? I think they came out, they laid a couple eggs early on, and now they're trying to hit the gas pedal. They're trying to hit the gas pedal, finish this thing strong, and I think they're going to do it. But I'm with you, Gabe. I don't see a 3-0. I don't know who's going to lose. I don't know who's going to go down, but I think it's going to be a lot closer than we think. And if Team Ohana comes in with the upset, I wouldn't be too surprised. But I'm still going to roll with Maelstrom. I think they got what it takes. I think they got something to prove, because you can't rest on it. You got to earn it every day. And this is the time they're going to show up. Maelstrom's going to take this thing down. Here it is. Katie, coming back to you. Let's get it done. Who you picking?
So I have been a big fan of the players of Team Maelstrom in a way that I think is notable. I was really proud of this little token I had, and I was like, wow, I really like this. Perhaps I could have one of their new ones, for I have vocally supported them for so long. But no. But one team has sent me. I don't know. I mean, I didn't even have to ask. They just did it.
Let's go.
Let's go. If you want to be right, you can. And so Team Ohana 3-0. Maelstrom, you can win if you want to. But please give me one of those freaking hand markers. Anyway.
Let's go.
Katie did not sell out. She bought into Team Ohana, baby. Let's go.
I love that.
I was like, why are you wearing a sweater? I'm like, it's for a bit.
It paid off. That's why you commit to the bit. It paid off.
Yeah, thank you.
So good. So good.
Well, it's going to come down, whichever team wins really needs the 3-0 to get into the top 4 with this.
Correct.
There has been, Team Ohana is in this position because they 3-0'd one of their opponents. So they have quite a few points. Maelstrom also kind of, when they did lose, they still got a game win, right? They didn't get 3-0'd with both of their losses. They are 1 point behind Team Ohana. But if they get the 3-0, there's a chance that they sneak in on 4th place. Ohana, they only really need a 2-1 to have that same, well, maybe I can sneak in. If Ohana gets a 3-0, they're probably locked in for top 4. So it's a pretty big game. But I feel like after a first week of winning for Maelstrom and then 2 weeks of not winning is kind of put a chip on my teammates' shoulders. And I think they're out for blood here. So, knick-knack, paddywhack, Maelstrom in 3.
Let's go.
All right, let's go.
Maelstrom's so bad, but that doesn't. But it did fine. It's fine. We'll work on it. but it's time. So who do we have for round 1? Are we going to find out after we disappear?
You gotta say. You gotta be like.
Well,
you gotta say like.
it is Bruce versus Bald.
Okay.
Who could that be?
That's a big time
Who could
Am I in?
round 1 matchup.
And round 1 is going to be Gabe and I doing
Okay.
the casting.
That's why you gotta
Let's
say.
go.
You gotta be like, Ohana, baby mama, Obama, Maelstrom in 3, something like that. We're taking Maelstrom.
It's really beautiful. And with that, we're disappearing.
All right, peace.
Well, we're still just waiting on the players to.
Never mind. Okay,
back.
I had retired.
I wasted my line though.
I know. And then Luke's like,
people that don't have the deck list or don't have any insider information. I don't know if that's anyone here. What are we thinking for decks? What do we have any predictions, or we got Bruce versus RMB? RMB's been playing a lot of different stuff recently.
I know.
He could come with anything.
I'd be surprised. It's probably gonna be something Sapphire, maybe Steel or Amethyst. I'd be very shocked and surprised. I'd be very shocked and surprised if Sailor is not playing Ruby and Sapphire.
We
Bannable.
did see Sailor win a tournament though with that Emerald Steel recently.
You're right.
He's been on the tech.
we're diversifying portfolios lately.
Yeah, I'm in the same kind of mode.
Zoologist is actually
playing
in the
different
chat
things.
saying no one will know what he's going to play. So that means
Let's go.
we might have an idea of what he's going to play.
Got the spice.
Let's go. I'm so excited to see this. I broke my rule a little bit, but just to see what's upcoming for this round. I'm excited. No sauce revealed, baby. I'm so excited to see how this works out.
This
should be a good one.
That's my tech as a commentator. I like to look at the list and pretend I did it and make it seem like I'm smarter. Thoughts?
I looked at the colors. I did a quick glance.
That is smart
I
to
looked
be
at
like,
the inks. Yeah.
All right, I think we're ready to go. So we will see we'll see all of you later, I do believe, actually.
Yeah.
So we'll all be back in just a little bit.
bye.
Let's go.
Boom.
Oh, wonderment. Look at what we got here. We've got Bald versus Bruce. So excited. And what a great mat that is that R&B has. We'd love to see it.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like I do have to change one thing though.
Okay, go for it. You do that.
Let's see if I was smart enough to have it easily done or not. I think I was. Oh my.
Oh, wow. And Bruce went ahead and revealed the color combination. So we are working with Amethyst Steel over on Bruce's side. So we know the whole thing. And Magic Broom down on the table, which of course, if you play your cards right, haha, you get a card back for it. We love to see it. Oh, we see the bell on Bald's side. And I do believe we now know the full picture here. Let's take a look.
Yeah, he's too big of a fan of Blurple not to play that.
I don't blame him. I mean, Blurple has, and especially after the reveals, I'll be real with you. I'm very excited to see how Amethyst Sapphire pans out with a lot of the cards that were revealed, specifically that Into the Unknown. What a great card! I can't wait to see that come in set 8 and how that modifies and changes the power level of that deck. I'm so excited as we see more 1-drops coming down on Bruce's side. Bruce is just so overwhelmed with potential of card draw here. This is insane. This could go really, really well for him if we can keep drawing things that matter here. So I do love that double 1-drop on 2. I think it's a very powerful move when you're working with Amethyst Steel. Just keep that draw alive. All right, and we see the bell come down, but unfortunately that bell was paid for fairly. That's not what you want to see.
This is not the opening that Bald here needs. He really needed that on turn 1 with a popsicle. If he's doing it, he needed some sort of ramp. This is not the open he wants.
No, this game is too fair right now for a deck that's running Sapphire. That is certainly not where you want to be. And I'm sure Bald's got to be thinking about how do we operate out of this. It's been too fair. Like, the advantage in Sapphire is the ability to turn something sideways on 4 with an Elsa that costs 5, and right now it doesn't look like we're going to get that.
Well, it is a little bit of a lore gain here. It's possible he can still come back from this, but it's not where he wants to be, for sure.
Certainly. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that's one of the scary things about Sapphire Amethyst is just the potential to just get so far ahead in the late game and the kinds of tempo swings that you can get from certain cards. I mean, we've seen some pretty heavy hitters, multiple Hades getting bounced to come back to just completely shut down the game. Spirit of Winter Elsa sometimes appears in this list as well, and that could be very scary late game too.
So do you think he had the TPO and he was just like, nah, I don't need my ramp? Or do you think he just threw it at the worst time ever?
No, listen, I know his luck. There's no chance. There's no chance. He definitely drew that. Let's not play games here, okay? You know he drew
worst time to draw it? Yep, drew it.
Yep, 100%. As we see a Crab and a Diablo, we see inking on Bruce's side, so Bruce is now at 4. Are we going to see? Oh, yep, a goat. We are just advancing this thing. We're saying, hey, we're playing this goat down. Let's get some points on the board. Let's get us some lore.
So, if you're gonna play an Elsa, what would you take down?
I mean, the thing is, at this point, nothing. When I was kind of talking about that, it was a little bit earlier when you are able to target these 1-drops, specifically the magic brooms, before you can draw for them. I mean, at this point, Bruce has done the thing he needed to do with those 1-drops.
Why?
And the 1-drop he wants to keep is at Diablo for sure.
Why did he strength the bell over the goat? Is he that worried about the shift?
The shift? I mean, the shift can be bad. I mean, but certainly, I think you have a little bit of control when it comes to the getting damage on things. The bell shift can be a little bit frightening, but I don't. If it was my decision, I would have chosen the goat over the bell personally. But I can see it being scary.
He's like, here, I'll reward you. I'll show you the bell I have.
You gotta love it.
Definitely is, in my mind, a sign for playing for ahead. Like taking out the Diablo here and then trading goats if he wants to, or trading the goat on the crab, which honestly, I think I would trade with the crab over the goat. He is at 6 lore, so maybe if my hand doesn't have too much removal, I do worry about a possible bounce replay goat over the course of a few turns. Could be pretty devastating.
Yeah.
I was just kind of thinking the crab could be pretty relevant against my Elsa.
It's so relevant. Removing crab is never the wrong decision. I think a crab can create such a problem here. I mean, look, if we play our own Elsa in this deck and we're able to manipulate that crab, we can take out Elsas with our Elsa and be able to just keep that Elsa alive. So crab is a problem. So you have to wonder, are we valuing the points? Are we valuing the lore? Or are we valuing the board state? And are we making the right decisions there? As we see Bruce just throw down character after character, we've got Rabbit, we've got Crab, and we've got those followers staring at this lonely sideways Elsa right now. All right, and there's some thinking happening here, some in the tank here. Okay, as we see, yep. All right, so Bald is going to go ahead and consider the hand. Oh, we're going to pay for something. We're immediately turning 5 sideways. Oh, is that is Finders Keepers taking the turn off to draw to try to get yourself more of an advantage? I think now's the time to do it. You got to figure out a way to garner some tempo because you're a little bit behind right now, R&B.
It's either around this turn, especially if you already have a 1-drop, you might want to play, even though it's kind of rough here.
Yeah.
That it's either now or like on turn 8 when you have a 3.
Exactly. Yeah. Like a nice tempo moment to do it where you can still advance your board state, have something there to create some kind of a presence. Yeah. I think you're right. I think a 5 ink Finders Keepers on this turn is the right play, as Bruce now can consider what it is that we need to do. Now we look at their difference in ink. Not that far ahead. I think R&B is being punished for not having that ramp early. This is still a very fair game, which is not the point of playing Sapphire. You do not play Sapphire because you intend to play fair games. And holy moly, say goodbye to that Elsa as Merlin Rabbit sings a song with lightning bolts attached to it.
Yeah, it's not a fantastic spot to be in for sure. Like Bruce just needs to go wide here, and turning that in is actually not that bad for Ryan here.
Yeah.
Because Bruce just could have left it in play. If Ryan's just Elsing to answer your 1-drop to get a card out of your hand, I think you're kind of fine with that.
100%. Yeah, if there's even a glimmer of a risk, you're better off drawing for.
It could be that he's just has a bunch of uninkables in hand, which now that would make more sense since we know Rabbit's in his hand. So like if that other card's also uninkable or a really powerful inkable threat, I could see him not wanting to deal with that.
Absolutely, and we know, and that Rabbit is going to be a menace. That Rabbit is going to continue to advance Bruce's hand, continue to feed threats into it. We've got 4 characters down now, and not just any 4. We got 4 characters that have, you know, a very fair amount of strength. You've got Calhouns that create a very weird situation in the game that can freeze the board state. You know, potentially putting Ryan. Oh, as we see Hades come down, and we turn. Oh, which character did we grab? I missed the character.
Got rid of that pesky crab.
That Crabino, little crab, goes away down into the Shadow Realm. All right, we see turning 4 for that Rabbit, of course. Just keeping that hand alive, keeping yourself with as many resources as you can get. All right, as we ink a Pete, not particularly valuable here. I mean, we think about the potential actions. If we're Bruce and we've played this matchup before, you think about what kind of actions exist in the Sapphire Amethyst kind of realm. It's either Finders Keepers or it's friends on the other side primarily, and a goat to meet their friend the Rabbit. Holy moly, this is bad.
Ryan needs a Peter Pan right now. Like he needs a Peter Pan Iago.
Yeah.
And then he could like do some work here. I guess a bell plus a fox would also not be bad. Being able to wipe off 3 of these things, as well as, well, making one of them the goat and then the 2 Calhouns if you need to.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Bruce is doing the right thing here, though. Just putting pressure on the board. We have the board advantage. Let's turn that board advantage into lore. Putting Ryan in a position where even if he's able to get some characters down on the board, and even if he's able to get rid of 2 or even 3 characters here, you're still looking at a Rabbit and a goat that might be surviving into the following turn, which is still a dangerous spot to be in. And what we're seeing here is digging.
Doing.
No.
There's the bell. At least we did need that.
Look at that. And we use it to send the Calhoun away. So 2 Calhouns gone. Bell responsible for one of those.
Yeah, we did need to make sure Crab didn't come down and gain Bruce some annoying amount of lore with that Calhoun.
Yeah, absolutely. It also, and just like how weird of a board state Ryan would be in, it's just not a good spot to be. So that's a very high value target, those Calhouns. So you got to love it. That was a good decision. It just stinks that we're going to keep this Rabbit alive as it now sings friends and potentially gets Bruce the ability to maybe pull that Rabbit back with a balance card, with a fox or something to that effect, and just keep the pressure going on the hand size. Let's see what we get from that friends. This will be interesting. This is an interesting turn. Oof. All right, as we turn 2 sideways, 2 is a very specific number, and of course we're using it to bring the Rabbit back. So we have a Rabbit in hand plus 1 more card. The Rabbit lives, the Rabbit is back in the hand, and the Rabbit is going just absolutely wild right now in this game 1. And the Rabbit comes back. It just does not stop. As we see Rabbit after Rabbit after Rabbit, just more cards into the hand, more answers. You hate to see it. Ryan's definitely not happy about this, I'm sure.
I'm not happy about it. As someone who needs Maelstrom to win 3-0 to get the team in. The draw he had this game is not fantastic, and Bruce is just like, no, I'm drawing all the cards. I'm putting all the pressure. If you're going to answer this, I'm going to have more threats. And that's what happens when the Rabbit just keeps bouncing. It really, this is what it felt like to play against Ruby Amethyst in set 2.
Yep. Yeah, now what we're looking at is essentially a petting zoo over here on Bruce's side of the board as we just kind of stare at Hades and Bell and think about what might happen here. Losing that goat now, not so bad. That goat is a very dangerous proposition because unfortunately with Amethyst, well, fortunately for Bruce, and normally would be fortunately for Ryan, who is likely playing this as well, the goat is a fantastic way to bridge a gap. But for right now, Bruce is the one at the advantage. That goat is not what you want to keep on that board if you can help it. You got to get rid of that thing right now.
Yeah, we need to take out the goat, take out the snake, bounce back Bell, play Bell, move the damage onto the rabbit to get it out of here. Hope that they don't have more reach, and hope that we're drawing Elsas and bounces to be able to answer the rest of the stuff they have. But if we're having to pop popsicles and then play a Tamatoa here, we're in a rough spot.
Yeah, that's
even bouncing and redoing Bell, as awesome of a play as that is still probably not going to be enough.
No, it'll slow the process down. Oh, a second Hades. Okay, so that's not a bad play either. We got a second Hades, and what we're left with is Rabbit on the table. Was that the right play? Should we have sent back the Rabbit instead?
I think I might have answered the Rabbit instead.
Yeah,
it's hard to say.
Yeah, certainly. That Rabbit, if it gets bounced again, Ryan's going to feel some levels of just anger right now, and rightfully so, to be punished with it. So let's see if that decision punishes Ryan as we go into
he has
turn.
3 or 4 turns if he's answering everything to try to win the game. Before, he's probably definitely out of answers. But there is a weird world. Like, if this Rabbit just sings Strength on the Bell and then gets bounced, or we're just questing Goat. And so we're at 18, basically. Now we're at Lorthal next.
Turn. Exactly.
So Ryan has to answer the board and win. Assuming Bruce just doesn't have another bounce, right?
Correct.
If Bruce has a bounce, the game's over. If Bruce doesn't have a bounce, I still think the game is basically over.
Yeah.
I don't know how he can go to 7 and then has 4 in play, so he has to put 9 more lore in play while also answering the Rabbit.
Absolutely. And we see a genie come down. That's good for a card draw, but that doesn't really help the efforts here when it comes to advancing it. Now we do see the decision to quest those Hades rather than taking out the Rabbit. If I have to imagine, does not want to give Bruce a draw if he didn't already have one. Or, a bounce, rather, if he didn't already have one.
There's the Fox we needed.
Oh, there's Foxy. We love
decades ago.
Yep. So Bruce is now in a position where the way out is either 2 goats or a goat and a bounce. Let's see what we have.
Or just a goat pass, honestly.
There's goat. And there is Fox for the win. Yep, that'll do it. That'll clear that game 1. Ryan is now working from behind. Ryan's going to have to figure out a way to win 2 games, one on the play, and then again on the draw. What are your thoughts? This is your team, man. Talk to me. What are your thoughts?
One of the best ways to win games with Blurple is to play a card on turn 2. And he didn't do that. It definitely appears by watching this game that he's on the JDRR train of no 1-drops in Blurple.
Correct, yeah. How do you feel about that, by the way? What are your thoughts on no 1-drop? Is that a reasonable thing to do, given that this color combination can ramp as it does? Like, is that a? Do you think that's a mistake? What are your thoughts on that?
It is a little interesting if you're not playing crabs. Like if you're playing crabs, not to play Diablo 1, but it can make sense. You have much better cards you want to be bouncing. You're really just hoping that the cards you're playing on turns 3 and 4 are just like backbreaking to catch you back up. But if you miss your ramp, you're in a rough spot. And playing a Bell on 3 is not fantastic. It's a body, but at that point, Bruce was at 3 or 4 lore and had his own crab and another character in play. So then everything that he does, he has more character. He was able to then sing removal and whatnot and keep going.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Amethyst Steel, just so many answers, is able to push and advance that game just so quickly, and it's crazy to see it. Where conversely, something like Sapphire Amethyst, so good at just kind of moving ahead in that ink count, just being very dominating on the board, even though it's primarily single target removal or single target answers, it is just so good at it. It's got Elsa. It's got the ability to just create problems for the opponent. And unfortunately, to your point, a slow stutter start, which is essentially what Ryan had there, was just a very slow start. He was not able to like take advantage or to pull any tempo back any more than he needed in order to take that game. So you're right. I think if we're not playing 1-drops and that's a choice that we're making, then you better have a 2-drop to put down on 2, because you cannot afford to go 3 turns saying, hey buddy, look at this, I've got ink, your turn.
Exactly.
All right, and so we see the mulligan decisions here. Now they both know what they're on. They both know. So this is not a blind altar. This is an altar with information. Those are always fun.
He kept 3 cards. So I'm assuming he's gonna have a turn 2 ramp. I didn't see how many cards he altered the first time. Maybe it's the Diablo in me that is just like, nah, we're full mulling for the piece we need. Like, take advantage of the busted mulligan that this game has. Take full advantage of all the tools given to you.
That to me is one of the most interesting conversations to have, because you're 100% right. It is one of the most it's the altar or the mulligan that is the most rewarding or the easiest to handle, because you get so many options with it. And I've heard so many different opinions on that. You know, you're saying, hey, because of that Diablo, we fish for it. Conversely, I've heard somebody like DeCandio. Yep, there's Tipo. I've heard DeCandio say, if you got something that's good, stick with what's good, right? So there's really various ways
that's a fair
to go.
thing. There's 2 ways to look at it. But in my mind, if the matchup is always down to one thing, that if they have this and you don't have this, you lose the game, I could see why you keep 1 or 2 possibly good curved cards and then go for the brawl.
Yep.
That if you don't have it, you lose, right? So I could see him keeping a Popsicle and mulling 6 cards. I could see him keeping Popsicle and whatever 4-drop he would maybe think about playing, if that 4-drop was very relevant. Like when playing Ruby Sapphire, I would keep a Popsicle and a 4-drop and mull the rest for the turn 2 ramp. Depending on the 4-drop, normally just Grammatala, not how far I'll go.
Yeah. And Ryan able to sail over here. So we saw a sail. So we do see Ryan making moves and advancing the ink much quicker than last game. So Ryan's got to be doing all right. Let's see what the rest of his hand looks like, though, to take advantage of it.
If he plays a genie on this turn, like he has card advantage, if he wants to do some challenging, he can. Looks like Bruce is basically saying, I don't think you have 1-drops, so I don't care about Fox.
Absolutely. And Ryan playing the card that you called there, right there. We see the genie come down. But take a look at what was inked, that big Ursula, that Sea Witch Queen Ursula in the inkwell. So that tells us a story of a little bit of the spice that's in there.
That's not for this matchup.
No. Better luck next time, Ryan, with your meta decisions, all right, my friend?
But I mean that's definitely for the deck's worst matchup, which would be Steel Song. And it could be okay here if he super ramped into it, playing it to turn off Strength and Zeus. Like, if he continued to ramp, it's like, oh, you just played Rabbit, you're gonna want to sing Zeus, and I'm either belling to remove it, Elsa to remove it, or somehow playing that to turn off the singing. Yeah. But that requires more ramp, and we already saw 2 Tipos get inked, which, unless he had a bunch of friends on the other side, which one player does.
Yeah, you would think so. I mean, we inked a friends on the other side. That tells me a big story, because generally speaking, draw is at a premium in this game. So to send away a friends, you're telling me that you either got more of them and you're not worried about draw, or you're telling me that your ink decisions are kind of restrictive right now, and you may be in the fence. So I'd wonder which way we are.
This is an interesting turn, because I would consider Elsa in this. It's mostly because it's a Singer 3. You're going to put some damage onto your Genie, and maybe they're going to do something, but for them to answer that genie with like say a storm or a strength, they'd have to pay for it. They couldn't sing it. And I would be quite upset if the next turn they played 2 characters and then sang strength somehow.
Ooh,
yeah, I like answering this, getting it out of the way, and then we're gonna bounce some of the stuff the next turn or two. Ryan's deck wins the longer the game can go with Bruce at very little lore. He doesn't need to be aggressive when he's on the play.
Correct.
That's just the way it is. It's one of the few archetypes. A lot of times it is like, no, you do need to still try to gain some lore or you're going to lose. It's like, that's not what he's going to do. Oh, see? Storm, it's like, sure, you get to storm my character, but you're not doing much else. Play a 1-drop maybe? Okay.
Bingo, yeah. And even then, that 1-drop is not a great answer to an evasive character on the board. So you're kind of hoping to draw into something with that Diablo if it disappears. As we see singing on Bald side here with that friends on that other side.
Yeah,
just
drawing those
both
cards.
Players. Yep, just both players trying to just collect cards. They're in an asset, a resource building phase right now. As we see Gaston, that's a big juicy man. Let's go.
Hey man, his brain muscles are so big.
Yes, yes. Matched only by his strength. Of course, is his intelligence as he writes on that chalkboard, which somebody do the math. I'm not a mathematician. Somebody figure out if what he's writing makes sense on that board, please, and let me know.
I don't know. I want to just be like, I highly doubt it, but I know that like there's DuckTales comics that have like made equations that were then later like put in, like proved to shown to work and other like things, and it's just like, all right, like who knows? Who knows who likes to actually draw? You know, like you could go to college for one thing and then discover a passion later in life.
Yeah, and a decision here to tap that Gaston. Although I'm sure you will. Yep, I'm sure that that really the point of that Elsa is to get rid of the other Elsa as Diablo turns sideways, hoping to bait RMB into attacking it versus collecting a lot of lore for it.
Yeah, I mean multiple things. One, he's not questing, which is good. Two, a fox could then take it out.
Yeah, certainly. That is certainly
Ryan
the case. I mean,
could be it's an interesting spot. He could quest, which is a big chunk, and then bounce like with a fox and then take it down. He could just quest and then play another monster like this one here. Now Zeus isn't being sang. Exactly.
Yeah, and so the Sea Witch Queen, to your point earlier, it is for a specific matchup, but you know what? A monster like Ursula isn't that bad for being a monster like Ursula. So we don't hate it when it comes down. And as we see here.
And this is Ryan acknowledging that another Elsa would just take out the Gaston. And while there's a lower chance of that, it's still worth respecting. It's like, fine, I'm just going to get the 3 lore. And he's valuing that 3 lore over the Diablo. And maybe even would like the Diablo to be bounced instead of the Elsa and not want the Elsa back.
That's it. Yeah, you're right about that. As we see some decisions to be made here. All right, so Bruce thinking about it, turning 4 sideways. Oh, maybe not. taking it back. Nope, they're just kidding. We're playing ink hokey pokey as we turn this rabbit around and drawing a card, because that is ultimately what it's all about.
And now Gaston is not being taken down. That's pretty good for Ryan, I think. Somehow having it. Oh, shut down the strength.
Yeah.
For a turn.
Yep.
There's probably another one, but Calhoun plus some removal played the hard way, or just a crab and something to take down what's left.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if Ursula didn't exert this Calhoun and then a fox or something take it down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just got to use that thing. That thing is Elsa, just a super powered Elsa right here. Every time it quests, it's going to get to turn something sideways. And in doing so, of course, Gaston is very beefy.
She's pretty big. Is she a 4/8, a 3/8, something?
I think she's a 7. She might be. She's a 4/7, if I remember correctly. It's hard to see from here. I'd have to pull it up.
So it's going to take some stuff for sure.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you'd need a collection of you'd need like a mob of characters to come together.
Bell.
Oh no. Oh, yep. Okay, who are we giving it to?
We're
And
still
of
not
course,
answering the
we are going to
rabbit.
finish it up. Yeah, I don't. I'm curious what Ryan's decision is on that rabbit. I'll likely ask him about it at the end, because now this is now twice that we've seen decisions with rabbit involved where Ryan's kind of like let the rabbit go. So I'd love to hear his thought process on that. I'm sure he knows. Like, like Ryan knows this game like no one's business. I'd love to hear his perspective. All right. And so we're in the tank right now, Luke. We are in the tank. There's thinking to be had, thinking to be done.
They're like, who's Ryan? It's like, I don't know why, I just do not like calling him bald, but that's what he submitted for his name to be, so
Yeah.
that's what I put his name as.
Yep. Well, that's very kind of you. All right, as we bounce that, yeah, we're doing bouncing stuff. We're sending things back. We are playing that fox. Let's see. What do we do? We're inking more of these songs. We're sending away what is essentially just non-useful cards for ink. And Bruce is trying to figure out what is the puzzle. Like, how do I solve the puzzle that I find myself in, this labyrinth that is filled with tentacled ladies and smart muscle men and just like flying roses. How do I get out of this labyrinth? Because it's scary.
Wow.
It is frightening.
So 2 cards left, a rabbit, 3 cards, rabbit, 2 blanks, but 6 lore in play on the other side. I think Crab could easily take out the 1-drop if it even wants to. And
Oh
then
my
the rest
goodness, a
just press
second
away.
Gaston. No. This is just too much pressure, Luke. Too much pressure.
Yeah,
Oh, goodness
But
gracious.
just quest to 11 and have Lorthel in play, forcing Crab to come down. And the only thing Crab gets to take with that is the other Crab. So maybe it could be right to do it the other way, but this is going to make Fox a little worse.
Yeah, this is a rough spot for Bruce. I think we're finding Bruce in the opposite position from last game. Last game, Bruce was doing this to Ryan, and now we're finding that Ryan's doing it to Bruce. And yeah, I believe this game is fun.
The power of being on the play and having the turn 2 ramp.
Yes, yeah, that is a lot of tempo to jump ahead of.
So now in the 3rd game, Ryan's going to have that turn 2 ramp to just to do what he basically did in game 1. So he would have a 4-drop on 3 instead of a bell turn, right? So that is relevant.
Correct. Yes. All right, and as we see, that what's good about this fox is it can trade with a Gaston, so that is a big deal. The
3rd strength inked.
Oof, so tough. All right, yep, sending the fox to challenge the Gaston. That leads to a banishing of that Gaston, and Diablo all by its lonesome there, sitting on the table as it stares down a crab, bell, and a very smart Gaston.
It's a lot of lore.
That is the understatement of the year, my friend. That is a ton of lore. Holy smokes! As we see Popsicle to keep digging. R&B with a goat
to 18
on. This is wild. As we and there's the crab, and what Ryan is saying to Bruce is, bro, just go ahead and give this one up so we can go to game 3. Just give it up, bro. Just let's play the scoop card and let's go ahead and let's play game 3 now.
I mean, there's a world that game 3 is some crazy, epic slugfest, and they need all of the time that they can get.
Yeah, and we can't even properly say that through watching game 1 that we know what to expect. As we discussed, RMB missed the ability to ink. Additionally, missed ramping opportunities. That is a huge deal in this matchup. So if Ryan is able to play either a Tipo or a Sail on 2, is able to keep that advantage and potentially, or not keep the advantage, but rather is able to match tempo because Bruce is getting to go first. And then turning that around turn by turn, 1% at a time, just getting a little bit more tempo incrementally. That really can be the difference between R&B walking away from this thing with Maelstrom having the first tick mark, that first win in the column that they really, really need in order to make sure that they can break into the top 8 here. So don't get too nervous, Luke. I know he's your boy, but This is gonna be heavy. This is heavy duty work that your boy's got to do.
He got all the bad draws out of the way in game 1, right? That's
what we're hoping. That's what R&B is. That's what R&B is certain is the case. And we were watching these two players making sure that their deck is randomized. They've played 2 games. They just want to make sure that they are getting a fair shake at this.
Yeah,
and you know what? They've got about 27 minutes left.
They're both pile counting their decks, make sure something didn't somehow fly away, or they accidentally played game 1 with 1-2 fewer mini cards.
Yep, certainly. And there's still plenty of time in this matchup. They played both of their games relatively quickly. Neither game took too long, so this should be a very, very solid conclusion. We should have no issues with that too, which is cool. And I'm noticing there's a lore counter at the bottom. I'm loving that visual, by the way. Just a call out to the great production value that we got going on here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to remake a lot of things to make that bigger and over the middle of the screen. Right now, it's just there to be like, hey, do we like this? It seems to work. It's nice.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Well, I think the storm is a brewing. It's going to be
I think so too. All right, let's see. Oh, there you go. Are we operating in overcast shadows right now? Is there a cloud overhead? What is going on right now?
It's got to be.
Are we entering the calm before the storm?
I hope you brought your life jacket.
I'm in South Florida, my man. Don't worry. I've got it right over here.
It's like each room attached to the wall.
Yes. I feel right at home right now. This is great. We don't hunker down. We go and we buy. We party. That's what we do in South Florida. When there's a storm coming, that is party time. Everybody goes to the same house, and we make sure we do buddy system. Everyone's safe. Let's eat.
Nice. I was gonna say, I would store my life preserver and jackets under my bed. So if it flooded while I was sleeping, it would just lift my bed off the ground. Like that's how that would work, right? Right? We live in a comedy. That's how it would just be bound to work that way.
Yeah, physics agrees with you entirely on that, Luke. You're 100%. Good job on the physics class. We love it. That's exactly how it would work.
It looks like he kept 1, maybe 2 cards there, assuming that that 1 card is off the side. Maybe he kept 5 and only went for 1. That would be awesome, meaning he probably has some sauce.
Oh my goodness. If we're cooking with grease here, the storm may finally take out the flower. Let's see. All right, R&B.
I mean, the flower will grow back, but flowers typically don't survive the storm.
No, it'll get another chance in season 2. How's that? How's that one?
Yeah. It would be nice if there was a crazy way they could both get in, but I don't think that there's any two. I think almost every matchup that was played, except for possibly the Den versus Tianhu matchup. Den still has a chance to get in, but there's a world that they get 5th place and don't get in at 2-2.
Okay. We love a good bubble, as we see Bruce dropping that 1-drop Chernobog's Followers, a great way to start the drawing engine. Just to get a lore draw card. Get a lore draw card. That's a very common. Oh yeah, let's see. Let's see. Do we have the popsicle? Do we have the bell?
Actually, the best. Well, there's the bell, but
and we
no
inked
popsicle.
It. No popsicle. Oh, that is rough. That is so rough.
I wonder if that was one of the 2 cards he kept.
That would make sense. I mean, you're looking for the pieces of the puzzle that's there, and this would
be a time to have it.
We are replaying game 1. We just dropped 2 1-drops again. Is this going to be a repeat of game 1?
If he draws, I wonder if he has another bell and he's like, be a popsicle, or he's hoping for the ramp. If he doesn't have ramp here, sadly, I think the game might just be. Well, he's got ramp. He inked
the sale. He played Tipo. All right, we played Tipo. Does that mean that he has something to play for 1? Is it? Or that means not. That certainly means
he's gonna ink for sure. Yeah, he didn't draw.
Yeah.
Imagine had he then played Pop and Bell, like
yes. Yep. Well, the good news is R&B did get a chance to ramp, so this game can still go his way. This is no longer a repeat of game one. We have a different variable here, so we're going to see what's up.
Bruce does have an aggressive start, but Tipo is kind of interesting. It's like, are you going to pop it? He is. This is so good for what R&B wants here. He wants the clock to slow down. Bruce could have just quested with everything and been like, whatever, you're going to be able to take out my Diablo anyways. If you want to trade with my 2-1, that's like 2 to 3 more lore that this Diablo might get. There's a world that he has to crack the broom even. Like, if R&B plays a crab to eat that broom.
Ooh, okay. Yep. So we play the White Rose.
Challenges the Tipo, like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Doesn't even quest. The Tipo just saved him like 3 lore right there.
Yeah, that's a big deal. That the slowing of this tempo down. If we get near the end of this game and we start to see goats, those goats could be the difference between winning and losing, is whether or not we were able to collect on this lore. Oof. And R&B is running away with it as we put down a genie. We draw a card and we present something that has 2 quests on it. I
am worried though. I'm not gonna lie. If Bruce has a good character or 2 and a strength, it's gonna be a little rough. We're gonna have to hope Elsa is enough to do something. Like, it's a big reason why he probably did not quest, is to guarantee that if R&B plays something like that, then he can strength away. Like, Rabbit into strength is quite powerful here.
That is a strong, and I think we're about to see it. There it is. Yep, that you called it right. As we save those characters last turn specifically to deal with the genie that Bruce knew was coming. Bruce knew it was coming. And the problem with the genie from R&B side in a Sapphire Amethyst deck is that shortly following a genie is an Elsa right behind that to deal with big problems. So removing that genie makes the Elsa just a little less frightening when it comes down, if it comes down next turn.
All right, so we're going to eat the Diablo, Fox back the Tipo, eat the Broom, and then play Tipo for ramp or ink Tipo. It really depends on what the rest of the hand is and how much card draw we have. It's very possible we just ink the Tipo and we're like, yeah, get this out of here. Like, deal. Only 5 lore for Bruce is not that much. No. It's going to be about this rabbit bounce, and it's like, is Bald here going to be able to answer? It keeps the Tipo, so I think we might be ramping more so we can play Hades next turn and then try to do some Hades loop.
Yeah, I think R&B has successfully identified that the reason why he lost game 1 is because he was playing too fair. So what R&B is saying, I'll take some turns here because I want to be 3 or 4 ink ahead of you. You're playing something that's got way less willpower and strength than I do, and I'm dropping Hades, and we're going to keep control of that board.
But Bruce, while down on ink, is very, like, the 2 extra cards in Ryan's ink are 2 more cards in Bruce's hand. It's like 4 cards versus... Actually, Ryan has 3 cards, so he only has 1 more card, so that's not... Well... All right, that'll kind of equalize the value.
I'm sorry. What were you saying, Wonderland? What were you saying? I'm sorry. Tell me more about that.
There's inking a strength.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. That's significant.
Play the third strength
because we have Okay. That rabbit is going to start to collect some lore. Oh goodness! All right, so this is anybody's game still. This is still anybody's game. R&B has been able to in terms of the ink was able to garner a little bit of advancement here. They're both not that far away from each other, but considering that R&B was on the draw, that's kind of a big deal. Oh no, okay, that's yikes. We hard casted a friends on the other side.
Maybe he has a Fox, and even that's kind of rough, but at least you can take out a rabbit and leave something in play that they have to challenge. Like, there's a world that there's probably a Zeus in hand, which is why that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, crabbing a Tipo is good. That's the thing to do with that. We're choosing to get rid of leaving a rabbit on the table, choosing to take out the White Rose.
This one makes more sense to me.
Okay.
And the reason being is there's 2 rabbits, so he can bounce anyways. So now he has to just my route to victory is you not having the bounce. because if you have it, you have the draw anyways. I don't want to give you that one more card that could be the bounce, because what if Bruce double quests, Crab eats one, and then we Hades the other? Boom, we answered both. Now we don't have to worry about the bounce. And this
that's
puts
fair.
Bruce in a rough spot that, like, if he doesn't have bounce, he could be worried about that very play and doesn't want to have to, like, open himself up to that. But Ryan only has one-ish card in hand, and he had just played the Friends.
Yes. Yeah, what a depletion of
3,
asset.
goes up to 4, goes down to 3, goes up to 5, inks, Crab. I think he should have 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, they might be stacked. Let's see if he's flipping through some
He's
cards.
shuffling,
Yeah, he's flipping through. As we see a magic broom hit the table, followed by a Pete saying, "Hey, enough with you and your actions. No actions for you." As Bruce goes down to 1 card left in hand. We've got those 2 rabbits that are dry. And saying, "Hey, you know what? I need to go fast. I'm going to keep turning these things sideways. Deal with them or don't, but I'm going to keep going."
Yeah, we definitely need a Fox or a Hades here. A Bell's not enough.
No, it's certainly not.
A Fox, looks like.
The Crab coming in to deal with a rabbit. That's going to net another card for Bruce. We see a Bell. There you go. Yep.
Yep. That's a card.
Yep.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be better.
Yep.
Fox
and we
now?
in order to play a Fox.
All right.
Let's go. We're cooking. We're cooking now.
I actually don't like that line as much. I think he misdid that a little, because now there's damage on the Fox. He could have made there been no damage on the Fox. Actually, I'm a fool. He's obviously setting it up so he can have damage on it to use Bell again, either through a bounce or top decked Bell, because the Pete can trade with it anyways.
Right.
The only thing is, if Bruce plays an Elsa here, it could be rough, but then he's maybe baiting the Elsa, being like, "Hey, you should challenge this instead of my Bell that's in play." Instantly, my knee-jerk reaction didn't like it, but after, like, using my brain for half a second, I could see multiple ways that what he did was not actually a missequence, but a calculated play.
All right, as we see the Fox bounce the Pete. All right. And then
if Bald's hand is just double finders, this, like, repeating of the Pete could maybe even be rough. Oh, yeah. He's this desperate for lore that he's not even willing to trade, thinking, if I'm going to trade my Fox, it's going to be with the Bell, not another Fox.
Yeah.
I'm going to make you trade.
That is very indicative of what's going on. I mean, we know that Bruce is kind of getting low in the hand count, is behind by 2 ink at this point. So RMB is ahead in terms of the board state, but we'll see.
This is the turn to go Popsicle, Tamatoa.
Yes.
I don't know if it's in his list. I'm assuming it is if you're playing Popsicle. And Ryan owns Enchanted ones, so there's like...
Oh, why wouldn't you show them off? If I was RMB, I'd be showing them off left and right.
Like, right now, even if I didn't have a Popsicle, I would still play one, I think. It's tough. It depends on what my hand is. If I have a Finders Keepers and a Friends, I'm playing it, right? Because right now I need to commit more, and I think this is a turning point that I want something big that I can quest with, and that's kind of what Tamatoa is. And there's enough bounce in my deck, most likely. There's 2 Foxes down, I guess. So if we're not on Snake in a high amount, I think Blurple tends to play 2 to 4 snakes. So I guess 0 to 4, honestly. Dealer's choice on the snake amount.
Yeah, it's like between 2 and 4, I think is the number that I've seen of choice. Now it really depends.
That their long shuffling is going to punish them. They spent about 3 minutes shuffling.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and Bruce ran a little slower, especially at the beginning. Didn't quest when could have been done. Not questing here, so the game is definitely slowing down. Which, for RMB, that's good. That's good for RMB. RMB benefits the slower this game goes.
80s
because the top end threats.
Nope. Toa.
No. There. Look, it's the shiny guy. We see him. He's there, and it's one of the cool ones. I love it. Now, we did that without any popsicles played though, so we put that down,
and
we're presenting a scary monster, is what we're doing.
And that's the problem with tanking. honestly, because you're telling your opponent you don't have the best play or an easy play, right?
Oof. Bruce just coming out with a goat and a Smee, just putting more lore threats on the board. That Tamatoa is looking kind of crazy, but is this enough? I guess we'll find out. Because, I mean, if we take a look at those numbers, though, Ryan has a hill to climb. Ryan is still well behind.
He doesn't even want
count.
to quest because questing opens up bells.
Yep. Yeah, creating this really weird warp.
Imagine a crazy world where he challenges with bell, shifts a bell on it, moves the damage, and then bounces the double bell back to his hand.
Ooh, yikes. Ill, bro. Ill. Yuck.
And he's playing around this. Like, that's why he didn't quest. He's like, I don't want there to be damage on this stuff. I can't do that. And now he's like, well, he has 5 lore in play with a bounce. Like, that he's representing a 2-turn. I think Ryan has to quest with Tamatoa here as well. Yes,
correct. And then we see Fox, bouncing Fox, just keeping the Fox alive. Is Ryan going to say pass, or is Ryan going to quest? What are we going to do?
I think the quest is fine. If he plays a crab to take out your crab, that's the worrisome aspect, but that's...
Right.
You do need some lore in play. He's counting it up right now to see if he needs to keep it in play. Is there a world he gets punished? All right, there we go.
Yeah,
he either has a bell in hand... He has to have another bell in hand if he's willing to allow that bell to get got. He's just like, yes. Your Fox alone is enough to do it. But the fact that he's leaving a Fox in his hand says so much about his other card as well as what he thinks of the board.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very interesting board state. I mean, we're looking at 2 players that are just like analyzing what do they need to do in order to get to that magical number 20. And to your point, it looks like Ryan's path there is by putting Bruce in a position where turning those characters sideways, taking out what characters exist, potentially an ambush, potentially a trap, to help R&B solve that puzzle, be able to get out of here and get to that 20. Now Bruce, of course, is thinking through this. It is a strength. It is a strength. Or a storm. Sorry, storm.
That's
yes.
So much better for Ryan than a strength.
Yes.
I mean, it's still irritating. Yes. Like it's double-edged, right? I mean, it also is whatever this 2-drop is right here, a Calhoun,
which is the Calgooner. Yep.
Kind of frustrating.
Yeah. As we see, the Fox is dealing with the Tamatoa. Do we deal with Bell?
Bell. That's interesting.
Are we dealing?
You can't bounce the bell and use the bell, basically, because all the other characters trade. So that would be like the thought process there.
Yeah.
Not questing Smee and Pete is interesting. I mean, also, I don't know, he readied 3 of his ink and he shouldn't have, but that's fine. There's no relevancy there, but he definitely paid for the storm. I'm sure he would have played the other card in his hand if he had 4 more ink, I bet.
Yeah, I would think so. As we see the goat turning sideways, gaining that lore. All right, Ryan, what are you doing, bud? Are you going to get out of this hole? What are you going to do? You're getting pretty close to it. You're about to tie. You're getting close to a point where you can tie in lore. You're getting to a point where you've got the Fox, bringing back the goat, collecting 1 more lore, just trying to inch closer and closer as we get rid of the goat on Bruce's side of the board. Oof. All right, and there's the goat again, and we are just moving along. We're chugging along. We're inching across that finish line. Both players are collecting their lore little by little as Bell brings this game to a tie after having climbed from 0. R&B finally tied up, and this can go as we
this
pass
is
over to
anyone's
Bruce.
game. I feel like this
is crazy. This is so crazy how close this game's going to be. All right. Bruce thinking. Bruce in the tank right now, considering what to do.
8 minutes. Yeah, I think we have plenty of time. Even if each player here takes 2 minutes on their next few turns, I think the game will be over with the extra 5 turns.
I think so as well. Yeah.
They still should be playing at a reasonable. There's the Zeus that he definitely would have played last turn if he could. On the bell, just get it out of here.
All right, so requesting.
Yeah, the bell's probably the most worrisome thing to have here. And Elsa would be not bad, right? Takes out the Smee, Fox trades with the Calhoun, and then Goat just quest, and you leave them with just the P and 1 card. Ryan has a lot of outs here. Actually, I kind of like his position. If he has anything in his hand, that's like, if he has to Finders Keepers here, that's like really good and really bad.
Well, I mean, but if he has to Finders Keeper, he still has a fair amount of ink to do something with it, so it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, and potentially could set him up for stealing this tempo back. But let's see as we we hard cast friends. Okay, well, not a Finders Keepers.
I feel like we're not singing that. I feel if we don't have an answer to Calhoun, we're probably trading our board and leaving just Calhoun in play, and that's not that bad if we play something that can eat Calhoun.
Correct. Yes.
And that last card isn't a rabbit. It looks like we're being forced to trade.
We are.
So this could be a Finders Keepers, which would be brutal for Ryan, or just a goat.
But it's a goat. All right, goat's not bad. Goat advances us 1 more lore. We're getting close to being tight again. 14 for RMB, 15 for Bruce. As Bruce will take his turn.
Is that a
immediately
Zeus or
turns
a rabbit?
sideways.
The Zeus.
That is a Zeus.
That's
brings the game
good and bad
to
for
15
Ryan.
each.
That's not.
And we
great.
got double Calgoons. Oh no! All right. How do we get out of this, Luke? How do we get out of this?
Play good cards.
Play good cards? R&B. He said play good cards. Do it.
Hades is insane right here.
Or goat.
Oh, or we're just doing some goats. Maybe we're just like, we're racing. We're winning this race.
We got Bell. Bell's joining the party.
Almost winning this race. Maybe. Goat gets to trade with the Calhoun and gain a lore here.
Yo, don't call it a comeback. R&B might be able to... Oh, we got a rabbit on the table on Bruce's side of the board.
That's scary. We're going to 18. We have to answer both characters.
Yes. Yes, we do. All right.
But we like also a bounce wins the game. If there's another one, who gets it?
Oh no! Let's see. Let's see. R&B, what do you got, bud? What do you got? They're doing the math, turning things sideways. We see a 3.
We're friendsing.
To seeing a friends. We're looking for that bounce. Do we find it?
Can you Hades?
Do we find it?
I don't think you can, actually.
Can you do what? Can you Hades your own
yeah,
character?
Hades your own character. I don't think you can.
Oh, I don't think. Yeah, I think it says opposing.
Oh, we're questing?
Quest.
No, we're challenging.
Yo.
So if Bruce has
a
goat, maybe another Bell here. Oh, Gaston.
Oh,
that's Lorthel.
Yes, it is. It is Lorthel.
So
yeah. Oh my God, R&B. Can you do it, man? Can you do it, Bruce? Can you hold him back? Let's see. This is crazy. Oh my goodness. I'm stressing out over here, man. This is stressful, dude. Why'd you bring me on here to have a heart attack? What's going on?
Imagine being one of these two players.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he had the white rose.
He had it.
He had
it. Yep. He had it. Oh man. Yep. That'll do it. Bruce was able to eke it out with the white rose for that final point. Oh man, that was rough.
All right,
that was crazy. Yep, switching.
The turn that I played the second rabbit, I did not want to.
Oh, that was a very intense, close game there at the end. You just needed to draw that bounce there, Ryan, or Bald, I should say.
I just needed like anything in any of those games to like game one. I mulliganed 6 cards and like my hand was like 4 5 drops, 2 6 drops, and a bell, and I was like, okay, like I just don't get to play the game. Game two was like a little bit better. Game
Yeah.
three was just like I don't know, man. Like I just didn't do anything for so long and just let the game go on way longer than it should have, and like I just needed like one turn of like something. Just like never found it.
Well, most likely the dream is broken for Maelstrom there. There is a weird world that maybe the 2-1 still gets there if there's some crazy ties, and we have seen some of that. And now Maelstrom's kind of playing Dream Crusher a little bit as, you know, if they can take 2 wins off of Ohana, Ohana might not get in. But you did your team well there for the first game, Bruce. How are you feeling in those games?
I was feeling pretty good, especially like literally even before we started. He was like, "I'm not playing till turn 6," and I was like, "That's a good sign. That means I might get to go first game 3." That was a pretty good feeling to start. Game 1 went fine, normal aggro, 1-2 2-drop line. Game 2, not having the second 2-drop was a little rough for my tempo, and I also drew like a lot of songs. Like I inked like Strength like 3 turns in a row, I think, when I was playing on my back foot, looking for like things to play. And then game 3, when I played that rabbit, the second rabbit, I really didn't want to because I was trying to protect my draw engine, but I'd had no other character to play for my strength to get up to that. So I was hoping that he didn't have enough to clear it, but then he did. And so luckily his hand was bad enough that we got into like that like tic-tac battle.
Yep.
Yeah. Like you had like, so like game 1 you went 1-drop, double 1-drop.
Yeah.
Game 2 you went 1-drop, 1-drop. Game 3 you went 1-drop, double 1-drop. And I never went popsicle bell.
Yeah, never once.
Like,
Yep.
I never even had popsicle on 1. Like
yeah, it was a game 3. I actually had like the triple 1-drop and the SME, and I was like, man, I really want to ink this SME here, and I have to like decide whether or not he's gonna have Bell this game. I was like, he doesn't have it the first 2 times. R&B's looks bad enough. He won't have it.
Well,
that was wild. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Luke. You first.
Take it. I was just gonna say, and he didn't have it.
He did not.
No.
I never have it, man. Like if I didn't have bad luck, I'd have no luck at all.
Oh goodness gracious, R&B. But I gotta say, man, first of all, to both of you, great games, fantastic games. So thank you both for allowing us to watch those matches. I mean, each of those games were nail biters. That game 3, I was over here. I was having a panic attack. It was crazy that like how close that game got. And so just to be able to see that and like it was interesting because you know R&B, you were talking about some of the parallels of game 1 to game 3, right? You noticed that that Bruce got that 1-drop on 1, the 2-drop on 2, or 2 1-drops on 2, and then kind of was repeating what happened in game 3, what he did in game 1, where you had missed out on that ink. So when you had the ability to ramp, when you were able to play that TPO, did you feel better about that game 3? Like what was going through your mind when you realized that you actually had the ability to ramp on 3 and you might have a way out?
No, my hand was bad. Like
it was still bad.
Yeah, it was like still bad. Like so the turn that I played the TPO too, like I had to ink one of the genies, and I was like, okay, like he's setting up for if he just like plays a 3-drop and then plays anything else the next turn, like he's gonna strength anything I play this turn. So like I lose from that point on because I never get a footing in the game. Like I need him to like stumble one time and for me to like draw good one time. Like I ended up using the TPO twice just to like try to like at that point like I needed to come up with some advantage in the game. So like maybe I can like get a little bit of an ink advantage and, you know, double spell one turn for like 2 bodies that like, you know, hopefully one of them will stick. Like I really wanted to play the Iagos in this match, but like he had Let the Storm Rage on, Strength of a Raging Fire, and the Zeus. So he's just like basically playing Purple Steel Song. So like I can never play like my deck wants to go, you know, ramp on 2, Iago on 3, challenge into something, move the damage with Bell, but if you just look at my Iago, he gets banished.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was rough.
you have to have Peter Pan really for Iago to do something in this matchup, to not just feel absolutely terrible. And
Yeah, but like, even
I didn't
Peter
see
Pan
you play
in
it
this-
at all.
Peter Pan wouldn't. No, I'm not playing Peter Pan. Peter Pan wouldn't have even helped this matchup at all because like you just like establish the Peter beforehand. You're playing an Ink down if you're ramping, and then like they just answer the Peter Pan anyways.
Oh,
so like
it would
they
the
just-
times it would have been good would have been when you were at 7 ink for sure. It would have had to have been in the same turn. And I was like, all right, he just played Finders Keepers. He's got a bunch of cards in hand. If he plays Peter Pan Iago is maybe one way he can get back in this game. And instead you just didn't have anything.
No, game
each
one,
turn-
I also saw 3 Hades, and game 3 I saw 0 Hades.
Yeah, you needed one less the first game and one more in that third game.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, your average was good, but your actual was out of whack, brother.
It is.
Averages were good. Yeah.
Well, do you want to give any shout outs out before we head on to the next round? Let's start with you, Ryan.
Shout out everybody. Y'all, we've been doing this long enough. I've been shouting out people long enough. Y'all know who you are. You know I love you.
He's like, I'm tired of advertising for myself. All right, Bruce. Good job. Fantastic playing. You played around a lot of cards where you're just like, well, why did you do this? Maybe doing that would be a little bit better. And it's like, well, obviously he did it to try to play around this because R&B is signaling this or that. And it gave us a lot of fun puzzles to try to figure out exactly what you're playing around. And it was after a while we were able to figure out most of it. And I liked and we agreed with a lot of your lines. Did you have any shout outs you wanted to give?
Shout out my team as always. I know they're probably all watching. I appreciate y'all. Shout out the ICL for having us and allowing us to be a part of, something like this. I've said it before, but the ICL is a sporting event in my house. We really enjoy it. It's just as entertaining as football.
I'm glad. Thank you.
Shout out, my girlfriend and Sabrina Carpenter. I know you're both watching. But other than that, shout out our sponsors, Dragon Tord and House of Cards in Winston-Salem and Greensboro. Appreciate y'all.
All right. Well, let's hop back over to video. You two have a fantastic night and great games.
Thank you, too.
Let's unmute Gabe so we can hear him. So we're gonna. Oh yeah.
I was gonna say that's just. I mean, I'll be back for the post show, but I'm still stunned by that game 3. That game 3 knocked the wind out of me. I mean, that is exactly the kind of gameplay, exactly the matches that you get when you watch the ICL. I mean, just the quality of that match, just watching what they had to do to fight out, and it came down to just that very last moment, who had the card. What a heck of a match. I'm glad, and thank you for letting me be here for that match. I was glad to see that one. That was crazy. Oh my goodness. Oh
yeah, it was intense. It was just like, all right, he's got this. He's drawn the 3, and then as soon as he turns them sideways, like he has it. What does he have? And then he grabs the dice. I'm like, oh no. All right, well now we just have to hope that either he's about to then play a bell on the character to then like doesn't lose to the 1 lore from the White Rose, and then we're like still in a game.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean. But you called it, so you have the math down pat. So what you're saying here then is essentially Maelstrom is playing potentially spoiler here for Ohana. So that this could crack the ICL, that division of it just wide open. So this could be anybody's top 4.
Yeah, the whole top 4 for these two teams might have just all been on that first game, where it's just like,
that's wild.
If either team gets a loss, it could knock them out of potential. Well, Ohana kind of had the one extra 1-up life in the video game because they had that one extra victory earlier. It is possible that... Sorry, let me adjust this real quick. It is possible that Maelstrom wins the next 2 and Ohana can't get in. There is still a world that they get in with going 2-1. I haven't done all the math. I don't know exactly how it works. I just know that if they 3-0'd, I was pretty sure they were locked in. There's maybe like a 5 to 10% chance that they still get in with the 2-1.
So you're saying there's a chance. You love to hear it.
All right, but we will chat with you some more in the post show, and we're going to swap over to the lovely, the amazing JDZ Quest and Garrick.
Let's go. We're back at it again. Me, your boy JDZ, and I'm here with Mr. Garrick. How you feeling, Garrick? Curls bouncer. You gotta roll them things back, dude. We talked about this.
The boys are back in town, and we are here. What an exciting game number one in this match between R&B and Bruce. I was on the edge of my seat, sweating the last couple turns. I could not wait to see what they were going to turn over and play, and it was an unbelievable match, that third game especially.
I thought it was incredible. I mean, for the first two were kind of like a walk in the park for each player, but that game number 3, I think Gabe nailed it. I think we saw some high profile, high connectivity action. Both of the players were doing exactly what they wanted to do, and this was a bend but don't break kind of situation. Shout out to both of those players. R&B, I'm sure he wished he would have had a slightly better draw in one of those earlier games, but it just didn't get to the units you needed to get down the stretch. But it's not over. We got another round. The ICL on a Friday continues. And it's going to be another spectacular match. And I know Maelstrom might be down, but they are not out. And they're playing it. You got to lead with your pride intact. You want to go ahead and get the dub and send Team Ohana all the way to the Shadow Realm in this thing. But what do you know about these players that are coming up in this next round? I know we got Vanny Ball, who's going to be locked in and laser focused, engaged, playing against a player that is going to be called the Zoologist. No, the Zoologist just played. No, the Zoologist is playing now. I think it's Hannibal versus Zoologist. I think is the matchup that we're going to be locked in for today. Do you know anything about these players and their tendencies?
Correct. The Zoologist,
we're ready to
we've
start,
seen him
but
play
we also need to
multiple times
restart the
here on
clock.
the ICL. I think everybody might be able to guess what he's playing, but we won't say
No spoilers.
just in case. And of course, Bannable is a player that can really do it all. He's been playing the game for a long, long time and has been playing a variety of different decks. Whenever I do those day one deck list videos for Team Maelstrom, he's always sending me something new and spicy. Usually it's pretty aggressive, but they're always very, very interesting decks. It'll be really cool to see these two decks match up in specific. I think there can be a crazy ebb and flow and back and forth with these two specific decks. It could go either way, but there's always a chance for a blowout. But I'm predicting an incredibly close match here, as Maelstrom does want to play spoiler and take away the opportunity from Ohana. That's just the cards they've been dealt and the situation that they find themselves in.
Absolutely. And this is about, like I said, this is about as 50-50 ball as you can get. But Bonnie Ball is going to be on the plate. That's who I always like to give my little edge to. And like you said, he's a very talented player. He had some great success. He's already locked in and loaded on this store set championship mat.
Yeah, you know a little bit about that as well, huh?
Oh, yeah. I dabble. I dabble.
I dabble in a few first place now and then.
Listen now, every now and then, you get a little, what is it? A broken clock is right twice a day, something like that. A blind dog will find a bone. Every now and then, you got to get a little bit lucky in this game.
That is a beautiful match as we see the Pete go into the Inkwell and the Diablo Maleficent Spy comes out onto the board. We're going to take a look, and now we know what the Zoologist is playing. He is on that Amber Steel song, a strategy that he really, really loves, that he's very, very consistent with.
And the cat is out of the bag. Emerald Steel versus Amber Steel. We were kind of talking in codes a little bit, but I do feel that this matchup is about as 50-50 as you can get. They both have Pete. They both can slam Pete and just jam the other up. Amber Steel can high roll like no other. Discard can take your hand before you get the opportunity to high roll. You got Ursula snatch those songs. This is going to be an incredible match. We'll see how it goes out. The beautiful Cinderella coming in on 1 for the Zoologist as we kick back on over to a Bonnie Ball.
Yeah, we'll see if Bannable is able to do the shift line and blast that Cinderella with the Storm. That's one of the most powerful things we've been seeing since set 4 in these Emerald Steel matches. But I think it's really something we should keep track of is Bannable inked a Pete on turn 1. One of the most valuable cards in this matchup went into the Inkwell straight away, and he's got to be regretting that maybe a little bit at this point as we do
there it is.
get in to let the Storm rage on to the Cinderella. What a powerful play.
Absolutely fantastic
And
textbook
there's the
opening for
cove.
Bandit and you got it all. The riches come in bunches there for Bandit who has probably the best possible opening that you could ever imagine to have in this strategy. Your hand is low, but still getting that Cindy off the board, no way to sing it clear to clear the Diablo unless you're playing Fire to Cannons, and it won't even work because he's firmly nestled in that hidden cove. This game is looking all bannable so far.
Yep, Diablo's going to help you double up on the amount of cards that your opponent plays. As we see in Ursula come down, Ursula, a really, really strong singer, a singer 4, can let, and then along came Zeus, rip on turn number 3, which will remove that Diablo devoted herald, even as he's perched in the cove. He's only a 3 strength, 3 willpower character. As the Ursula comes down, and now you have to choose. If you have the Zeus, you got to get rid of one of them. Which one are you going to choose?
I'm fairly certain that it's going to be Diablo every day of the week. You got to get that advanced engine off the board. Maybe you go for the aerial here on 3 to maybe set up a whole new world turn after you can clear the Diablo, perhaps. I don't know. The Ursula is a tremendous threat. You can sing your Strength of Raging Fire next turn twice to clear the entire board. And if that happens, I don't know if the zoologist might have to take it back to the San Diego Zoo, something like that. Thoughts?
Yeah. Well, here comes the aerial. He is looking for those answers. He would love to find something, but I mean, the Ursula also, like you mentioned, really, really tough to deal with, especially if she's able to sing, double sing like Sudden Chill as well. It's really, really powerful, but we see the Storm go into the hand, not necessarily what you want to see. Can't clear either of those characters with that particular card.
I still think it's almost worth singing it just to get it out of your hands. But we're going to switch it up and blast the Zeus here. A little bit of magicianship there, showing the Storm but singing the Zeus. Now you really have to think about this Ursula 2 coming in and clear this known song. It will strike true, but only on 3 ink. You'd like to have that thing set up with little Prince John, as we got a little camera situation taking place here.
Yeah, I do believe Bannable knew that Zeus was there.
Oh,
establishing
really?
the Ursula, I believe we saw it in the opening.
Okay, in the opening hand.
Little Diablo. So establishing the Ursula does make the choice very, very difficult. But opts to go with the Diablo, as you mentioned. We'll see what we're gonna sing here. We're singing twice, letting the pipes loose, and it is Sudden Chill.
Sudden Chill before you use your ink. I think that's the way to go. Now your opponent has to make a very painful choice if you keep the song, and then you nab that Ursula will strike true if you have it. You still have your whole allotment of ink available to you. Now you're trying to set yourself up this nice top deck whole new world, and I think you're going to be right back at it if that's the case.
Storm and something else. I'm not quite sure what the second card was discarded there, because Ursula does double sing as another aerial comes down, and we're getting some lore accurate battles here. We've got Ariel versus Ursula, but there's an Ursula on the side of the aerials as well.
It's a little intruder. It's a little invader there. That's what she does. This Ursula's all over the board. That's a whiff.
Yep.
You need that one to hit, unless you do have the whole new world in your hand already and you're just doing a little fake the funk. I've learned that Amber Steel players do that more often than I would have liked to believe. A little pump fake on the miss the song just to sing the whole new world. If you have it, would you rip it here if you had it?
If you have the whole new world, it's not terrible. It'll definitely refill you. It'll give you some more options, especially if you're able to find like a 1-drop plus strength that will get rid of the Ursula cleanly, or and then along came Zeus would do that as well. So I think it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. You don't have the Diablo exerted on the side of the Emerald Steel player, so they're not going to draw double, but we do not have it. We have one card in hand.
And that Ursula is just going to go on a little baby quest into the face of this other Ursula who's going to get a chance to double sing again. I think that is one of those things that if it happens, it's very difficult to win from a quadruple singing Ursula. I don't know. This is looking. Whose position do you favor in this spot? Did you send us? Ooh,
the Lucifer is going to take that last card, and it is a Robin Hood. Could not have come down on that turn, but potentially if he draws ink on this turn, he does definitely want to potentially a whole new world here. But I like the position that Banable's in. There's no cards in the hand for DJ, as he does draw into one here, but using a whole new world when you have the advantage to do so is the best spot to do it. You have 2 Singer 5s and a Singer 4. Now would be the time to rip it if you were able to find it off the top, for sure. No doubt about it.
If you are in Top Deck Central, that is a great card to top, as you are paying 3 ink. What is it going to be? Are you hard casting a strength? Look at that. Just to probably get rid of this Lucifer before he can firmly move into the location, as we'll continue to just keep chugging away with this Ursula, I guess, questing one piece at a time, putting your opponent in this nice little 18-turn clock. You'll get there sooner or later.
Yeah, for sure. Not a lot on the side of either player. They're both sort of running on fumes here. It's going to really come down to who can get a card that's going to start fueling their hand a little bit more. As
and there it is.
Right off the top, the Beast, Tragic Hero, one of the most powerful cards early on in Lorcana, has sort of seen a resurgence recently.
Yeah, and I think that's due to the lack of the Medusa, lack of the Deucer, but the Deucer's coming back, so I think Beast might have to start running away again, as you played a nice little medley of ballads so far, and you got another one. You're just going to storm on this Beast, probably just to keep this advantage train at an all-time low, and you get one more card. Is it the Whole New World? Can you get it? It's string. Oh, he's getting all the songs, and back to look at that. What do you make of that? Storm in the Strength.
Storm in the Strength is okay. I mean, it gets rid of the Beast who quests for 2 and would be like a big problem that would clear your Ursula Vanessa at the very least. But you're using a lot of songs for not a lot of advantage. What you want to do as an Amber Steel song player is Whole New World and then get a full grip of songs that you can start just rapid firing off. And now you're using a lot of them, so you're not going to have those cards later on once you do find the Whole New World. So it's nice for now. It's better than nothing, but not necessarily ideal.
Absolutely. As we will show the palms, Lucifer comes out with no effect. That does feel bad. And in Banible's deck, that, as you know, in the discard player, when you don't have any cards in your hand, a lot of bricks are becoming available to this strategy. No sudden chills, no hypnotize. They weren't really doing too much. All of your discard cards, your Prince John gets a little bit weaker as you are establishing this Lawrence, and this Ursula is going to keep chugging along. At some point, you just got to clear this Ursula. Just get her off the field, just for sanity's sake.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to do it by exerting your own Ursula, challenging into it. But we'll see if Banible's able to find something here to break parity. We're kind of just... Neither player is doing a whole lot, just trying to answer each other's threats as they come onto the board, but we're missing draw engines for both, which is absolutely crucial. It looks like Ursula found something to sing, though, which could be huge, and we're going to draw 2 and deal 4.
What are you taking here? Are you dropping one of these Singer 5s, or are you going to get rid of this combat Vanessa, and you will decide to clear one of those IDLs? They've been sitting there for so long. Neither of them grabbed a song either. That is just depressing incarnate. Didn't grab a song, didn't sing, didn't do anything. I think one of them might have got one, but the other one, I think
the first one grabbed the song. That I think is the correct choice there. Again, if the Whole New World is found off the top, it just eliminates one of those fantastic singers on your opponent's side of the board as we play out a tempo Ursula Deceiver. Not necessarily what you want to do against Amber Steel, but if they have no songs in hand, might as well.
I'm fine with it. Just keep that hand empty, because you know it's just a matter of time before your opponent top decks this Whole New World, and I think they're forced to sing it. So just having as many cards deployed to the field as possible, I think, is a heads-up maneuver for Vanibal Harka, who is just counting the moments until this Whole New World comes in. Maybe you can get a Diablo exerted before the Whole New World comes down. Maybe get an additional.
I'm gonna sing something else here. Strength. Gonna remove the Lawrence.
Right on.
The Lawrence who could have challenged into the Ursula there to remove her.
Absolutely. Electing to leave this Singer up. So now you've encouraged your opponent, because you have them outflanked, out-inked, outmasked. And if they do want to waste their turn blasting a Whole New World here, I think you're totally fine with that. And it does come right on time, just like you drew it up. The Whole New... I'll give you a little... That's a little sample. You guys get a taste test.
I like that sample.
A new one more. That's it. One more. That's it.
A new fantastic point. Okay.
We're back. I was backing you up.
Back to the game.
I was going to back you up. Okay, we're back. We're off of that.
We're
back
hit
in
the
here.
melodies, hit the harmonies.
If you guys want to download our Spotify, okay, JDZ and Key Issues Garrett giving you guys all the Disney renditions as Peter coming on in to.
It's a great play here for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's one of the best things to play in these sort of steel matchups that both rely heavily on actions and songs. Both decks obviously do that very well. I think it was really, really nice for Banable to clear those characters the turn before the Whole New World came in, but now we're stacking up some characters, we're getting a wider board, and things are not looking so dire on the side of the Zoologist. Unfortunately, I don't think that Ariel is going to last much longer.
I know we do have the Pete though, so that's one good news you have for yourself. You will be able to challenge in. What if Banny Ball has this Shift Tinkerbell? That could be a very, very solid play to go on top of this more space goo, or you can even hard cast. But Tinkerbell coming in off a shield, splashing damage, slamming into this aerial, splashing more damage, I think would be a devastating maneuver. I'm not certain if he has it in the deck or not, but that would be very cool. Pete Space Pirate would also be quite strong in this spot.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. I think Pete Space Pirate would be huge here. And as I always say, the best response to a Pete is to play your own. That prevents the Amber Steel song player from rapid firing any songs out of hand, maybe even A Whole New World.
Absolutely. And now you got to enter into these Pete wars as we do get a shift in. It's just going to be the beast on top of the morph, which I think you probably would accept that as the Lucifer is gonna slam. Are you leaving this? No, you're gonna clear the aerial, of course.
Yeah, I have to clear the aerial, even with the Pete on the board. Just get rid of it while it's exerted. If another Pete comes down to counter your Pete, and you have a song that can get rid of it, that's pretty big.
So now you are going to open up Rapunzel opportunities as well. This Ursula Vanessa, who has been a magnet on this board since turn 2, she came in early, stuck there, and just kicked it old school. That 1/4 stat line lines up nicely with this exerted Lucifer as well. And it will also clear. Let's see if that is what is about to happen. Potentially, I'd like to see another Pete here, honestly. Just keep playing the Pete games as we're going for a 6-piece Chicken McNugget. What's this? The Sonic Singer is in.
Yep, Aerial Sonic Warrior, really, really good for clearing wide boards, especially with characters with not a lot of willpower, as this Emerald Steel strategy does not have a lot of characters with high willpower, but you need songs to turn her on. You can pay an additional 2 to deal additional damage, and that's also another answer for a potential beast that we see on the board. But with the Pete being played last turn, there's not really anything you can do with that aerial right now, but in future turns could be a big problem. It is a 3 strength 8 willpower character that's going to be extremely hard for the Emerald Steel player to remove without something like we don't talk about Bruno.
I fully concur, and I think clearing that Lucifer was a heads-up maneuver as well. But I think Bonnie Ball is setting himself up for a very dynamic turn. The hand is stacked. You have a very mighty board filled with bodacious singers. The lead singer of the band, Ursula, Deceiver of All, ready to open up the fight.
For a long, long time, since turn 3.
Yeah.
As we're going to take a look at the hand of the zoologist here, and there are no songs, but the aerial's there. She could find one.
Hand is not looking too good. You got the ability to sing some serious Strength of a Raging Fire. Probably enough to even take down the Sonic
strength. Yeah, could double strength that for sure. And he was just counting his characters. It could be likely coming down. That removes the Singer 5. So if the aerial in hand were able to find a whole new world, that shuts off that ability.
Oh, but it's going to be the Storm, which is still quite great. You can go ahead and splash 2 damage onto the Sonic Warrior and also the Cindy, so breaking up a potential shift line and damaging the Sonic Warrior, I think, is a heads-up maneuver. You also open up Bruno plays if you have that available, but you will have to exert this beast or pay full retail value for it. Pete's also singing. Oh,
sudden chill.
Yes, so if you can clear this hand. Oh,
yep. And there it is, as you just mentioned, the double sudden chill comes down, and DJ really running out of answers and opportunities here. Would love to find another whole new world, or if this aerial stays on the board, and there it is. Yeah. She's removed.
And I think this one, that might have been the backbreaker, as the Bruno is going to Dragon Fire this aerial spectacular Sonic Warrior, and we're going to get her on up out of here, leaving only a Daisy Duck, and that same Brazilian Ursula is going to hang out there as another Ursula comes on in. So just Ursulas all over the place, one of them in the cove, one of them on the board, one in them in amber on the field, and this is looking pretty downhill for the zoologist. How can he get out of this?
Win game 2 and 3, I think.
Okay. I think that's a pretty fair assessment.
You're in a really, really, really tough position. You've used a lot of your songs already. If you rip a whole new world off the top, you have to play it with 5 ink, and then you only have 2 left. It's a Herculean task, and I don't believe he plays Hercules. All we have is Zeus in the deck.
Yeah, and he already came along a few times, and it did not do very much. I think this one might be over 43 minutes left, so you still have time to kind of do a little bit more fact-finding expedition just to see if there's any spicy clues. But I know Banny Ball's a strong player. He's probably not going to give up any of the techniques. Just kind of win it with what you got before this thing starts to get away from you. If you are Bonnie Ball, or excuse me, the zoologist has already pretty much lost his spot. How do you feel about scoopage, early scoopage? Are you pro or against?
I mean, this match it has been pretty tic-tac back and forth. I don't know if they're all going to be like that, but I do like a good let's just scoop them up if there's like no path to victory, and you just you know what's in your deck, you know what you've played, you can see the writing on the wall. It's only 3 lore to 1 right now, and yeah, the zoologist says that's enough. That's enough.
I can concur with that. I see, because Banaba only had one. He only had 1 lore, and a part of me wants to say, "I'll never give up. I'll never surrender. We'll play this thing all the way to the finish line." But I like to hear other people's thoughts, and I've become a little bit more pro scoop here in my later years. I think I've matured.
Yeah, I might have scooped it up after the aerial got back to my hand. I'd been like,
we're done.
That's my only opportunity to come back, was to find Whole New World off the top, sing it. But now we're going to be on the play. There are a lot of high-level bombastic plays that this deck can make. It is one of the most unfair decks when it does what it's built to do, and that is just completely card advantage your opponent. Spill your hand of songs and then sing a whole new world. Your opponent basically discards a full hand, and then you just reload and repeat that. And you're able to do that best when you're on the play. What Bannable is going to need to do in response is make the most of his Peats, for sure. That is the character that is going to keep him in this game. And then also find removal for the singers early. That's very, very important.
And we did see Bannable in that game number 1. He opened up probably the best possible start that you could ever wish to have in a go first type scenario, with the Diablo coming in, the shift, the cove, the sing. It was just like a boom bam boom bam boom, full combo breaker. Get us on up out of there. So I think that's probably where I scoop right there, and like, I don't want to let's get out of here.
Turn 2.
I'm done. Okay, that may be a little premature, but I'm get me out of here, dude. Whatever, dude. Okay, let's go next. Do it again.
I've scooped on 2. Get me out
of here, dude. I've seen that. Okay, all right. Get me out of here, dude. Okay, go next. Let's just get out of here. We're wasting time. All right. But yeah, I think that's a very dynamic opening. And the zoologist, I'm sure, did not want to see that. But now you're going to have the opportunity to go first. And let's see if you can do some of that brokenness, some of that, some of those disgusting plays. Cindy into a Cindy Storm is quite strong. But I've noticed a lot of players just don't even put a card out on one that is affected by that. And Cindy can just blow people off the spot sometimes. Cool stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Cinderella has been one of those ever-present cards in Disney Lorcana, as we see DJ send back 5, Bannable sends back 4, so pretty even there on the sendbacks. Be interesting to see what each player decided to keep. If you're on the side of Bannable, Ursula Deceiver is amazing on the draw here as your turn 2 play to get rid of any troublesome songs that may be on the side of the zoologist, and then you follow that up with Pete, prevent the Cinderella from singing or an Ariel from singing. It's really, really good. And then on turn 4, you can shift Pete, get him exerted, and then now you're sitting in a position where the Amber Steel player really needs something to swing the game back in their favor, like a Naveen, for example.
Yeah, I think that is the exact line of play Bonnie Ball is going to be looking for here on the draw. But DJ, what's he looking for? I think he wants to see, maybe, is it daisy time? Are you trying to get loose and active with these daisies and start exerting vigorously? No, we'll lean on the Cindy here on turn number 1. Pass back on over to Banner. Let's see if he can find it. Are you jamming Diablo into this thing?
It's always good to get information, for sure. You do give the opportunity for the Cinderella to just storm you for free, and then you give your opponent a card. You lose a card for that.
And he doesn't. He does not take the challenge. We won't put anything out. Like you said, he might just be setting up this Ursula on 2 as Ursula on 2 comes out as well. So let's see if we can match Ursula energy for the real ones as you can be able to, you're pretty confident your opponent does have a song in hand in order for this Cindy to sing. But sometimes they can just bluff you off the spot and just put a raw Cindy out there with no song. Let's see if Bannable takes the bait.
Bannable needs to be a little bit careful. I don't know if there's somebody that can tell him. He was showing his hand a little bit there. As the Ursula Deceiver does come down, like I mentioned, one of the better cards to find, and it does hit the Let the Storm Rage on. The Prince Naveen is in hand. That's something that we need to keep in mind as the Smee, or maybe this card off the top is going to hit the Inkwell. We'll go for the Aerial.
Yeah.
And look for something for the Naveen to sing. Could you imagine the Aerial finds a whole new world, Naveen sings it next turn, and now you're off to the races?
That could potentially happen, but Bannyball is playing Ursula too, and you could come on back in and rip that thing again with another install, a double Ursula, or maybe like you said, take your line, continue play Pete into a Pete Space Pirate, into a whatever, and you might be on your way. So did she hit?
No, it does. It sent all 4 to the bottom.
Ain't no way. I throw them aerials right on into the garbage bin there. They have just not been performing. Hate to see it.
But it looks like we may have... Nope, we're just going to quest. Free quest. Might as well do it. Free lore. Lore is on sale, everybody.
Ursula has been doing all the heavy lifting in this strategy, getting all the lore so far. The only character to gain in this in DJ Zoologist's deck up until this point. As he passed back on over to Batty Ball, who's going to have to, let's see if we got the P here to keep the party train rocking and rolling. I'm sure he'd love to see it.
Yeah, missing there for Aerial was absolutely backbreaking on the side of the Zoologist, but you can come back with a nice little top deck off the top of your deck. That's always a possibility. We'll see if Bannable does want to go for the Pete if he has it. I think it's a great turn 3 option, especially if you have the shift line available to you. We know there's probably not any songs on the side of the Zoologist, but there could be a song on the top of the deck, so just Pete.
And there he is.
Yeah.
So there is the Pete. He's going to come on in, game referee blowing the whistle, and that is going to stun the turn. Unless, like you said, now we're all set up for this Naveen. Naveen still can't go with Naveen. I'm sorry, you can't Naveen through a Pete, but he can Naveen through a space.
That would be awesome.
He could.
Yeah.
Just do it.
He just forces his way in. When they put Powerline in the game, I want him to cannot be stopped from singing, like
no matter what.
I mean, he had Goofy and Max crash his concert. That didn't stop him.
He kept going. He just kept going. I like that.
He saw the perfect cast and he did it perfectly, seeing it one time. He's a professional. Pete's not going to stop him.
I wonder what he's going to do. I'm excited for it because really they did say during that panel was like, hey, he's going to be the most powerful singer we've ever had up until this point.
Like singer 12 or something.
Just something ridiculous, dude. I hope it's something good. As Ursula just going to come on in and pass.
Oh,
you hate to see it if
no
you
ink,
are DJ.
No play, nothing.
Ooh, now this shifts Pete Space Pirate, and I think you might be cooked. I don't know. Let's see if that's what happens here going into this 4-ink turn. Batty Ball still is in a pretty comfortable position. We got the Ursula set up. Maybe we can do another sneak peek, check the hand a little bit more, but I'm shifting that Space Pirate if I got it.
Yeah, for sure. Get that Space Pirate in there, get him sideways, and get him preventing songs. But you know, it's pretty good. The Muses can return any one of these spectacular singers on the side. How about we remove the Aerial, and you know what? We'll send Ursula Vanessa on a little trip back to the hand.
That is a little bit of tempo play, showing that why the Muses is still important in this strategy. I know a lot of Emerald Steel players have been kind of dwindling on the Muses counts, but I think it's still quite strong for reasons that you just saw there. As now you just set DJs Wallace, who already didn't ink, you just set him back another turn, and this is looking incredible for Bannable again, who has 3 ink to work with. Now you can use some Naveen techniques if you have it. You now have Ursula that can go ink, and then you can rip that whole new world if you got it.
Yeah, that's the great thing about Naveen. I mean, Brennan DeCandio showed the power of that Naveen when he just started playing that in the Amber Steel strategy, playing multiple of them with the Lantern and just doing crazy, unfair things early on in the game that you typically didn't have access to. So Naveen can definitely brute force his way through some of these Emerald Steel strategies, but you really need to hit those points when you're playing Amber Steel against this deck. And DJ has stumbled here a couple times. We'll see if he's able to bring it back as Naveen does come down. Hopefully it's not just a tempo Naveen.
He's not. He's a Stormin' Naveen, Stormin' Norman. Yikes.
Not the greatest song that you could sing. Potentially the worst song in the deck to sing. But you do draw a card. Cindy looks like she might want to sing something. No, she's going to challenge.
Combat Cindy. Eesh. I guess you have to do it, though, because breaking up that potential Space Pirate shift line, because that guy gets on you, it's very, very difficult for this to work. But that is a huge cost in order to clear that small Pete off the board. I'm sure Bannibal enjoyed that one. You do have a nice, strong Singer setup. Muses can't bounce it, but I don't know. I think, what do you think he needs here? I think Guard Dog is actually not bad if you have that.
For Bannibal?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think starting the discard strategy right now would be really good. And
there he is.
Just as I say it, there's the Prince John. And if you can like sing Sudden Chill here, that's crazy. Strength of Raging Fire is still pretty good.
Yeah, that might be game winning there. The tempo is huge. And you bounce the Ursula back. Look at the techniques. Do not sweat the techniques. We will ink. And you feel confident that you're going to hit a song and get a plus here, and you hit the world's greatest criminal mind. World's
greatest criminal mind. I mean, it's really good for that Pete. It's about the only thing it can hit if Bannibal is playing it, of course. Yeah. But it is such a powerful card. Unfortunately, gets taken away.
And now you have nothing but the Daisy Duck and the Rapunzel. With the card that you drew off the top, maybe if you got the Ursula's back at it again and the Daisy Duck, so you got two nice, well-suited Rapunzel traps, as they are colloquially known as, and now Bannibal understands you have Rapunzel. It's very hard to set a Rapunzel trap with a 100% known Rapunzel.
Yeah, and now in this position, you're not feeling too bad if you're DJ, honestly. I mean, Bannibal's low on cards. If he doesn't have the discard cards in his hand to start refilling, you're not too much in a disadvantage here. And, you know, Bannibal can't really turn his characters sideways because of the Rapunzel, but we do see the Bruno. And if this hits the Rapunzel, then take back everything I just said, because you're in a really sticky situation if you lose that draw engine.
For sure. As it looks like we out of two, we're gonna see we're gonna hit.
It might come all down to this.
You'd love to see that Rapunzel go down if you're Bannibal. You want to hang on to it if you can. I think that's your only way out. And it's the Ursula, so I ain't heard no bell. It's not over. Bannibal is not going to be able to exert.
We'll draw a card off of the Bruno though, because of the Little John.
On Prince John.
Oh yeah, you're right, Prince John. Sorry.
Oh, he is little. I think
he is little. He's a 1/2.
He's literally a little guy.
He is little. That crown's a bit big on his head.
And Prince John is actually much bigger. I think that's a misplay from the same little situation there as well. I think he could have been Little John.
Little John is big and Prince John is little. Interesting things going on in the world of Robin Hood as we kick it back over to the zoologist, who is just being put in an absolute blender right now by the muses. It's just got him wrapped up. There's not much he can do. It's just it's a nasty chokehold that the muses has on this game right now. Just being able to control the board so well. There are so many cards on the side of the zoologist that get hit by that bounce ability if you're able to consistently find songs, which Bannibal has been able to do.
And I can't believe people are talking about taking that card out of this deck. I think it's good, man. It's just for reasons that we've seen. It's been absolutely the MVP of this game number 2. As he kind of switched it up. No, we haven't seen one copy of Diablo so far. None of them. The bird, the big bird, any of them so far. You just kind of been going straight to this tempo, board control, discard plan, and it's been working quite nicely. As you're going to bring this Tsukiyomi Daisy back out here again, just continue to get stuck in this cycle of Daisy, bounce Daisy, play Daisy, and it's just going to be stuck in the mud, man. Tempo.
Come on, Bannibal, let him keep the card on the board for one turn. As we quest with the Ursula, getting up to 7. Potentially singing something here, though. Boom.
Oh.
See you, Daisy. Oh, no, we're going with Ursula.
Here.
We're gonna keep the Ursula. You know about repeat? What do you know about re-Ursula?
keeping that information as up to date as possible. And we're going to just sing another storm just to clear it this time.
Let's get rid of it. I'm tired of seeing it. I don't want to see. I don't want to see it play it again.
And he knows one card in hand is for sure that Rapunzel.
Yeah.
Gifted with healing, but he doesn't know the other one. Let's see if it's worth putting Ursula back in, and you won't. You'll just say, if you got it, you're not going to play it. We're just going to slam this Pete. And this is looking completely in control of Bannable, who's actually up in lore. Usually Green Steel is getting to this point, and they're just struggling at 1, while the Ember Steel players at like 16, and they're turning the corner slowly. But he just never even turned the corner. He just was already at the corner.
He's been on the corner.
He's been on the corner, on the block, been holding it down this whole time. Dang. Absolutely. You gotta put Rapunzel out here. This is the saddest Rapunzel. Man, it's so sad.
It is sad.
Sad music.
It's a beautiful Rapunzel, though.
It is. But that is the sad, because it can't even engage in combat.
Ink,
it can't
Robin
challenge
Hood.
it can quest. It can't really even do too terribly much. But
One
gotta
card
play
in
it.
hand. Maybe it's a whole new world, and maybe we get a whole new hand, and we try to claw our way back into this game. If that is a whole new world in hand, maybe we just draw an inkable, we ink it, we discard nothing. Oh, just kidding.
Sudden chills. Just
It's
get
gone.
rid of it. It's the grab your swords. Ooh.
Grab your sword. Interesting. That would have cleared both Prince Johns, and
Man,
that'd have been a
that's rough.
really, really good way to come back into the game. Super
Did he-
unfortunate.
Did he have the ink to just rip it that last turn? I'd have just ripped it off a GP, dude. Just, I don't know if that would have been worth it. but-
He inked Robin Hood this turn. If he had it,
Oh, it's Pete. Oh, he had Pete down. He could not rip. That's right.
yeah,
Brutal.
even if he had it, he would have had to ink the Rapunzel and then left one card in hand. He might not have had it. It could have been the Robin Hood. But yeah, really tough. As
Amber's, and we're
how many
bouncing
songs are in this deck, Bannable?
a whole bunch, and this music has absolutely carried the water both ways, uphill and downhill. Prince John gets a quest in. Is it ever exert Pete gang here? I think is he fresh? What's going on with this Pete? No, he was down last turn.
Yeah, the Pete can definitely do some stuff this turn. I mean, the Muses is just so unfair. I mean, it's 5 characters and 1 card. No wonder they're so powerful.
We need more Muses. I think it's only. It's so ashamed. It's such a shame that there's only 1 Muses in Disney Lorcana so far. That's a shame.
Yeah.
We have.
I mean, talk about powerful singers. If the Muses wasn't like a singer, that just the best card to play to use the sing together mechanic. I feel like we need one, like a legendary one.
I think that would be such a clean effect too. If a Muses, like an Amber Muses, were to come out and it says, "Hey, this card counts as singer 9 when it's singing together song," something like that.
Let's just make it crazy. Passive ability gives every other one of your cards +1 singer.
Let's go.
That seems crazy.
Hype man, dude. We're hired, dude. We're coming in.
That might be broken, but there's the Pete.
That's why I think, and
Pete is just gonna seal the deal. Almost certainly.
Yeah. I don't know. I think this one is it was absolutely cooked. I think the dogs are barking and they want to come on in, and you got to open the door. I don't know. I lost myself in the metaphor there. As we are exerting heavily, we got 5-piece, we got a 6-piece, 7-piece Chicken McNutt going there. The Bannable is representing Lords of Damage on board. And top deck, you're going to need a Be Prepared Your Sword Zeus of a Whole New World off the tizzy. You didn't get there.
Yeah, I mean, there are moments for the zoologist to come back and reclaim the tempo for sure, but just did not draw the right cards in the right sequence to take advantage of those turns throughout the game.
On. But Garrick, we got to leave the booth. We got to hop on over to the sideline. Let's talk to these players and see how the game went for them.
Dismal.
All right. Gentlemen. Banny Ball comes in and gets the dub in this all-important round number 2, saving your team pride. DJ Zoologist could not get it done this time. We're going to kick over to you, Banny Ball. You're back on Emerald Steel. Is there anything spice in there? We saw the game 1. I think you had everything you wanted in that opening hand. Game number 2, it changed it up, went to this tempo plan. Can you just talk about your strategy, your deck, any spice you want to talk about, or is it pretty standard through and through, and just how those games went from your perspective?
It's, I think, a pretty typical green steel deck. I've always been a fan. I have one dock in there which I never played, and I've always been a fan of playing like Tuba Booms just as ways to answer opposing Diablos. But it's basically the same deck I played like 3 weeks ago or something.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not terribly interesting, unfortunately.
Oh, it's cool. It's cool. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I say. We were in the booth, Garrick and I. Garrick is here as well, and we were just so fascinated with the use of the muses. I know a lot of Emerald Steel players are kind of in debate of muses if it's worth a slot in the deck, and you demonstrated why muses is probably one of the better cards to play in the strategy. Can you talk about how effective that card was for you, and was that a part of your game plan going into this matchup now that it was known as Amber Steel?
Yes, so I think Muse is probably the best card in this matchup. So the reason to play it is this matchup specifically. It's cute that you can bounce your Ursulas and docks, but it's a card that's really, really difficult for Amber Steel decks to answer. You know, the ward makes it so they can't use their own actions to remove it, and then you can honestly pretty easily sing with it, because if you start your turn with a song or two in hand and the muses in play, it's often very easy to just completely wipe the Steel Song player out the next turn. At least on board, you know, some of the cards will go to hand with muses, but yeah, I think this is why you would play it. It's also pretty good in the mirror. But if your metagame doesn't have a lot of, you know, low strength steel type decks, then yeah, you could easily cut it. But I like it. I'm only playing 2. It's not like I'm playing 4 of them or anything.
Okay. And I got Garrick here. Like I said, I'm sure Garrick saw some stuff. I'm hogging all the questions as I often do, but I'm gonna bounce out of here and let Garrick throw some in there because I know he saw it as well, and we were both enjoying what you did there from this green steel perspective.
Yeah, Bannable, definitely had a question for you. Congratulations, by the way. Great couple matches. You really displayed why this deck is so powerful into Amber Steel. So you started off the game number 1 with basically like the best hand that you could have with the Diablo into the shift, into the cove.
I want to point out that like 2 turns later, we were both top decking. So I had the nut draw and almost lost. So
I was very curious. You saw the Zeus with the Diablo, I believe, on turn 1. You put your Diablo in the cove regardless, and then played out the Ursula on turn 3. I was thinking, okay, he wants to give you a choice here. Basically, you got to get rid of one of these two. They're both incredible cards and can keep me ahead in this game. Was that the thinking? Just, I'll put both of these out and make you choose which one you think is the most threatening.
Yeah, it's a really common line, I think, with Green Steel, where on turn 3 you want to have 2 really strong threats. Like your Shift Diablo games, that's the goal, is to have 2 sort of game-winning threats in play on turn 3 that your opponent can't generally answer both of them at the same time. You know, I was kind of hoping maybe I'd drop Pete so I could keep my bird around, but that didn't happen. So the Ursula is just like, well, you could answer my Diablo, but then I get to keep my Ursula, which tends to be pretty good. Now, I would have liked. What's nice sometimes is that you can wait a turn to shift Diablo and then sort of present 2 threats on the same turn. But I kind of had to play it out right away. It was weird because like I knew that it was not going to last forever, and I did not have the storm. I think I like top decked it basically, so that was very lucky.
When you inked the Pete on turn 1 and played the Diablo and saw what your opponent was playing, were you like, "Oh man, I wish I
kind of wanted I kind of wanted the Pete back, but it's like, what are you gonna do? You have to make a decision. I had good songs, so I didn't want to ink the Ursula, and my hand was had a decent number of uninkables, so you have to make a choice. Yeah.
Okay. But again, I thought it was very well played. But we have DJ, the zoologist here. We're pretty confident that you're going to play Amber Steel in this deck or in this matchup. The deck seemed to kind of get bogged down. I mean, the lines of play that Bannable were presented to you seemed like they were almost insurmountable based on the way that the gameplay typically flows. But in your historic matchup that you typically play, does that typically go that way for you, Amber Steel versus Emerald Steel?
Yeah, so it's definitely a matchup that I even practiced with one of my teammates, Corey, in preparation for the ICL, just thinking that was probably going to be one of the decks. And it's something that I haven't played a ton of reps against since the Hiram ban, when it kind of came back in a lot of full force, giving a lot of people PTSD from the old days. And yeah, Emerald Steel has a lot of lines against Steel Song where it just feels like you kind of can't do anything right. They'll rip your songs, they'll stop you just a turn too late, and then discard out your hand. and just the threat of that shift Pete is also very big. And unfortunately, I didn't have any kind of winning lines, especially when I unfortunately missed ink due to some uninkable issues, and then just never panned out, especially with definitely using the muses to a high degree to keep my characters off the board to make sure
Yeah.
Rapunzel is just a 1/5, that quest for 2.
Yeah, it seemed almost insurmountable there. And you mentioned Space Pirate Pete, and I saw that play that you had to take. How painful was that going to Veen, Storm, Crash, Cindy to clear the Pete to break up the shift line? Can you talk about that for a moment?
Yeah, it was definitely a desperation play just based on the win percentage of the lines that I had. And unfortunately, that was the main thing. I lose on the spot if I don't take out the Pete. I
Hmm.
could have taken out the Ursula and Cindy stay alive to then get eaten by the Pete, but if there's a shift Pete, it's just backbreaking at that point with no resources on my end, and then the aerials not doing their thing and never finding songs definitely didn't help.
For sure, for sure. Still thought it was a great match. Garrett, I'm sure you saw some things as well from your spot, man.
Yeah, it was super unfortunate the Ariel not showing up to singing practice and knowing the songs that they're supposed to be singing in that match. I mean, it's very, again, lore accurate as she does do that a lot. But in the first game, I felt like the second game, the Muses really just had put your deck into a vice and really didn't let go. But in the first game, as Bannable mentioned, you were both like top decking. And I was saying like, if either player just draws something big that can swing the game, that's going to really decide it here in the mid game. What were you looking for in that middle game? Were you just really wanted to find a whole new world with the double aerial out and just go from there?
Yeah, I kind of needed that whole new world, and I did end up getting that whole new world to then sing. Once I believe I had just the one
Yeah.
aerial, I believe, in play at that point, and I believe I had an Ursula and maybe a Cindy at that point. And then I wheel into a card or a hand of 7 characters and
Yeah.
no songs. So it's kind of one of those where had I drawn into, a Zeus or a strength or something like that, you kind of can take back over the board.
Hmm.
But at that point, I had no lines other than I believe I played Pete and then double 1-drop. And
Yeah.
I had really no reason or no lines that steal song. The whole reason you play the deck is to play those songs and not play a fair game where I'm just playing stats on characters because I'm always going to kind of lose out in that regard.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Man. It was a tough out, man. But that's what they say. You live by the sword, you die by the sword sometimes. DJ Zoologist. I'm sure you had games go the other way where you're high rolling, living high in the sky, and
Oh,
sometimes
absolutely.
you get that dose of reality. But still, gentlemen, I thought it was very well played from both your perspectives, giving the unique situation that you were in. I think Bannable got to the dub this time, but that is the way the cookie crumbles from time to time. But we're going to get out of here. We have another all-important round number 3 coming up, and those players are going to be getting ready to come on into the main stage. So we're going to let you guys go. But before we do, we always like to give some shout-outs. Shout-outs starting with you, DJ Zoologist. Got that PB and J bar. Go ahead and start slamming. I bet you got to get it in. Throw it in your
Yeah.
gullet. Let's get that thing in. Let's get it digested.
Yeah, got to refill on that gluten-free, off-brand Uncrustable.
Yeah.
Obviously, shout outs to my team. Unfortunately, I couldn't bring it home, but Lucas, all the talk that he talks, he better walk the walk in that third match for us.
Okay.
But I believe in him. And then I know Bruce shouted out our sponsors, House of Cards and Winston-Salem and Dragon's Hoard in Greensboro. Yeah, it's one big Ohana over here in North Carolina, and we love the game. We love the opportunity to play here in the ICL, and definitely shout outs to my opponent and Bannable. Great to finally get to play.
Yeah, they're good games.
Absolutely. I got to represent. I got a little bit of Team Ohana merchandise here myself. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Katie. She got these through you guys. We do appreciate everything you guys are doing down there in North Carolina as well. But we're gonna kick it over to our winner, Mr. Bonnie Ball. I'm calling you Bonnie Ball now. Hopefully it sticks.
Great.
I hope you like it. Is that okay? Are you fine with
You
that?
can call me JD. Z, you can call me whatever you want. I don't.
Okay.
Well, okay, within reason. Let's just
Within,
put some,
within reason. Within reason. I
Yeah.
call you Mr. Vonnie Ball, dude. Please.
Absolutely.
Congratulations again for your victory. But let's get some shout outs. What do you want to give any love to here?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So shout out to Heavy Play. Team Maelstrom now sponsored by Heavy Play. They have the sweet magnetic deck box, dice box. I love them. They're so convenient. Obviously, Team Maelstrom, wonderful team. My wife for watching my toddler. My opponent, and obviously the entirety of Team Ohana as well for being good sports and coming here to battle today. The judges, casters, everybody. There you go.
Cool. Thank you. Well played. Well said. Well played. Well said. Well played. And you are a father though? Okay, so he is a
Yes.
father. There you go. Confirmed. Lore accurate pick that you have there. You really got dad energy. You're looking great. I thank you for your participation, and we're going to let you get back to the locker room to celebrate with your team as Garrick and I are hopping back into the booth.
Team Ohana wants to stay in this with their chance to make it into the playoffs, into the postseason, into the top 8, and Team Maelstrom still wants to take down that final game and get the dub. We are going to see the all-important match number 3. I'm really, really excited.
Oh, sorry. Can you guys hear me? Are we hearing Garrick? Is it me again? Am I muted, or is Garrick muted in the booth?
Go ahead and share
Or
your
is it me?
screen.
I can't hear anything. Am I dead? Am I flying blind here?
I hear you, JDZ.
You hear me? Okay, I hear you. You hear me, and let's get it loose. But I loved it. I loved it, Gary. I heard what you had to say through the Discord. But now we're back into the booth, and everything is right in the world. But what'd you think about those matches so far? What'd you think about them?
Yeah, incredible. The first match, obviously on a tightrope. The second one was a 2-0, and we're getting into this all-important third match here. And Team Ohana really wants to take the win down so they can sneak in potentially into that top 8, into the playoffs, where you really make your name. And
I love it.
Win that championship.
And let's see it. It all comes down to this. I wish that let's just pretend, okay? Let's just pretend the playoffs are on the line for this one. Whoever wins gets in, whoever loses go home. I like that type of energy. And I know they're playing for pride. I know they're playing for their team respect. A lot is on the line in that stakes, but hopefully we have more to play for in this all-important round number 3. But Mr. Garrick, I'm going to be here. I'm sticking in. I'm sticking through. I'm doing 2 rounds, but I have to say goodbye to you for now. And then maybe I can come back in for a little bit of the post-game show. You're going to be here?
I'll be here for the post-game show. Super excited for that. Want to break down and dissect all the matches that we just had and maybe have a little fun as well. So I'll let Katie take my spot. Good luck to both of you.
Though. I want to hear more from you, though.
Shout outs to my team, Ink. Shout outs to the ICL. Shout outs to Wonderland for being so gracious and allowing me to be here. I never take it for granted, and I love every single opportunity to be here. Shout out to Ravensburger. Shout out to Disney Lorcana. I absolutely love this game and every single player that plays it. I will see you in the post game.
That's Keisha's Garrett, and he's got the beautiful bouncing baby curls, and I can't wait to see this Illumineer here in a couple weeks when I'm going to be down there in the DMV area in Savage City in Maryland in a few weeks. We're going to stay tuned, keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. I'll see you guys out there. Until then, Mr. Garrett, boom! And coming in, we have the incomparable, the unmatched, the witty, the Katie from the Lore Keepers in. Let's get loose. Let's get active. Don't touch that dial. Keep it locked. Katie, come on down.
Take me down to Savage City where the cards are cool and the ink is pretty. Is that good? Do you like that?
I was jamming. That was
take me home.
You gotta get up though.
They are punking you. You're gonna be like, which way to Savage City? And they'll be like, Savage City, you ain't from around here. That's how they talk up north.
I like it. I think it's mid-Atlantic though. They might got like some mid-Atlantic in there.
Transatlantic,
mid-Atlantic.
Now I did put on a Maelstrom, a little bit of a, so that way you guys know I like both of you guys. But it'd be cool. This is where I'd put something cool like a sticker if I had one. I'm just trying to bully into free merchandise because, to be fair, I support them.
Okay. But speaking of supporting them, we have another Maelstrom staple coming in here and trying to seal the deal for the home team.
Yeah.
As Sailor, I'm sailing away. Coming on in as the anchor position, probably the spot that he wants to be. The heavy stress wears on the shoulders of the leader of the team. He's gonna carry the bulk of this load and try to take it home.
He's going to Worlds, but first he's going to this game, and I am excited because this matchup, it's like M. Night Shyamalan wrote it, and I'm so excited for it. And that's all I'll say.
But Lucas will not be denied. He's not going to go out roll. He's not going to roll over.
Oh
and just
no,
give
that's
up,
why that's the twist is that we're gonna see in a moment. Oh, Sailor's got Sailor Cam. I was eating dinner and going. I don't know if can he see us? Can he?
I don't think
us?
he can see us. We can see him, but he can't see us.
But Bannable has a cam and Sailor. So honestly, if you guys have OBS, you could be doing this. And imagine how cute it would be if we could just see a little player in the corner.
I wonder what it would take for that to be the new standard of the ICL. Would that be too much? Would that be a bridge too far?
So here's the twist. Lucas just showed. Lucas said, "Hey, guess what? I'm playing your deck. How do you feel right now?"
Look at that.
What's Sailor playing?
We might have the mirror here, Katie, because I'd be shocked and surprised. Check everything because Sailor just inked an Amethyst card, followed by an Emerald card. Look at that. What do you think about that?
M. Night Shyamalan. That's what I said. This is the M. Night Shyamalan twist. So how would you feel in this position? You brought this deck and you picked your numbers. You're like, there's a chance I'll be playing Sailor. I might not though. But then you find out you're playing Sailor. How do you feel in this moment?
Honestly, if I'm Lucas, I'd feel a nice breath of relief. I'd feel relieved that I don't have to play the mirror against one of the best Ruby Sapphire players in the game. But then I'd also feel a little bit of anxiety because why is he not playing Ruby Sapphire?
What does he
and
know?
Why is he on this deck? Does he think it's that much better that he didn't bring it? I don't know.
So I think as we talked about in the pre-show, it's about the diversification of your player portfolio right now. Everybody's saying, listen, if we all depend on just one deck with one card, you can get your heart broken. We saw the Fortress Sphere heartbreak. We saw the Hiram heartbreak. And I think Sailor says, I'm never going to get my heart broken again.
And that might be something as we're going to get Ursula down on 2. And maybe, like you said, in the ICL, it's important to diversify your bonds. And maybe Sailor's preparing for the World Championship, just trying to keep everybody guessing. Because if you're a known entity like Sailor, he's one of the most famous people in the community, and you're known for doing one thing, people are going to know you're doing that one thing, and they're going to come after you. So Sailor's trying to mix it up a little bit of Amethyst Emerald. And we got the Ursula 2 comes in, snatches this how far I'll go, and pass it back on over. I think this is not too terrible.
No, and he looked at it pretty long because he said, my old friends, Maui, Manor, how are you doing? Sail, yes.
You've been betrayed.
Yes, right. So now Sailor's deck is doing the thing that I truly don't like. Is it's very violating when you play against this deck because the first turn they're like, "Hey, can I see your cards?" You're like, "Yeah." And the second turn they're like, "Show me again," but I'm taking one of them. So if you can survive this, though, you might be okay. But that it is hard. It is one of the 2 least favorite turns in Disney Lorcana is them coming right for all your goodies.
And notably, he didn't ramp on 2, had to do the all-important ramp on 3, but you do have a card to play in the form of Develop Your Brain. Thinking about another card that you need to get down into the Inkwell to get up to 4, I want to say, unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, there it is. The Maui Hero to All goes down to the Inkwell. Awkward turn, but now I think you caught up to your position where you need to be.
Sailor, or someone said, is he playing under a black light? But no, he's playing under a blue light and a red light, which together makes purple light. Science. But I like it. He's like in the vaporwave future, and he's playing a deck that of the discard decks. We have 3 big discard decks. We have the amber, the amethyst, and the steel varietals that get paired. So I'm excited to see Sailor with this amethyst one because it's one for better or worse. I think it's funny because it's like, which Diablo will you pick? And then you play like 40 Diablos, and you're like, guess what? They're all Diablos.
But it might need to be illegal for Sailor to go amethyst on purple because it just makes it very difficult to see these purple cards.
It does. Yeah, he did actually negate the colors using these lights. He said, what deck am I playing? Colorless.
He's got the amethyst, and is Elsa going down to the Inkwell? The Fox will come on in just to bounce that Ursula back to potentially start ripping those Be Prepared when you get a little later in the game. So I'll be interested if Sailor's going to ink that Ursula, or you're going to drag that Sea Witch all the way into the late games to potentially snatch those Pyrus Lice, perhaps, maybe even get into the Be Prepared. We'll see.
Yeah, and it's so interesting watching Lucas's deck because I feel like Ruby, Sapphire, for better or worse, the first 4 turns are kind of like, hey, you want to see me do one of 2 things for 3 turns? And like, it's not a very fun, exciting thing. But then after this is where I think you will want that Ursula, like you said, to say, okay, what have you been doing over there? You've been kind of filtering your hand. You've been inking things that I didn't see. So I think he will be very eager to play this Ursula. Maybe, hopefully. I mean, I don't know. I'd be dying to know what kind of mischief he's up to on his side.
And Sailor is notably kind of running out of cards a little bit. Typically, this deck shifts Diablo better than probably any other deck in the format. So to see him not have it up until this point as just like that, right on time, friends on the other side is going to come on in to kind of refill the hand a little bit. If you'd had shifted Diablo in a little bit earlier, man, that bad boy could have got a few lore. I don't think Brawl was a card available in the hand at that time. I could be wrong.
Now, a brief moment. I will say that there's someone in the chat. You cast it last week with Lorcana Mama. But in the chat, there's real Lorcana Mama. So I need to know, is that Lorcana Mama you casted with, or somebody who's salty about somebody saying they are the Lorcana Mama?
I would hope there's only one Lorcana Mama.
But someone had to make an account called real Lorcana Mama. So
yeah, it's got to be the same. I think we all know who the real Lorcana Mama is, and I think there's only one. If there's a Lorcana Mama and a real Lorcana Mama, I hope
fight it out in the comments. That could be round 4, but we see something interesting. We got the Diablo, we got the Genie, but then we saw the Ink the Ursula. So I think your suspect of this man is looking to just try to get some cards and get to a stable place is true. But Diablo's sideways, and we're on our way.
And just like in that previous game, you do have 2 very brawlable threats on the board in the form of Genie Wish Fulfilled and this Diablo Devoted Herald. You can start to draw a few cards to kind of, if this Diablo can get you 3, I think that's more than what you could ever want. But now we're getting to deep terrain. Maui Half Shark coming in. Devastating. You don't have a way to rush them on in, but you can help clear both of these characters and start generating some tremendous advantage for yourself if you are Lucas. Pivotal turn.
I know, and that's the thing that's really frustrating against Ruby Sapphire that I think makes it have with the reputation it has, is you're like, this guy's not doing anything. And then any moment, this deck is going to just jump into life. But first, we're going to see what's Grandma going to do. And Grandma says, I'm going to get rid of that fox, just slowly whittle over there, because I think some sharks might be coming, some crabs looking less likely. Well, no other crabs definitely coming.
Yeah, and the crab is inbound. If you're Sailor, you're loving this. You're like, fine, get your popsicles back, take a turn off. I have these 2 evasive characters on board. I don't want to see the Maui Half Shark. And if you do start popping these popsicles, that's just going to be more cards that Sailor's going to get, as well as Diablo is going unchecked. Maybe you got the Brawl in hand, and you might have to clear Diablo before you start running these popsicles in. And this could be where Sailor can start to turn the corner. Lucas, Volley, Hammer. Going into 7 ink, you could just blow the entire board up next turn. No, you can't, because we forgot about the Ursula.
Show me your stuff. And the answer is still pretty scary over there, because we got to buff up. We got to get to the Cove, and I don't know if we have time. We need to get the whole family in there if possible, but I don't know. We'll see if we can
that Sisu was a jump scare Sisu. We gotta make something happen. See, Sailor didn't even flinch there with the Sailor cam. I would have had a minor panic attack seeing that enchanted, beautiful Sisu hanging out tough in the far right column there.
Yeah. Yeah. So we found out the real Lorcana Mama is the one we know and love. But now I'm so scared that we're going to see real JDZ quests and real Wonderland. I'll be like, So now I'm scared that and who's the not real one? Please sit down. But either way, we're gonna see what Sailor's able to do to buff up these 3 little guys who are absolutely shaken in their boots.
And you got a couple turns, and it's just you gotta just hypnotize. You just gotta try everything you can. Maybe there's a world you can probably discard this entire hand, because you have 2 turns to make this happen. Okay, you have 1 turn for 7 ink. And then you got another turn, 8 ink. So you have some time to, maybe there's a world. I don't know if that world exists. We could just discard the whole hand. Maybe get Ursula set up.
Hades is coming. So, there's just some pain. But the thing is he's got a nice, healthy total of lore here. And he's drawn a couple cards. He's about to draw 1 here. And we'll see. I imagine the Hades might be coming for either the Diablo or the Genie. Probably the Diablo, because he wants to pop some popsicles. And you can't do that while Diablo's here.
Very true. But at the same time, you're going to be double ramping your adversary. So maybe even just taking a turn off and saying, you know what? I'm going to let my Sisu do the heavy lifting and just blast his entire board in one fell swoop, potentially, is what Lucas is thinking about going into that 8 ink turn. Just trying to keep the hand as healthy as possible to avoid a potential full-on discard. It would take a double. And we got the Brawl anyway. Never mind. Forget that's anything, as Brawl is going to come on in.
Which is, you don't need Hades when you got Brawl, which it's crazy how powerful that card can be, given that it's just a 3-cost action, and it menaces. And now he feels pretty comfortable questing with his crab, because it can not too strong over there.
Blast another popsicle in for free. Still need to have some type of inking opportunity. to potentially set up the Sisu still for next turn. And now Sailor has to completely respect it to the point so much where you just might have to just quest and pass. If you put any more, because this deck does play a bunch of small characters as well.
Yeah. So he did the double. He did the Evangelion. What's that guy? Gendo? I don't remember. But either way, he did that for a second, which, yeah. I mean, he can. The good news is, I mean, he has 3 cards in hand. The bad news is whatever is a top deck war against Ruby Sapphire, they keep drawing answers after answer after answer.
Mm-hmm.
So the recovery is the part, I think. Oh, so we see an improvise there, but that's not until the start of your next turn. So that's kind of a bummer there. But you do get a draw card. So I'll take it. And
probably, yeah, just trying to cycle some stuff and trying to find an answer. There are 3 cards in hand. So if you go sudden chill, you're on your way. Lucifer would be super tough here. If you can go Lucifer, sudden chill, your bike. Dude, I think that could be the line. And there is Cricky, a 5-cost character, but it is not the Lucifer. As we'll go ahead and take the Ursula on a little challenge into the Tamatoa. It gets a base boost by 3 to bring it up to 4. So not quite enough. Improvise, and there it is.
Yeah.
It was quite
Improvise said, I had a purpose. I'm not just a cantrip. I'm a cantrip with a plus. But yeah, to your point though, that it helps, but that genie, you're out of here, unfortunately. But Cricky is a 3/4, so Cricky is like,
and he will survive. Yeah. I think this is a great spot. So Sisu going 1 for 1 instead of the Herculean 16 for 1 like it would have gone previously. I think this is a much better situation, as you're not even going to do it. You think that that's not juicy enough. You're just going to take some turns off to make another popsicle cycle. Hey, say that 3 times fast.
Popsicle cycle. Nope, I'm out.
You're cooked.
Yeah, I'm out. But so he's doing it's funny that we were like, oh yeah, Hiram and Popsicles, the cutest power couple, but this crab in the Popsicle is also very frustrating.
Oh, they're good. They're a nice harmonic team, and you still have to respect this Sisu that you know is there. But Lucas is playing a dangerous game. We have not seen a single copy of Prince John. We have not seen a single copy of the I think we saw Hypnotize, but I don't think we've seen many sudden chills. Maybe we saw one get discarded earlier on. But if he can get that hand clear, man, if you can just have a huge discard turn, you're on your way. Over a nice little Bruno or something, just roll the dice and gamble and clear that Sisu out of there. You can start really flooding his board again in the interim.
Yeah. If he can sudden chill, he can lower the temperature enough to get that Sisu on ice and out of here. How was that? Did that work? It was hard.
That worked. Okay, that was very good. I enjoyed that.
Chill, lower temperature, Sisu on ice. It all came together.
That was beautiful. That was poetic, actually.
Ruby Ice, or no, Ruby, I forgot, but it was cute.
That went deep. Yeah, that was hard. That was like, I like that call a lot.
So he's gonna start firing. Oh, he did the thing. He touched the cards and he said no. So I do think something cool's about to happen. Or maybe he's doing just something because he doesn't want to overcommit. That's also the other issue.
Yeah, that Sisu's got you kind of in a bind, which is so crazy, because that's one of the cards that you kind of played, and there we are going to gamble. This is a pretty big risk because you are risking giving your opponent another pop sickling. But I think you just said, hey, it all is going to come down to this, and this will also free up your board to at least quest and gain 5 lore in the process without being challenged this turn, unless Maui is going to be involved.
All right, he let the dice decide.
If you can hit that Sisu here, I think I'd almost rather hit the Tamatoa, and it's the super goof. It's going to be neither.
Which is, its own kind of problem, something later that's got some reach in it, but still, that he now knows that, okay, now there's a Sisu and a Tamatoa that's going to do some popsicle shenanigans. It's pretty bad both ways. And that was all of his ink that he's going to use this turn.
But don't touch that dial. Sailor is casually holding up position at 14 lore. Let's keep that in mind, that this game does end when one player gets to 20 and you are only 6 away. So that is, if you can keep this board intact, quest it again. If they waste their turn Sisuing here, then you're going to keep the Cricky, and that's another 3-piece chicken McNugget coming your way, and you're going to be so bike. Maybe not, though.
I don't want to be bike. Okay, tell me where. So you didn't make bike?
I did not.
No. Where'd you get it?
That is a Jacksonville, Florida. Dade County stand up. I think Dade County, South Florida, and Jacksonville, Florida. They say back. They pronounce back as bike.
Well, we are bike with be prepared.
That's pretty good. Teeth and ambitions are bared.
Huh, huh. I was in the hyena choir, so that's my part. So I go, huh, 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 huh.
Okay.
that's all.
I gotta learn the rest of the lyrics.
Now, where do we fit in? Just listen to teacher.
Respect and salute. We'll work on it. I'll get it. I'll get it. It'll
Anyway,
come back to me.
so be prepared
It's in there
happened, and
somewhere.
now we have a hand with a crab and a Sisu.
And the genie comes out. So you are just trying to set some bait here as the crab going to come on in just to continue. I think Sailor's in full
Forward
on
presence.
aggro
Yeah.
town, just trying to get the Sisu played out as effectively as possible, just presenting threat after threat.
Yeah, he's done a good job playing, like being able to get value, but yeah, I wish I knew how many. He has at least 2 in his hand because he's doing something, but still.
Okay, and there it is. The Sisu has been pulled, leaving up the Krusty Krab all alone. Merlin Crab staring down a beautiful, emboldened water dragon. Enchanted. I love that artwork.
It is. It's a nice one. I mean, of that set, they were like for some of them, like the darkness, where like Cinderella's like in a dark space, but this one's cool because it looks like she's from the abyss of the ocean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't like a lot of the enchanters from that run. I'm not gonna lie.
Dark, and I like the ones that are just like exploding with color. Those are delightful. But now Sailor has what would be considered a pretty intense amount of ink for a lot of decks, where you can do a lot of the things in his deck using his 7 ink he has at his access, but. Does he want to overcommit? Because he still, even though, I mean, there's still so many things that Ruby can do that's going to make it where he can't move forward.
Absolutely. And it does also quest for 3 as well. So let's see if Sailor's going to keep this aggressive approach going. Your opponent is going to have another dynamic turn of Tamatoa 6 coming in.
Oh, so this is bad.
Oof,
now
that's real bad. That's real bad.
If he had to be prepared, if he hit like a Pirate's Life, but now he knows he has 2 removal. Just staring at him, and that is chilling.
And the Diablo is going to come on in. Just a hard play Diablo. Is it Quest Gang? Because you got the Deucer coming in. You are presenting a lot of threats. Maybe Sailor can weave this lore in. You're going up to 15 potentially if you exert this crab, but everything you exert, you're probably going to lose. And for the next turn, you're going to be losing multiple characters. Deucer is coming in. Hades Inferno Schemer's coming in. You're going to get your board taken from you. So potentially you can even challenge and you're going to leave it ready and pass. I think that's
and that
correct.
has to feel stressful because I mean, he knows that like you said, like there's the Medusa, the Hades, something's going to get chomped this turn. And so it's kind of that like, yeah, if you turn it sideways, it's vulnerable. If you don't quest with it, you might lose that lore forever. So I'm not envious of the position that Sailor's in, especially because he doesn't have many options to reach with his deck that we've seen so far, where you get that boost of lore in one turn.
Maybe he's trying to set up an outside go-go play. I know this deck can play go-go, go-go on the go. What's her code name?
Go-go
Tamago, let's go.
I'll never know after all of that.
That's a good one. Go-go, I'll never know. That's
Go-go, I'll never know. Well, yeah, it's Go-go Tamago, which is egg in Japanese. Fun fact. All right, so we're improvising and drawing a card and saying, what else can I draw? And the answer is...
Look at improvise, though. Actually getting some utility in the strategy, not just clearing those elusive characters or those illusion characters. You're actually getting some value. And look at that. Elsa coming in with the tap down.
That was quite clean. And that Diablo got the crab's dying wish of a boost.
Look at that.
And then said, my last act in Will and Testament will be to clear your board. I don't have to be prepared, but I have creativity.
And Sailor is fighting. So now you are going to force in the Hades, the Inferno Schemer, perhaps, or maybe another Shishu, or we're going to take a turn off to go ahead and establish this Tamatoa. Happy as a clam to just draw some cards and refill our hand. Yeah, hate to see it. I'm sure Sailor's done that to a lot of people before. He's probably hates to be on the other side of that in his late game situation. You knew it was coming.
That is one of the more painful things of playing a deck that you're familiar with, is you're kind of playing 2 games at once. You're playing your deck, but then you're playing like, what would I do? What would I do? And I think that's the sign that you're a good player, but the anxiety of it can be a lot because you're thinking about all possibilities, all permutations of all deck lists, and then your own deck too.
And we are going to take a little bit of a down tempo, just a little bit, as we're going to hard cast the friends from the other side. We have 5 more ink available to us. I think that's 4 on the board, but you have the opportunity to ink, and you'll pay another 2 for the Diablo with a little quest in there.
Yeah, and now it's kind of interesting because if we do play the Hades, that Diablo it could be a problem. It could shift into something that's annoying. But Elsa is her own sort of issue. So now at least there's a choice. Having 2 characters makes it where it's not just like, well, yeah, I'm going to Hades exactly what's on the board.
Yeah, gained a lore in the process. I think every little piece of lore that you can squeeze out of this position, I'm sure Sailor is just going to be here for it. Elsa gets one. Maybe this Diablo can get one. Your board is quite evasive. And sometimes they just don't have it. And you can just maybe go for 2 a couple times, and that could potentially be enough. Potentially. There's a chance.
Potentially. There's a chance. You're saying there's a chance.
Shift Elsa. How crazy would that be if you had that?
That'd be pretty cool. People aren't brave enough these days, but maybe we'll see it.
You're right, Kate. I agree with you. What happened to courage?
Well, here we see. I always am so amazed because I'm always like, how much ink do you need? And the answer with Ruby Sapphire is more. But Diablo Hades comes down. Is he going for the Diablo or is he going for that Elsa?
I mean, I guess both of them have their own unique threatening capabilities. I think you almost have to send this Elsa just for the potential of the shift. I think if you believe that there's any percent of a chance that Sailor could just have the shift for a shift and a quest, I think you gotta do it. It goes into your inkwell, face down, exert it, because that's what Hades does. Let's get that Elsa. Let's get the judge involved.
Save her. Oh wow, he tossed it as if, sure, ooh, I'll take ink, and then so yeah, now the pressure's on because that bird can't do much on his own, so we will need to get that bird a shift in or something, because yeah, that McDuck Manor, you almost have to just ignore it or find a crab, I guess, because it's hard. It's a big tempo miss if you start swinging for that manor.
Yeah, I think at this point, I think Sailor is all in on the quest plan, just trying to continue to extract lore as much as possible and hope your opponent just does not have the removal required, and just try to just get there that way, because I don't think you're going to be able to gain enough strength unless you have a series of crickies coming in. We saw the ICL on a Monday, or excuse me, ICL on a Monday where we had Mo coming in with quadruple crickies. Maybe you're on that type of energy.
Quadruple quirky, yeah. I mean, yeah, if you start to do the math where you're like, okay, how much would I need right now? And the answer is a lot. Now crab, that's a great start.
That's a good start.
2 crabs. Wow.
Okay.
So
that's anything.
That's a beefy bird. That's a 7 strength bird.
And he's got challenger as well. So he's 6, 7 plus 2, 3, 9. That's a 9 piece.
So that is one way to get rid of McDuck Manor in one turn. Is you take your bird, you give him challenger, then you give that bird 3, and then you give that bird 3 more.
And he shifted as well.
That was very. I mean, man.
That heads up.
So this is making it look like Sailor's like, yeah, this is my number 1 deck. This is always, you guys know me as an Emerald Amethyst player, right? That's what I'm famous for.
Yeah, I'm German. I'm German as well. You know,
I'm German. This is Artifacts with a ponytail. Yeah. We have Artifacts with a mustache, which was Mo. This is Artifacts with a ponytail and a beard.
Actually, Artifacts. Okay. And this Diablo is seeming to be somewhat generally safe, as Sailor is representing 3 lore. So if you can keep this board, what are the chances he keeps his board intact and gets a nice hearty quest in next turn?
I feel like something has to go, because I mean, he has lots of spot removal in his deck. So between but
at the same time, if you blast another Be Prepared here, I think you're fine with that, because you're losing way more resources than Sailor at this point. As you are questing, it seems like a prep might be inbound.
I'm so scared. Yeah, because I mean, I don't know. Is he that desperate yet, or would he wait one more turn? Nope.
Oh,
he said, I'm prepared. Station. Yeah. This is an interesting game, because we are now a total of 23 minutes into this game, and they are now almost to top deck mode. And he says, you got any more songs, please? And the answer is yes. There's one. That's going to be quite nice. Now, another card that's a little frustrating to see here is that Super Goof, because he's going to be pinging some lore gain.
Pinging some damage. And I think if you have the ink and you don't have the play available, I think it's almost, you just got to jam this Pirate's Life now. You're going to greed up, though. You're going to put out the Maui Half Shark with the Pirate's Life in hand. Greed. And you got Diablo. Is there a punish for this Pirate's Life in hand with the Ursula with the Pinch John set up? They never let it go. And he let it go with the hard
he has no cards. Yeah.
That's brutal. I guess he didn't have it.
So now he just has to say, don't clear my board. Don't do anything, please. Because, and he says, I'm going to absolutely clear it. That was painful. Oh, no, your eyes are tearing up. Oh, and he's Pirate Life and
just panic on it. And it's your own guys, man. It'd be your own guys, dude.
Yeah. And the Sailor has to be like, man, that's a good deck. But either way, no matter what, he wins, right? Because if he loses, he knows that deck is good, and he's like, man, that is a beautiful deck, and there's a reason I fell in love with you. But there's still another game here, and all he has to do is win 2 more games, and Lucas is gonna be feeling.
But he was on the play. No, Sailor was on the draw that time, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, and Sailor didn't get
he
didn't get that engine going. I mean, a lot of these Emerald decks like to have that synergy of, a Prince John with the discard, anything like that. And he never really got to do like the cool stuff. He did get to turn a Diablo sideways briefly, and he got to do improvise and challenge, but he didn't. I think his deck could be a lot more punishing than we saw it be in round 1.
Right. And like we said earlier, I think this deck can shift Diablo probably better than the Emerald stick, probably better than all of the other Emerald decks. Because it just has access to so many more copies of Diablo, and it's very consistent in that. You didn't see him bring a Diablo in until much, much later in the game. So had he came out, shifts Diablo a bit early, got a ton of cards in early, and just established that board much earlier. Like what the stuff he was doing turn 6 and 7, had he done that turn 1, 2, and 3, I think he'd have been in a much, much, much better spot, because he definitely dragged that thing along, and it almost got there. As Lucas Volley Hammer, what does he need to see, Katie, to keep that party train rolling?
I mean, he needs a better curve out. I mean, in this case, he missed his ramp on turn 2. So I think there's a chance where he might get disrupted, because I think one of the things that he's going to want and not want is a brawl, because he wants to get rid of that Diablo just on site if possible. But then the problem is, if he's playing a brawl, he's taking a turn to play brawl. So I think it's kind of a catch-22, but I do think he will, just want to stay calm, ramp, get a nice solid board or ink pool, where then he can do whatever he needs to do to deal with the madness that Sailor's going to try to throw at him.
For sure. I'm also think he's going to want that Shark as well, just to help answer this Diablo. But we saw Sailor using those improvises to maximum effectiveness, along with the other evasive suite of characters that he has. So he can clear that Maui half Shark a lot easier than a lot of strategies can as well. So I think it's going to be another pretty good matchup. I think it's going to come down to who wants it more, aka who gets the best cards, and how those lines match up against each other.
And who says get rid of some cards too, because as we saw, every card in the upper curve of Lucas's deck is like bad. You don't want to see Medusa, you don't want to see Maui, you don't want to see Tamatomo, you don't want to see Hades, and you don't want to see Sisu, and that's quite literally his entire deck past turn 5. So discard, I think, is going to be really his number 1 priority in this matchup.
Exactly. I think that's correct. Getting to the discard plan early, breaking up the how far I'll go, try to just stun your opponent at 5 ink and just have them top decking before they can get to that Maui half Shark setup, or just have a clean ask for it, Elsa exert into some crab shenanigans, etc., and just clear him before he can start plussing. Tamatoa, you can't have him out here popping like crazy, doing that whole thing and getting more cards. It's just not going to work out most of the time, at least what I've noticed.
Oh man, sorry. I saw that they revealed the Into the Unknown Enchanted.
Is that what it was?
Unknown. Yeah.
One more time.
Into the that's a tough one. And then she died and her head popped. But either way,
well, that was pretty good.
Cool. It's a really high one. But yeah, they said that. Okay, so this is a little behind the scenes. Elsa, they said, was like incredibly challenging because they had to find somebody that sang as good as Adina Menzel or Adele Dazeem in every language, and so like it was really hard to find like dozens of Elsas because it was a really, really, really powerful high range. But here we go. What is this hand? What are you feeling looking at this hand?
I'm feeling you got the Tipo, you got the Popsicle, you got the Tipo, you got a 4-turn play, you got the crab in hand. I think this hand is probably the best possible hand Lucas could have wanted. I think it's a great hand for Lucas. Sailor has to be disappointed to see that because you have everything that you want. Ursula coming in can take your Be Prepared, but you'll put the Pirate's Life down just to get that thing to avoid the Ursula and get some ink in there. I think the hand's great for Lucas.
Yeah, it has all the greatest hits. But to be fair, decklist is it's tricky because there's very few cards that I see. I'm like, oh, good. But I mean, you have the curve, and if you have the curve, that's enough where you're like, okay. But what is he taking here?
And he will. Oh, sorry. Oh, here's how far I'll go.
He does, and so I mean, you gotta kind of start here. This is a good place to start, and then we can whittle away. And now, is he gonna shift this? Yep, he is. Okay, he says, don't even finish your sentence. I'm going to shift. And then I'm going to sing. Wow.
Beautiful, beautiful turn for Sailor as he does get a little shift singing, and you're able to nab that how far I'll go before, because you figured the T-Pow is going to come in, that Be Prepared was going to get tucked on into the Inkwell face down and exert it this next turn. So you probably wanted to play the Ursa no matter what, and you just had the nice little bonus surprise of hitting this how far I'll go, and that is probably going to be key for you. And the Diablo is activated, so this is a great turn for Sailor to kind of start generating that advantage, drag this thing into the early game, just like we talked about in the post-game analysis of that game number 1. And this is a much better position.
Yeah, he's fine. He's got his engine started here, and he says, you know what? You know what's better than one Diablo? Diablos.
Is that? I gotta ask though. Do you hear that in the background? It sounds like it's.
Yeah, I need to shut the window. It's someone.
Oh, it's someone cutting grass. Oh, it's you. It's fine.
Like, as loud as they can. You know.
I thought it was a baby crying.
I mean, it's me crying internally.
Okay.
That someone's like, I gotta trim this grass right outside this window right now.
It's like 9 o'clock.
It's Friday, and this person's like, party, like whatever. I guess we're in the suburbs, so
that's crazy.
People have fun different ways out here.
You guys have an HOA out there?
Yeah, we do. They're driving around, and they're like, yeah, quick, they're coming. Either way, so
9 p.m. cutting the grass on a Friday. Let's lock in onto some ICL and put them hedge clippers down there.
Yeah, once they stop, the viewer will go up by 1. We'll be like, thank you. All right, so he's still ramping. He's still drawing. He's like, listen, I just need to get the answers. Yeah, this is not my favorite that you've got Diablos, but I'm still ramping. I'm still here.
Mm-hmm. And now you're going to have the double Diabloing coming in, and you're just going to draw a jillion, million, billion cards, and you're just going to completely outvalue your adversary here. Even if they can somehow turbo ramp into this Sisu, you're actually not going to carry, because by that time you're going to have so many cards in your hand and your position is going to be so solidified that you're just going to be able to outvalue your opponent no matter what. So this is looking all aces for Sailor at this point. And if I'm Lucas, I'm already thinking about hitting the evacuation button and getting back onto the play and hoping this doesn't happen again.
Yeah, to be fair, someone's like, it's 6:40, and I'm wait till you find out about time zones. Time math, you're gonna freak out once you find out about it, because it's hard and I can't do it. But it is 7:40 here, which is still, the sun's down, like almost, whatever. Okay. So, you know, either way, it was not hot today, so we can discuss this in the post game. But and there we see the brawl, and they're all, I mean, obviously Ursula's the lowest on the priority, but one of these Diablos is gonna.
I think brawling Ursula here is such a Chad maneuver.
Yeah, right. Be like, you know what? I don't like her.
Just get her out of here, man. I don't care about these other guys. As we are going to continue to press on, taking a little turn off to brawl, like you said, pretty down tempo, but you do what you got to do just to take off some of that drawing engine. You'll pay 2. Ooh. Ursula comes in again.
We have 3 cards in hand, and I feel like, so he did ink that B prep that we saw earlier. Mm-hmm. And so he says, I don't get anything, but we're about to see a super goof if you turn that Ursula sideways.
Right, and we are setting up for a potential Sisuing as we check the hand, and we're going to friends again. So Sailor's probably got 19 cards in hand at this moment. I can't count, but there's got to be a lot of units over there in the grip.
Which makes sense, because a lot of these cards synergize together with your discard package and trying to get extra value off of that, and then trying to get some crickies and some improvised to get rid of these big bodies that he knows is coming no matter what. Mm-hmm. So more cards, more options, but still, I think he probably wants to rip at least one of those cards out of his hands if he can.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out how much lore can he gain as we ink the supervise or for hypnotize, improvise for hypnotize. Okay, my bad.
And supervise, which is what we're doing. Actually, no, the judges are supervising.
The judges are supervising the improvise on the hypnotize, as we'll kick the super goof out there, and you're putting all your eggs into the Sisu basket again. You got a long way to get to the emboldened warrior. No, what's her name? Daring visitor? No, what's her name?
So it's empowered sibling.
Empowering sibling. Yeah, there it is.
There's a few Lorcana cards where I feel like they did it on purpose to like try to get you. And there's empowered sibling and emboldened warrior. Yeah. I always get them confused. And then there's 2 Prince Philips that are emerald and look exactly the same. They're striking the same pose. I'm like, hey guys, I have to sort my collection. All right.
And we did get a little bit of damage in with the T-Pow for a little value heal instead of the random pop. I like that technique a lot. So you're not giving up 2 cards in hand, double discard here. and I think it might just be Jover. We haven't seen a sudden chill just yet.
Yeah, and that would really be painful. I mean,
I guess you gotta kick is it kick Popsicle Gang?
Kick Popsicle Gang. What's that? Are we
throw
in
it out?
Oh yeah.
He hypnotized and tossed a popsicle. So you're gambling, huh? Because you got to get 2 inks in a row, and your opponent has to miss discard 2 times in a row for the Sisu to pop off. But I guess it is your one and only win condition. I think if Sailor can rip that Sisu from hand, you can pretty much call GG here. Or if you draw a brick next turn, uninkable, you're cooked.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Someone messaged the other one that's kind of mean is that they have Ursula and Deceiver Evolve, and they don't shift onto each other. They didn't point out that part, but that part is like, hey. But yeah, so we see a Diablo going down. We see a Hypnotize. Oh,
what is this?
A Fox.
It is the Fox. We're bouncing the Deceiver, and then we're going to go ahead and clean up the Tipo basically for free. And there is no other card to be played. So you did miss the discard turn number 1. That is something. Do you have some ink though? And we're going to say now. So we're readying. We're not giving up.
Yeah.
You got ink.
Which is tricky because I don't know how a tie would affect the playoff standings or anything like that. But I mean, we are 24 minutes. The first game did take over 24 minutes. So I don't know. We're going to see how this turn goes. But I think this will determine. Oof.
Oh, so we're going to keep the gamble train rolling. We're not going to ink the Maui. We're just going to leave ourselves trapped with the Sisu and roll the dice again and see if it pays out in dividends. Because he's got to have a ton of cards in hand. 24 minutes left. I think I'm getting out of here still, Katie.
Yeah, because I just want to get to the part where I feel good again.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't feel good. You're making me feel kind of nauseous. You got he felt good because he had that dragon in his hand, and now he's like, I feel scared again.
Yeah, I think I'm out of this game. I'm trying to force a game number 3 to potentially win this thing because I think a draw really does nothing for you or your organization at this point. Even though you are up a game, if you would have to draw right now, and I know there's going to at least be a game number 3, but you might not be able to finish.
Yeah, and I think he has to do the math with this top deck, and he got a brawl, which is nice, but not going to win the game. So he says, let's do it. Time to drop the Vala Hammer and go to round 3. Yeah, thank you. I will say I did a set champ, and there was an ice cream shop at it. And so I did go to Scoop City, but I still got top 8. So how fun is that?
Was there an ice cream? Was the ice cream shop named Scoop City though?
No, it's called Dice. So the store is called Dice Guys, and their ice cream store is called Ice Guys. Yeah.
Are they a team, like a team ownership kind of thing? Are they friends?
No. Well, no, they're all in one. So like you have to enter the game store to get to the ice cream.
Gotcha. That seems like a messy situation.
It was. I did get a little scoop of ice cream, and then they're like, all right, round 3 pairings are up, and I'm like, what have I done? Because like you don't. It's just,
you gotta eat ice cream. It's not a very
class. Yeah.
Because I went to a tournament down in Oregon. It was at a place called what is it called? I can't think of it. But there was a restaurant inside of the card store, and you could order food and you could sit down and play. It was Mock's boarding house, and it had restaurants inside and like a little cafe situation. It was a really cool environment, but it was very messy. Like people were eating and like playing. I was like, can we grow up? We got drinks all over the table, people spilling their drinks and getting on people's decks and stuff.
You gotta have like sippy cups in that situation. Be like, hey, you have all the lids. They must be like the kind like the toddlers have where they can't turn it upside down.
All right, no drinks on the table. Put them all on the floor. I like Mock's boarding house. It's a really cool spot. But it's just the food and the food getting your sleeves all dirty. I don't know. Maybe it's me.
It's rough. Now, this place, they do have a restaurant capability, but the tournament, they slowly will move you further and further back. I'll see everything past this point would be slander, but all fair. But yeah, the tournament, they're like, I don't care what you guys are doing. We got customers. And you're like, oh, okay, let me take my cards back here. It's really
and it's all I do think that's an awkward feeling though too from time to time.
Yeah, when you're like, I'm sorry, I'm here.
When you're playing like the Disney Lorcana, like me as a guy, I'm older, I'm a little older. You know what I'm saying? I'm playing Disney Lorcana. People are walking in, doing their thing, and they're observing you because it's an interesting thing because everyone is going to recognize Ariel.
Yeah.
And you see me playing Ariel, I'm like, oh, what is this guy doing?
Got the double hand behind and then go, what you playing?
What you guys doing over
there? Is that like Pokemon? And you're like, I don't know. Yeah, kind of. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
It's fun.
Well,
it's not that big of a deal.
It's kind of like can you not talk to me? I don't know why I get so embarrassed.
Yeah. Well, because it's just a lot to explain really fast.
Yeah.
But speaking of fast, we got 20 minutes, and we know that both players, I don't think either of them want this to go to time. I just don't think anybody likes that, especially at this point. Maybe round 1, you'd be like, it happens. But this is round 4, so it doesn't happen. You got to go.
This is round 3?
Yeah, this is round 4, right?
Is it round 4? Is it? Oh, match 4. Round 4. It is round 4. Oh,
so yeah,
man.
I'm just doing lots of numbers. So yeah, it's like
My bad,
round 4,
my bad.
but it's also round 3, and it's also game 3. So it's like, what are we? But
3, 3, 4.
So yeah, mock sporting house. Anyway,
Let's do it. Let's do it. Round. Let's lock in. Let's lock in. And what's happening here though? What is? Are they conversing? Are they
doing the shuffle where
prize-
like? Yeah, I think they're
prize
shuffling.
split?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're like, let's split. Let's
Let's
take a split and head home early.
Let's take a prize split. An intentional draw is insane in the ICL. We're not gonna have it. Okay. No ID.
I mean, that'd be so funny. Our first ID, we're like, the judges are like, they just said that they're gonna ID, and you're like,
No,
the rule book. We didn't make a rule book.
Pick up your cards and play, scoundrel.
I did go to a tournament once where they said there's no IDs. I was like, so what do we do? And they're like,
I love
play. And I'm like,
I don't wanna.
yeah, I don't. It's against both of our best interests. I'm like, come on. This is,
Do it.
Yeah. Oh, so we see him miss.
Oh.
Oh no, he didn't. No, he got.
He hit the popsicle.
Sorry. Woo. I didn't see.
I didn't
it,
see
but
what
there
went
was.
down into the inkwell there. But I'm
It
sure
was a
we're
let
gonna
it go.
It was a let it go.
Ooh,
Let
and
go
a
to the
crab.
inkwell.
And that crab is
Not a 1-cost play.
yeah,
It's a
and he
slow
runs
tempo,
8
so-
1 costs in there, so that has to feel. Well, no, he runs 11 1 cost, so that feels stinky.
But that feels a little bit better for Sailor there, who has to be feeling quite good to see your adversary not get a ramp in on 2. Playing Visions on 2, you know what to do. Scoop.
Yes, it's over.
It's never scoop.
ID.
Is it too late to ID?
Yeah, yeah. You start playing, you're like, I think we're ID. But either way, we do see a Maui getting 2, which is kind of like, ooh. 'Cause as we know, Maui is a great way to get out of some of these little weenier cards. And so here we go. Let's see what you got in your hand.
Boom,
We
boom,
have visions,
boom.
vision. Oh, I can't see anything. We lost
Oh.
all our vision.
The ha-
Oh, there
the-
we go.
The
So,
hand is not looking good.
it's a rough one.
This is looking pretty poor there for Lucas, as game 2 looked a lot better. Game 1 was perfect. This one is suboptimal. I think you missed ramp in 2 of your games. You got it on 3 last time. Maybe you can get it on 3 again. You still have some opportunities to find it here, as you are going to vision up, quickly grabbing it. Maybe this is that ramping option that you need desperately to advance this game a little bit.
Yeah, Tipo, if you can hear us, Tipo. Okay.
And it's Sail. Sail!
Yeah, someone
He
did say that he's the top deck master. He has the monster top decking. So maybe that's, he just has the magic of the hot hands for some ramp.
Sometimes you got to be lucky, and missing it on 2, getting it on 3 in multiple games, that doesn't feel as bad, but still not great. I already forgot all the cards that were in hand. I'm sure you have a photographic memory. You already have those things locked in. Can you remember anything that Lucas has in the
There
grip right now?
was a Sisu. There was a brawl. There
Okay.
was and a shark. Those are the things I
Shark.
remember. There was like 2 develop your brains and 1 vision, a brawl, a shark, and the other thing I said, Sisu. So some pretty expensive ones in there. You gotta earn. You gotta start saving up. And he's on a good start. He's got boring. So I think stabilizing. We're
You're on
stabilizing.
your way. You're on your
Mhm.
way. I think you have an IQ of 160 minimum. I think that is very good of your brain to be able to.
Yeah, that was kind of scary.
those-
Like I was like, you said, do you have photographic memory? I'm like, yes, and I didn't. That was cool.
You nailed it.
What a
I'm
surprise for
impressed.
me. What a
I'm
surprise for
impressed.
me personally, because I'm holding it. I'm barely holding it together otherwise. So yeah, Sailor's kind of going, what do I have that's gonna really put the pressure on? Not a Diablo. He could go wide. I mean, that's one of the cool things of having those little birds is he could do a turn where he just scatters the board with birds, but he didn't have it on turn 1. So
And I guess you're probably trying to preserve this Ursula Deceiver, perhaps, because whatever you play, your opponent's going to have this really weird 5-turn play, and Brawl is probably going to be a great unit to put down. And Sailor's probably not trying to walk headlong into a known Brawl entity. So maybe trying to keep the Deceiver of all hidden. Maybe Diablo, you're trying to keep that hidden as well. Interesting 3rd ink turn. For
yeah, and
Sailor.
you can tell he is in the tank. They call it. In the
Mhm.
tank. I like that because I'm assuming it's a think tank.
Think tank.
Not
Yeah.
not at like a Panzer tank and be like he's in the tank. You're like, oh,
Maybe like a
but-
fish tank too. I'll go fish tank.
I think it's a think tank. It can't be any other thing because it can't be like a battle tank. It can't be a fish tank because why are you in there?
Oh, just
All right.
trying to hang out.
So pay
Vibing.
2 ink. Did he do the Ursula with that?
No,
he
this
just
is
paid
2 ink. Just a vibe here. Maybe trying to jam a sudden chill.
It's just floating.
Just hanging out tough. Oh no, we're gonna ready it back up.
Man,
is he lagging between his hand cam and his face cam?
No, I think he's truly playing both decks at the same time. He's like trying to think through all the permutations. Now this Prince John is smart because that brawl cannot touch Prince John, so that is a nice little treat here, which then kind of puts the pressure off Lucas to play it, so he can play Grandma, whatever. Grandma is gonna get some cards.
And he will be able to potentially set up some discard for some value next turn.
Yeah.
And you did see the Ursula come on down, and it didn't see a song, so maybe there's a low chance they get to the How Far I'll Go this next turn. But if he can sing How Far I'll Go, or not even, I think he can establish the Shark next turn because you ramp so late. Just putting the Shark down, and hopefully your opponent can't answer that thing cleanly, and Shark can stun this board for a little bit of time as we are at 15 minutes left in the round.
Yeah, and I think both of them are kind of feeling that like, ugh. So he just quickly did he ready his ink at the end of the turn, or no? Because it's Sailor's turn right now, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Lucas, what are you doing with the readying your ink at the end of the turn? It hurts my brain.
I hate it.
I know, but you're allowed to do it legally. But like, here we go. I don't know, Ellie, if you can hear me.
I don't think you are. I think you should. It's good practice. I understand why people do it, just to save a little bit of time. As Maui's going to get ripped, Prince John will trigger, activate his ability to draw another card. I think it just saves a little bit of time, but I just hate it. I don't like it at all.
We got Beth. Beth is our judge tonight, so
shout out to Beth.
I know. Shout out to our judges. Once again, like they're just here being like, I am gonna be the one to make this fair and great, and they do it. And
have we had Beth before? Is this their first time in the dojo? I don't think I've had an opportunity to meet Beth or hang out with Beth before. But shout out to Beth.
I think she's been like apprenticing, so I think she's been on a few. But I don't know if she's our lead one. But you're right, she's in there. She's in there with Phil. But Phil's always somehow ambiently with us. Like
Phil's training. He's trying to build the judge community over here through the ICL. This is a great opportunity. So if anyone is interested in potentially being a judge, I say you reach out to Phil. Maybe we can get you to test it up, and you can come out here and start swinging the gavel potentially if that's something that you want to do. We always need some judges here in the ICL and also in the game. Get out here and get your judge on.
Oh, so we saw the genie, we got a card draw, and we're just moving and chugging along here. Now that Prince John is an investment because Prince John by himself, not so cool. Now we did get to draw a card off of him, but he can't turn sideways unless everything's safe, unless everything's gone, and also there's no Maui. So pretty much like he can't until the end of the game, which is kind of a frustrating thing to have.
Maybe we're trying to dig for another How Far I'll Go to just continue to advance the position a little bit. Popsicle draws. If Grandma can sing here, you can potentially start setting up, brawl up the genie. You knew it was there, and Grandma is going to banish the Ursula. So Grandma not singing, I think you'll accept that if you are Sailor, understanding that Sisu is a viable target. Maybe you can flood some more discard, continue to shake up that hand a little bit and get some more value with this Prince John. But this position is looking quite slow. 12 minutes left in time. We still got plenty of time to figure it out. As Ursula is coming in, if you rip the How Far Go, you got to scoop, and it's be prepared. Oof.
Which is, he's got two pretty annoying cards in his hands to have to deal and play around because Sisu gets right around Prince John's ward, but he's at 6 ink, so we have a little bit of a safety net here.
Can you keep discarding before it happens? Or how far? I think it's How Far I'll Go coming off the tizzy would just be an absolute mess. If this Grandma Tala can sing it, it will do so much to ramp and double ramp next turn. But even if you jam this Maui Half Shark, it'll kind of set up make Bruno a little bit better. But Sailor's saying you don't got it. You'll never get it. Maybe that's showing Inkling that Sailor might already have the answers to clear this Sisu.
We've seen Lucas has the magic top deck, so let's see what he's got. And the answer is no. He got Shark, which is still good. I mean, Shark is something that now puts the pressure on the other side of the board to be like, hey, there's a shark in the water. Keep your feet out of the water and don't swim. But we'll see.
So the Shark is up. We know Sisu is roaming in hand. I don't believe that you inked that turn. So you're still kind of hanging out here at 6 ink, just very reminiscent of what happened in the previous game. So you need to make something happen to get this Sisu online, because Sisu is a great card, but if you can't play the thing, it doesn't matter. And Prince John is up. Will the discard flow, Katie?
I mean, I'm sure he's hoping for it. But we see a crab coming down, which makes you believe that he wants to do something very cool, which might be a sudden chill right now. Because I wouldn't ink that crab otherwise if I didn't have. Oh, he did ink the crab. Okay, well.
He had
Never
to do
mind.
it. Leaving 2 floating ink, that would have been a great sudden chill, and you cannot exert this board. And you, in the face of this Maui half shark, as we will send out the Deucer, uninkable again off the top. The Deucer comes in to banish the Diablo, and that is just not going to be enough. And you're electing not to exert the shark either into the face of this cricky crisis that you might run into.
Yeah, and so I was kind of thinking that the crab would be, you know, nice because eventually shark has to turn sideways, probably. So it's kind of like that chicken situation. And once that shark is sideways, you got one shot to just get him out of here. But he's staying upright for now, which means we got 10 minutes to break a stalemate.
10 minutes. I think that could be enough time. If you can draw a how far I'll go with some ink and go for a Sisu, you can just completely blow this game wide open, and Sailor is stunned. He cannot really do anything. But if we're going to make this thing happen, we got to pick up the pace of play for both players a little bit just to speed it up, or just keep doing what you're doing and just go to a draw. I think they're both playing at a pretty decent rate in my IMO.
Well, especially because I mean they're kind of in like decisions where if you do it wrong, you lose. So it's kind of
you will lose again.
So and it makes you think that he wanted to do an Elsa at some point, but I don't know. I mean, the Elsa would be not still great because you got some little noodle arm characters out here.
Yeah, you're playing with fire. As friends on the other side, just going to get hard casted. Cannot risk an exertion. Maybe you can get some bounce and quest and take the genie back potentially. You are sitting at 1 lore. Okay, that is not going to get it done. Both players locked in at 6 ink. You are hoping to not see a how far I'll go coming off the top. That would just be brutal for that next turn as another Diablo comes in.
Yeah, and I mean, luckily he's in the position where he knows that Lucas with so little cards in hand doesn't want to be prepared. But he doesn't have to because 1 lore's on board. So we'll see what he's about to do with the cards he has. Okay.
And we are going to vision game 1 with Maui. You have to. What are you digging for? Because you got to start inking too. I guess you need something. You don't want to keep playing cards, Katie. At a certain point, you're going to have to put something down to the inkwell to get this Sisu played before it gets ripped.
Yes, and he's definitely in this deck. Seeing this turn and he's at 6 is not typical. That's how I'll put it. Typically, you see this deck have more ink than that, but he seems.
And he found it, Katie. Oh no, he gets it. How far I'll go. So this, if you can, how far I'll go, ink whatever, ink the other card, no matter what, we're getting a Sisu next turn. And that can just be dynamic next turn. So Sailor's got to make something incredible happen, or this game might be over, I think.
Well, he did some card draw. So, I mean, if he has only 2 cards in hand, all he has to do is 2 discards. And he probably wants to ink. He has to ink, right? So, I mean, he's going to have ink. 1 card in hand. So, Ooh, that's how I'd feel. Ooh. Oh, so he has 3. So he chooses not to ink just purely based off of
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess you can ink next turn and play it. So you probably can keep your hand. I think that play is a little bit better. Keep your hand a little bit juiced, and just in case a Bruno ink comes or a Hypnotize comes, you have more options to discard. And hopefully your deck just doesn't fail you and leaves you with an inkable card to play this Sisu next turn. So this is grotesque. Let's see how Sailor breaks this down. I would love to if you could just run 4 discard cards, just play all the discards you can and clear that hand right now. Still can't exert with this crass shark just standing there menacingly.
You know, scary. He's just been standing. Well, he's kind of jumping. He's kind of like a freeze frame at the end of a movie, going like, hey. Sorry, he's chi-hooing.
Is that what it's called?
Well, it says that's the power is chi-hoo.
Maybe you can start a trend. Chi-hoo trend.
No, that was like a trend on TikTok for somebody and they didn't like it.
But chi-hoo trend?
Yeah, like a lady went to a premiere of Moana and she like got really into it. She's like, chi-hoo! And people were like,
was that insensitivity type?
It was just it wasn't a good look. It wasn't a good vibe.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna start that trend.
Okay.
I think it's already played out. But here we go. He's still digging. And
he's still digging. Interesting.
I'm
very interested by that. I am interested by that continued dig situation here. As we are dig 6 minutes left, you have to start to establish a win condition. And I think it starts with the Sisu. Is there a world that he doesn't have the Sisu in hand? Like what? I'm confused. Did he lose the Sisu somehow?
He's like, listen, I just okay. So that's
Okay.
something. We're gonna gain some lore off, 3 lore off of this just by playing it. Rather singing it in this case. So he sings it, gets a lore for Maui, gets a lore for, or 2 lore, and then Sailor goes, "That didn't hurt. I don't have a lot over here. In fact, if anything, it almost hurts my feelings."
So maybe Sailor just doesn't have the access to the discard cards you need. He's probably got a ton of cards in hand that just aren't useful in this scenario. And now the Sisu is just so imminent, man. It's going to be such a powerful play. You're talking clearing a ton of cards. If I'm Sailor, you might have to just cash this board in right now. Just go cricky mode and just clear what you can, because you know Sisu's about to come in and completely go 360 off the backboard on you, and you just can't do nothing about it.
Yeah, and I just want him to. Oh, is he Elsing or Bruno? I don't know. 5. What could it be?
I mean, if it's
nothing.
Lucifer, you're bike, dude. If it's Lucifer here, you are back and active, I think, if you have it. I don't know if your opponent, I don't know if Lucas has been playing around a potential Lucifer-ing, but if you can play Lucifer, draw 2 with this Prince John, we're going to overtime here. 5 minutes left.
Ugh. So yeah, he's doing the math of like, what can I challenge? What can I, how does this work out in my favor? And it's rough. That Maui Shark really changes the math, because being evasive is cool, but not if there's Maui Shark. And having Prince John is cool, but not if you don't have discard. So it's a lot of cards where it's like, this would be so cool if I wasn't against what I am right now.
Yeah. And we're going to go for it. We're going to Bruno. We're gambling. Bringing the Maui Half Shark back to the hand just to rip. If you can hit this Sisu, you might be back.
And if we can get, when he draws a card, what if he can get a discard off of the Bruno discard card draw?
We'll take 4. It's the Chi-Hu. The Maui Half Shark is going to get discarded.
Shuts down the recursion with the Pirate's Life, which just feels good. We can breathe a little in the quest.
And we'll open up your evasive characters to quest a bit as well. So that's another good thing for you, as you can go ahead and get exerted there. Diablo can draw before Sisu can annihilate you, and you'll do that. You will quest aggressively with all your glimmers going up to 6. We're all knotted up. 3 minutes left. I think we're going into draw terrain, which is just going to be misery incarnate, I must say.
Yeah. I mean, so it's Sisu time. He knows it. They know it. So that clears the board pretty handily. But Sailor's been preparing for this the past 3 turns. So I have a feeling that he's ready to play what's happening now, because he's been mentally getting ready for this.
And it was telegraphed. You saw it all the way from turn. I believe it was like turn 2. You saw that Sisu hanging out there in hand, and all the rampage and all the things they were doing and setting it up. And it finally hit. And you still have a pretty comfortable hand. Let's see what you can do to rebuild, as Elsa is going to be deployed. Crab as well. Fox as well. Never mind. Fox can go and clear that heavy questing threat.
So yeah, just kind of eating at that board, because those are nice characters on the board, but they need stuff to do. Now he had 1 card. Now okay. Well, he's gonna use Grandma here.
Grandma to check 2. Maybe you can get a series of Pirate's Life, get another Crab set up, and that could be a potentially outside win condition. This deck notoriously cannot handle super massive boards, not without those crickies. Potentially, that could be something that you are looking forward to, but you need to establish a board before Cricket can really do anything. As 2 more lore get added to the board. 3 minutes left.
Yeah, and here we go. Is he gonna go wide? We know he has an Elsa, but there's nothing too tempting right now. So part of me wishes, hardcast friends. That's not a great sign, but that's okay. More cards. So he has some 1-drop little Diablos that turn into cards. So that could be something that could help just put some pressure. But I don't know.
Let's see. Now you're only representing 3. Elsa can't come in, exert the Grandma. You can't challenge and banish the Grandma. Pile on 3. I don't know if this deck can play Bell, but that Deucer with that 4/4 is also quite impressive statistically as well. Maybe got more of that effect in the deck, as we are going to ready, set, draw. I hate that as well. You gotta ready your cards, then draw the card. I mean, I like to keep it simple, Katie. Those cards are ready right there.
Elsa,
we're gonna
you gotta go.
Ooh,
so this might be lights. Well, I mean, the board wipe is not really there now. We're seeing the Prince John, and finally the discard engine is cooking. Gets rid of the Goofy.
The super goof. Okay, that would have been a little bit of lore, but it's not even worth it too much, as you're trying to run the race. Another sudden chill comes in, taking the Chi-Hu machine. Maui Half Shark is going to be discarded. Better late than never.
And he says, all right, let's see what you got. And the answer is he has a lot. He has 5 on board. So we're at a 2-turn time clock. But we just saw Sailor has a grip full of cards. So he's like, let's see what I can do next turn.
Mm-hmm. So now characters are ready. Top deck sail just for a little can't rip effect. One in hand. Do you have
Oh my
something?
gosh, a cantrip on cantrip, and then he says I can't play that. So just send him sideways and you figure it out. Well,
No, we're gonna leave the deucer up.
interesting.
Going up to 16 instead of 17. Now we will sing the Pirate's Life.
Oh, yeah, okay, that hurts bad.
That is pain incarnate right there. And Sailor is looking like he's getting ready. There is a chance you might have to go full bore Cricky here. Your opponent is coming off the tizzy. That might be good enough to slow him down a little bit, but still not going to be great because that deucer is going to still be hanging out tough, or one of these characters, either the grandma or the Medusa.
All right, so he paid 3 for friends, so which makes me think this doesn't have it yet. But he hasn't scooped, so Cricky imminent.
Cricky imminent. There he is, the Cricky. And we're going to base boost the Prince John and the Diablo to clear the 2 bigger threats, the Medusa and the Sisu Emboldened Warrior.
If he passes right now, then it puts a turn 0. But no, it looks like turn 0
will commence.
Oh, and he top decks
Pirate Life off the
that's
top.
so
Brutality.
wow.
Oh,
all right.
Man, oh man, oh man. Wow, wee, wow, woo. Great
yeah,
game.
wow is definitely how I would describe that match with a little bit of out. But here we go into the Discord.
Great match. We're going into the Discord. I'm with you, Katie. I'm following you.
All right. So are you able to hear us?
Gentlemen.
Yes, we can.
Oh,
yes,
hello.
They got sound and clear, Katie.
All right.
They
so
got
that was
clear.
quite the match. You guys are playing. I mean, Sailor, I guess, how did it feel for both of you? I'll start with you, Lucas. So you sit down, you're playing Ruby Sapphire, and you go, it's against Sailor. So both of you had the thing of knowing that, this is 2 decks that you guys both know and love. So how was that like starting this match and seeing what Sailor is playing?
Yeah, I mean, I even told him, I was like, he went ink for turn, played Diablo, and I was like, wow, this is not what I thought it was going to be. I thought this might have been like a mirror match, but yeah, it's kind of a scary matchup. Discard's scary, and without our lovely friend Hiram, there's no like consistent draw engine, so it's kind of just get to Shark, get to Sisu, and hope we win from there.
Oh, for sure. I enjoyed it a lot, man. I thought the matchup was quite clean. Well played from both of you gentlemen. Staring down Sailor with his own colors. Can you just talk about the gambling? You were gambling a little bit towards the end of that game number 3 when you held that Sisu and Sailor didn't get to those discard cards. Can you just talk about that approach and what were you thinking? And it did pay off dividends in this match.
Yeah, I mean, so the turn he played the Bruno, my hand was Shark Sisu, and I kind of just had to hold Sisu because I was like, the only way I think I come back and win this is because of Sisu.
Yep.
So I was like, I kind of just have to pray and hope that I can ramp to it. And I was able to get to how far I'll go, which meant I didn't have to ink from my hand that turn, and I could kind of replenish it. And then next turn, I was like, if he can rip it, he's got it. If he can't, I think I can come back and win.
Mm-hmm. I thought it was an incredible performance from both of you gentlemen. But is there any? I like to ask here on the ICL because if you guys don't know, a lot of people tune into the ICL and they take your deck list, set championships. We do have more weeks of set championships coming up. Is there any type of spice that would say quote unquote any text that you included in your strategy, and how has it been performing for you in this metagame that we find ourselves?
Well, I guess
for Lucas.
Yeah.
Oh, for me.
Yeah.
So I checked in a couple of cards, I guess. One was like Medusa and then Hades. Hades has been really nice in a couple of matchups. Not necessarily this one. Hades is like, But against Blurple, as you saw in like round 1, playing the bigger bombs, just having the Hades is so nice to help clear them. Since Sapphire Coil is kind of like not very much of a real card unless you're playing heavy items.
Right.
So the Hades is really nice. Medusa has also been like an MVP. I've really, really liked Medusa, and so almost any match.
I'm so happy to see her because I'm like, did everyone like have a collective like she doesn't exist anymore? And I love it because I've been having a great time not being Medusa, but she, as we saw, she can put in some great work here.
Yeah, being a King of 60 is like so good. Singing Pirate's Life, how far I'll go. She kind of just sings everything in the deck, so.
For sure, for
Yeah.
sure. I think it was a great deck, great match, and you got there, got it done. We thought you executed it very well, and you negotiated some serious obstacles. That game number 1 was an incredible game. You guys took a long time, big grind. But we're going to kick over to Sailor, who I gotta say, I'm in the ICL. I don't get a lot of chances to see Sailor do his thing, and I know you got a thing that you can do probably better than a lot of other people, and you didn't do it. Talk to us about that. We got
this time.
we got Emerald and Amethyst. Is that your second deck? What is that? Why did you play it? We saw Improvises coming in. We saw the Crickies coming in. We saw the Diablos coming in. Just talk about the deck. Why are you playing this deck for the ICO right now?
Yeah, so I wanted to have another approach. I like to experiment with other decks in before this new meta, in before Worlds. So I didn't want to just bring something that I know, right? I've been playing and enjoying the red-blue item list. It's been doing extremely well. I've put out a guide for it, but I wanted to play something a little bit different. I've always liked that green-purple discard deck. As Emerald Amethyst a discard deck, and I said, okay, what's better time to just give it a spin here? And I think it can always catch people by surprise. In my last big tournament a few weeks ago, like 2 weeks after the ban, I played green Emerald Steel in a tournament and won with it. And so that's the next step, was to try it with Amethyst this time. Lucas' list, well, Lucas played really well, but also his list was very well tuned into Diablo, right? With the more than he had the brawls, the Sisus, the Medusas, and deities. Like, that's quite a lot of redundancy. Honestly, game 1, I mulliganed. I kept those 2 cards and got these 3, and they're horrendous in the matchup. So I knew I was not up for a good game, but I made it out. I almost made it out of what I had, right? By going aggro. And but yeah, it's like the Diablo couldn't stick because of all his answers, and the hands were just not exactly the right ones for this matchup, unfortunately. Until of course, game 2 was textbook the best opening hands. So that when you go Ursula 2 shift sync friends, you're like, okay, man, you got it.
You're right. No, we did notice that as well.
This is the highest of high rolls, right? So it worked on one game, but unfortunately couldn't get there. And like game 3 was really slow, and I knew at any point where he would find how far I'll go, I would be in trouble. And I just needed to find discards, but they were just not coming. And you saw it there, like at the end, like a turn before the end, I drew my 2 sudden chills together, but it was too late, right? Like, I needed to find those before the big Sisu lands. But yeah, I just couldn't find it, unfortunately.
And that's how it goes, man. I mean, that's the duality of man, you know. Did you have any regrets, though? Do you have any regrets? Because if you had that item deck, man, I think your matchup would be a little bit better. I know we were talking about that, Katie and I, we were sitting here and we were like, oh man, I bet he's, you know, looking at Lucas play all these really cool cards, and you're like, man, I wish I had those cards right now.
You're like, man, that deck's cute. I like it.
Yeah, I really like the red-blue items matchup into the Shark Manor list. So yeah, it would have been a great show-off for that deck indeed. But alas, I'm prioritizing playing other decks right now for Worlds that isn't coming. That's, for me, more important to make sure that I get experiences on multiple decks instead of just mastering that one deck that I've been playing for here, right?
Okay. I mean, we've seen all of Maelstrom kind of be like, let's diversify. And it's exciting, honestly, to see that, because then I'm like, well, maybe I can learn. And then I go back to Steel Song. But either way, you know, it's still
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a great time here in the ICL because you get to play with decks, but also play against good players. So I really like this opportunity of being able to test some of those decks for myself, but not against a random person, but against somebody that I know I can trust. That is going to be a great competition.
Yeah.
For sure. But Katie, do you have any other questions you want to ask before we start to wrap this thing up and send it on off? Because ICL on a Friday is signing off here soon.
No, I mean, I think both of you played great, and now you showed that Ruby Sapphire. I kind of was hoping. I was like, it's gone, and no, it's still here.
No.
So
It's
know,
like
fucking
it's big. It's
it never left. It never
never-
left. It can't be
never
bad
did.
because it never left.
It was gone for a little while, but Lucas Valley Hammer. Yo, congratulations again for your massive victory. You guys come in, and I think your playoff dreams are still alive here after taking down the powerhouse Maelstrom. Can you just take your victory lap, give any shout outs that you want to give, and see what you guys can do to maybe potentially go on into the postseason?
I know. I'm hoping we get in. Shout out to Team Ohana, of course. House of Cards, Dragon's Horde, and sponsors. Shout out to them. Shout out to Hector, SSG Hector. I told him before this. I said I'm gonna take your list. I'm gonna tweak it, make it better, and then I'll play it tonight. So hopefully he's watching. Hopefully he saw this. And yeah.
Absolutely. Congratulations again on your victory. But Sailor, you're down, but you're definitely not out. We enjoyed the show. Every time we get to see you play here on the ICL is always a real treat, especially for me as a commentator. Hopefully, we can have this same thing here at the World Championship. Me in the booth, you on the field, and that'll be what it is. But until then, any shout outs you want to give before we start to wrap this ICL up on a Friday?
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Team Maelstrom, all our subscribers, all my Metify subscribers as well. Thanks for supporting. I can't wait to play at Worlds and show off some of the nice ideas that we got brewing. And it will be a wonderful time. And in the meantime, thanks for supporting. Thanks for following along. And thanks to the judges, the wonderful casters, the producers. Love you all. Absolutely, gentlemen. But again, thank you guys both for your participation. As always, you guys make the ICL very, very special. But Katie, I'll meet you back into the booth if you don't. Here or there.
Yeah, we're in the booth.
We're boothing. And
it's exciting because, did I say this team would win? Yeah, but either way, I'm excited because I love both teams, and I think it's hard. This is why Worlds was hard because Continentals was hard, and Worlds is gonna be hard too. It's like you look and you're like, I want everyone to win. Is that an option? And then the answer is no. But if you can't win, at least you can have some good games.
Here in the ICL, we're all family.
Yeah, except for that one guy. I'm just kidding. We don't talk about that.
Okay,
but anyway, but speaking
Katie,
of which,
anything you want to say? Are you hanging out for the night show?
I'm hanging out for a little bit.
I'm gonna be taking off. Maybe I can hang out for like a few minutes, and I'm gonna be.
Are you hanging out? Because I think I'm gonna head out. I don't know.
I'm heading out because I'm looking at this panel, and this is a very beautiful panel. I'm looking at it. A lot of glasses. Bonnie Ball, no glasses. You no glasses. I have glasses.
Yeah,
Maybe I should stay to keep the
strikingly
glasses.
no glasses today.
Okay. But we're gonna be out of here. I'm taking off. I might not join the panel, but I'll see you guys in the post game show. ICL on a Friday. I hope you guys have a great Wednesday weekend and get you some set championships. Don't touch that dial.
We're not ready. He's trying to sign off, but we just got word.
We're not ready. Okay, hey,
man in New York.
I can vamp. I got the production. Production's still setting everything up. So you guys got a nice afternoon show, but I thought it was an incredible matchup.
I'll show you each of my Oh wait, okay. We'll do something else. We'll talk about Lorcana. Lorcana. Are you doing any set champs?
I'm not going to set champs this weekend. I got a lot of moving. I'm preparing to move. So
yeah. That's like just around the river bend.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of cleaning, a lot of discarding, if you will, going to the garage. Getting it ready. That's going to be happening this weekend. So I will not be set championing up, but hopefully all of you guys are doing it. And just like that, shout out to the judges. Shout out to Beth. Thank you for so much. And thank you, Phil. Thank you, everyone, for the ICL for being out here watching it. And hopefully you guys can tune in on Monday. We'll be back at it again. They're going to be talking about that in the post-game show. So don't touch that dial. Keep it locked. As always, peace.
All right, so we're live, and that is exciting. So this is we got Maelstrom, but we also got Illuminati, we got Ink. So welcome. How was this night? As two of you probably feel a little differently than the other two, but that's okay. Yeah.
So I was gonna say this is awkward. How's it going, guys?
Yeah.
Welcome aboard.
Why is it awkward?
No.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not.
The game.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I gotta say something too in regards to that. For those of you that tuned in last week on Wednesday, I really appreciated the opportunity because I'm really like to play. I was able to play last Wednesday for my team for the Illuminati, and my team lost as well. And so like I had an opportunity to reflect with my team about the value of losing and how important it is through like the process, like the journey. And what I really appreciate is in the ICL, people watch this and they see this in real time. Like a lot of times it's a very private, personal experience. You kind of have to experience it yourself when you're like at a set champs or you're going out there. And I don't think people really value the lessons that you learn when you're like, oh, what could I have done differently? What play lines could I have taken differently? Is there something in my deck that needed to be changed? So I think that's one of the coolest things about the ICL is that people get to kind of see that on display.
Yeah, and those combos, like it's hard because like sometimes it's like you want to be like, so how was that? But then at the same time, I mean, yeah, it's good to hear it because the feedback from a loss is almost as good as the feedback from a win, especially you want to lose.
Often better.
Yeah, because you're like
I was
you're
just
not
going to
say those things. Those are going to stick with you.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But.
A win can sometimes cloud us to thinking that we played perfectly when in reality we didn't too. So like there's something.
Yeah, you're like, you know what? I'm great. It's like,
I won.
I Badabalu 2-0'd his opponent.
What are you talking about? Hey, the first thing I said in Discord was I played a little sloppy. You come on. Give me credit.
I did too on that like Elsa play that I did on like it was the end, right? But I could have taken out the.
I'm glad you said that because I actually think that you could have won the game had you done that differently. That cost you 2 lore, and it would have forced him to play the pie. He would have quested again the next turn. So it could have quested that turn, and then that Diablo would have been in play the next turn to quest again. It would have forced him to have had to play the Pirate's Life instead of playing the Shark. Otherwise, you had Lorthal in play, and if you did that, then you get a quest. Like he still wipes you.
We're not talking about the same game there.
Oh, I thought we were talking about game 1.
No, game 3.
Oh, my bad. I'll be quiet.
There's so many games.
So Sailor just played like garbage the whole time, huh?
Oh my goodness! All right.
Damn.
So welcome to the Maelstrom locker room. We have.
Yeah.
But either way, Luke is here somehow. We don't see him, but he's with us spiritually,
right.
and he that's kind of
vocally.
Yeah, vocally, spiritually, but not physically. That means that he's a cat, and so watch out for that. That can happen any minute. But either way, so Garrick and Gabe, you had the pleasure of watching from the comfort of not having to play. How would you like these matchups? And were there any decks you're like, I want to sleeve that up? I love it.
So I'll go first. I love Emerald Amethyst. So I gotta say, seeing that in action for like. I felt this exactly what Lucas described when he was describing what he thought he was facing and what he ended up facing instead. So to see Sailor on green purple to me was the coolest thing. I love that color combination. Oops, all Diablos, we love it. And just to be able to like see how Sailor thinks through those play lines and the things that I would have done a little bit differently versus what he does. Whenever I can see somebody that is just such a great player operate that, it's to me like it's so much fun to watch. So yeah, I might re-sleeve my Oops All Diablos. Is what I might do.
That deck is so fun. It
is so much fun.
Diablo's all the way down.
Yeah.
Like with the other decks, you're like, okay, I keep the 1-drop Diablo and then I mull for the big one. This one, you don't even keep that. You're only looking for 3-cost Diablo. You do not need anything else. I mean, there's a few cards if you know the matchup. Obviously, nothing's an absolute. There can be some shit things, but that's one of the things I really liked about that deck. It's just like, nope. And we were talking earlier. It's like I like to go all in on take advantage of the absurd mulliganing that this game has. To take advantage of it, and I don't know if there's really. I think Ruby, Amethyst, and Set 1 was like the deck that you could just keep inkable cards. Maybe a few cards that I guess maybe Bannable will correct me. He played all the versions of it where you can't ink certain cards. I think you said if you saw them ink a card, you knew you won the mirror. So maybe there's some skill in making sure you don't keep those.
I don't know. So when I look at the Emerald Amethyst deck, the one thing I don't understand is why they're all only playing 2 Prince John. Like, so many people are not trying. Like, I feel like
other card draw. That's the idea.
You do, but in some matchups, like the Ruby Sapphire matchup, it is like your best card. You have almost the same amount of discard as the Green Steel deck. It does feel to me
exactly the same amount.
Yeah, it does feel like
actually a
maybe
little
we
bit
can-
more because you can bounce your Ursula, so a tiny bit more.
Green Steel can bounce Ursula too with muses. Not as often, but it.
Yeah.
But not, yeah.
Yeah.
I played.
Yeah, I don't
think
know.
I
It feels
played
to be like-
3 in my list, and
Yeah. It's not like you're playing so many uninkables that you can't fit it.
No, it's only 10, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So many people just feel like they haven't tried it. Now, it's one thing, some of the experts with the deck, like they've obviously tested it, they've made that decision deliberately. But I think a lot of people are just like copying the list, and it's shocking to me how few people even think about trying more of them. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
that was kind of something we talked about after reflecting through set 6 or what. We looked back at some of our lists and we only played 3 Prince Johns, and I think we discussed it was like that was the mistake, is we should have just been jamming 4. So it very much could be looking back the same way right now. It's like we probably should be playing 4 in it, even if you don't need it, because of of how good it really is.
Yeah, I'm rocking 4. Like there was never a question for me. I've always been on 4.
I mean, here I was liking this card, so it would have actually been worse for me to draw more of these. Because I just didn't draw into my discards the 2 games, right?
Yeah.
They were just not showing up at all. Or at the bottom of the deck, and that's the strategy that you need to go with in this matchup. So anyway.
So do you think someone will play triple discard in the top 8? We'll get the Amethyst Emerald version, and then Emerald Steel, and then maybe we'll get the new Ruby Amethyst stuff with the new Undermined. Could be a new archetype, and then triple discard lineup in the ICL.
Such ill.
Be funny.
Such
I mean,
yuck.
you could already do it with Emerald Ember, right?
True. You are right.
That's what Humble
But that's not
suggested.
as fun.
So
Yeah,
we were picking
almost did
decks, and we almost did that because I was on Green Steel, and then Sailor's like, "Well, I'm going to play Green Purple," and Humble's like, "RB, you've got to play Emerald Amber because then we have all 3 discard decks."
That'd be funny.
That'd be pretty miserable.
Oh
but
my gosh.
still funny. Funny in a way. A funny haha, maybe not though. Like
R&B might have won that match with a big Under the Sea. Who knows?
Yeah.
It's tough. Like R&B's match, he got a good matchup. I mean, obviously he had to be on the draw. What happened is that he had just bad draws, which that can happen with any deck.
and not curable, unfortunately.
Yeah, he at least had the ramp in turn 2, but his opponent had the singer and the strength to just kind of get you from doing anything. It
like
really
game
did
one,
make
his
me
hand was
want.
horrible.
Yeah,
it was
it was
miserable to
horrible
watch.
enough that I was like, I kind of want 1-drops now. Like, right? Like, I at least want the 1-drop so Crab has a higher chance of doing something. But
I like the 1-drops in Blurple, but clearly the people who know better than me don't. So
Yeah,
I
the
don't think
people that
Sailor
are
does.
in the secret chats talking
Yeah.
about the Blurple, they know better.
They work hard on blurping. They are blurping all day, and yeah, 1-drops. One day they all said never again, but maybe
I mean, so to be fair to those people that I know, there were good reasons, right? Because like Ruby Amethyst Evasive was everywhere, and the Blurple matchup was quite frequent, and then the DKP's version, right? So there were a bunch of decks where you could never play the 1-drops after turn 1 because they would be held hostage, right? Against Shark and against the Singers and blah blah blah. So we decided, okay, we're just gonna go bigger over the top because we can do that now with Blurple. And I think it was a very good idea, and it worked until Steel Song got too high of a share of a meta, right? Because that deck is pretty good against Blurple.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little.
Yeah. And then there's been new cards for that matchup, right? That were added to Blurple, like the
Shark
Hydra
Attack.
Ursula, which is fantastic in that
Or Whale,
matchup,
I guess.
right?
Not Shark Attack. Whale Attack.
Yeah.
I think
You're talking
Whale
about
would have.
Monstro. Oh yeah, Monstro
Yeah.
is method
Montro's gonna be
defining.
sick. Yeah, for
Do you
sure.
think that would have changed R&B's matchup there? Like, let him
I
maybe come
could-
back from
I-
some of those situations, or
I couldn't watch. I'll let someone else answer.
I think so. I mean, when there's a wide board out there and Blurple has to expend like a ton of ink to get rid of like 2 things, maybe, with like Crab and Elsa, you can just play Monstro and get rid of everything instead for the same amount of ink. I think in certain situations, it's just a lot better than that 2-card combo can ever be, especially since you don't have to establish something on the board other than just playing Monstro.
Do you think it's possible that we'll see the other Peter Pan see a little bit of play? Since then Monstro would have evasive, because it gives your rush characters evasive instead of your evasive's rush.
Just the problem with that card is the cost, right? The ratio is really not that great compared to Peter Pan. But I guess it works in Blurple in terms of...
That's a 1/4 with that costs 4, right?
It's a 2/3 that costs 4, that quests for 2 and has rush and evasive and gives your rush characters evasive. So traditionally it was used to make your Maui do some work.
Exactly.
And you'd like Fox, and the next turn use your Fox to do something, next turn Maui something.
Card was a house back in the day, set 2.
Yeah. Like in a month or even less than that, I think, right? It was its lifespan.
It did some work
real
for a little
short.
Bit.
Yeah,
it was.
I think it was less than my month.
It was like one of the best cards in the format for that month. So
yeah, just because it was mirror match all the time, right?
Yep. About half your matches were the mirror in a serious competitive tournament, and that number went up as you went further in the tournament.
Yep. What a miserable time.
What are you talking about? It was so much fun.
And as you were saying, what do you mean?
And then you would play Amethyst Steel and Ruck over all these.
The good old days.
And then
back
that's
in my
where
day.
R&B came in and destroyed everyone with Sapphire Steel Mirror. And all this time we didn't know, but it was actually the best deck in the format, right?
Maybe. Sky seemed to think so. I still think Ruby Sapphire was tier 0 and even was favored in that matchup personally.
3 or 2?
2.
What do you mean? Amethyst Ruby, right? Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah.
You said
Ruby Amethyst. Sorry. Ruby Amethyst.
I remember testing with Zephyr, and
go ahead.
There was a while that we thought Blue Steel was the better deck. But then there was a different way you could play or build red purple to then not lose to them. And once that game plan and mentality happened, I feel like Blue Steel was not favored anymore.
Yeah, I think part of it was that Blue Steel. Yeah, we don't need to talk about set 2 format this long, but Blue Steel didn't get discovered.
It's relevant in Japan.
I was gonna say Japan's gonna really appreciate this.
Well, honestly, and I do. Yeah, I want to know how does it feel looking back, and then also seeing what Japan's doing right now and being like, oh,
yeah.
Has there been anything you saw where you're like, oh, that's really smart?
I haven't paid attention.
Okay,
no, Blue Steel got discovered when it was a lame duck format. So Sky came in and won a TBC tournament or whatever with Blue Steel, and he's like, I think Blue Steel's tier 0. Of course, there were 0 relevant tournaments for the rest of the format, so he got to go out and say Blue Steel was the best deck, but literally 0 people tried to beat it, so we don't actually know. It's kind of hard to come in and say I broke the format, and then the format ends, and then claim for the next 6 months or a year that it was the best deck. Ruby Amethyst very, very likely could have evolved and cut all of these cards we were playing exclusively for the mirror. We were playing 3-4 uninkables for nothing other than the mirror. I mean, if there was a legitimate other deck, some changes could have been made. So,
speaking of best deck in the format, I made a guide recently in collaboration with Eddie Vipierre, the winner from DLC Bologna last year, and we were talking about the genesis, right, of that Ruby Sapphire items deck. And it came from set 2, actually, from a version of that was named Grandpappy as its WithCon, right, instead of the Lucky Dime. And he was claiming that it was actually the best deck in the format. It just was never discovered. And someone recently in Japan won with it.
Nice.
Wow.
And so that's always nice to see things that are not fully explored, right? Like that.
Poor Ducky. He tried to break that deck in set 2 so many different times.
Yeah, so Grandpappy and then So that's why he named his Bologna list. He said it was named after this. It was in French, pas pabi, but it's meant no pabi, right? It was just an homage, a legacy. And I thought it was a nice piece of history of this winning list.
These are the things we don't get to know without a big OP system or a digital client to really like cut through. We kind of have some events, and it was pretty easy to say that Sapphire Steel was one of the best decks in the format, and Ruby Sapphire, they were like both the tier 0 decks of pre-ban. I think most people could agree that.
Yes.
But there's just a couple 5Ks a couple weeks into the format to really say what was the best deck. And then even now for this format right now, there was just a couple more 5Ks, some ICL matches, but a new set's about to come out already, until we get to Worlds, where you can see like a lot of the best players playing that. And then even hopefully at Worlds, they're like 2 weeks from now, DLC, hope you live close.
Yeah. Now, I don't know anything right about DLCs, but my guess is that it's post rotation and it's September. That's my guess.
I think they said that they will talk about it at Worlds.
Yeah, so they did say they're gonna, and as we have known with the pattern, it is generally 2 months out that they announce. So the earliest would be is September.
So as we move into World Championships coming up really quickly, we have 2 World Championship players here that will be playing into it. All the spoilers are out. I saw Sailor's tweet earlier where you said that you don't think the meta will be too awfully impacted by the new set. Maybe slight changes here or there, but have you done any sort of significant testing after all the cards have been released? Have you two like been just immediately pounced on that, and how are you feeling about the set 8 cards?
I'm such a bad teammate. I have not tested enough yet. But as I said on stream the other day, it's like I'm about to take a break from my morning stream and just do the ICL things and really hunker down and start going hard now that the set's out.
Yeah. I have built a lot of lists. I have tested some of them, and quickly I realized that some of the new cards didn't really fix the issues that these decks had.
Mm-hmm.
And some of these cards were so a lot of them are very heavy synergistic and build arounds heavy, and it's not worth building your whole deck around these new cards by taking out more powerful on their own cards that we have from set 1 through 4.
Yes,
that's the issue.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think this new set is fantastic. I think there's a lot of great cards in it. I just think that they're too synergistic and not enough raw power through them.
This is
to be able to break the what we have, right? And it's kind of normal, right? We've seen that since set 5, I would say. We only have a few cards that can break the molds of what we've been building up to, right? And this is no different. And I'm sure post rotation we'll see a complete swap of everything, right? Unless they reprint all of the engine and the good value cards, but they really shouldn't, because that would.
We're just going to reprint the good stuff, none of the bad stuff.
Well, I was looking at decks. I was looking at the decks we have, and I started with Green Steel because that's what I was playing today, and then I looked at Steel Song, and I was like, post rotation, the entire deck is gone for both of these decks. I mean, there's just 3 cards since set 5 that these decks are playing.
It's Pete, just Pete.
Yeah, Pete's a big deal. There's a couple fringe things, but all of the 3-drop Steel Songs, Cinderella, all the Ursulas, all the Diablos, all of this stuff is gone. All of the discard, the vast majority of the good discard cards, Prince John is gone.
It's insane. Insane.
And it's crazy how much better the first 2 sets were than the sets after. And I think sets 3 and 4 are the 3rd and 4th best sets. So literally the 4 strongest sets in the game are all rotating out, which is kind of wild. It's going to make a huge difference depending on what gets reprinted.
it's really a good example of why we need a rotation, because we're already stuck in this thing. Yeah, like if we didn't have a rotation, we would be stuck like Yu-Gi-Oh, where they would have to, like, we have a bunch of synergistic stuff now that doesn't work very well. They'd have to make twice to three much as much synergistic new stuff to force you to buy new stuff.
Yeah, it was interesting the way those were working. Go ahead, Sarah.
Eric. So yes, I've been testing, but I've been mostly building ideas in my head, right?
Yeah.
And they require too many paths that I need to commit to, and those paths are just not worth it. So it is still gonna impact Worlds, right? You're not gonna see Worlds seeing the same matchups over and over again, right? It's gonna impact Worlds specifically. I'm not when I tweeted about this, I was not talking about Worlds. I was talking about the meta right now, right? Like you put CCS in a few weeks, right? This is where I think my tweeted was aiming at, not Worlds. Worlds is going to be a different beast because, I cannot say exactly why, but obviously just the fact that we're playing against other players that we know, right? That is going to put ideas into executions that people are going to look at those lists and they're going to think they're like only powerful on their own when they are made with a purpose. So it's going to be different for sure.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I've been trying to build a lot of different decks with the new cards, and being a Ruby Amethyst player, they've really, for the past few sets, been hammering home deal damage to your own stuff to deal damage or do something to other stuff. So I was like, is there enough to make this work? And I was playtesting it quite a bit, and I was like, it just did not feel as good as the old cards, where it's just like, I'll just banish it with Brawl, or I'll just banish it with Medusa, or I'll just, like,
absolutely.
There's so much setup you have to do for these like self-inflicted damage to have a negative effect on your opponent. And those synergies have felt like very spread out, instead of like super concentrated. Like we'll get a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there, which I think makes it a lot harder for these synergies to like really come together and people to figure them out, I think.
I think high synergy decks get even worse when an opponent sits down across from you. Like if you're sitting there goldfishing and your synergy deck is like kind of mediocre, the moment your opponent starts like poking at you with storms and brawls and you're trying to like play around CCU, it all gets even worse. Like now you're jumping through these hoops and suddenly your three cards set up, one of the cards gets removed and now you have nothing. It's just so bad.
What's the name of that 8-cost song that has like a couple ways that people are trying to go infinite with in the new set? The Ruby one.
Oh, that's so bad. It's so bad.
Where you can't
Sailor can talk about it, but it's bad.
Yeah, so I built the deck. Can you show it off? Like, can I show you? I can show it off.
Yeah, if you want.
That's a Brother Bear song, right? The Inkable.
Yeah, it's like
or
something. I don't know.
If you're particularly delusional, you can try and combo.
Whoa! Coming out the gate, being like,
yeah.
Calm
look,
down.
particularly delusional. First off, how dare you call me names like that? But second,
why are you so right?
Yeah. First off, I am.
That's what they pay me for.
Yeah,
I'm building a 100-card singleton for allies on the other side. That I looked at that card and I was like, I don't think it's good enough to put it in here.
Wow! Even in that format, crazy.
Yeah, it didn't make my top 100.
We ranked 100.
Wow. And it wasn't even close.
I'll show it off. Luke will show it off. The card is called Nothing We Won't Do.
That's
it's
it.
Together 8, inkable, and it readies all your characters for the rest of this turn. They take no damage from challenges and can quest. So the idea of the deck is that you have all this coil engine, right, to take out everything your opponent is doing. But at any point they exert something, and you have exactly double coil or triple coil or that kind of like setup.
Sorry.
That.
Wait a minute, I'm not done.
I gotta go in.
Tala and a Scrooge or 2 Tala, whatever, right? Like 8 worth of stuff that can sing together. A shark either that is in play already or that is coming with a Vitalosphere. You can ink, right? That kind of stuff, right? With coils and stuff. Reduce shark power down to 0, not to my opponents. And then you can challenge, take back your song from your discard or whatever. Sing together the song, untap everything, and do it again. And you're getting 1 lore every time. And because it readies all your characters, you can sing it again and you can challenge again. And because it says your characters don't take damage from challenges, your opponents doesn't matter, right? Like as long as your character has 0 strength so that it can go infinite, you get to do it for as many times as you want and get 1 lore every time.
I just want to point out how many cards.
Tier 0. Tier 0. Let's go.
2 characters in play, 2 coils in play, Maui in play, this card in your hand, a way to ink 2 cards. I bet if this card was just a regular card that wasn't awful, you would easily win the game here. But if you want to.
No, okay, so the idea
Not
is
in
that
style,
even
though.
if they're at 19, you can win from there, right? Is the idea, right?
And if this was a Pirate's Life and you just like made them lose 4, you'd probably still win.
Okay, and the other thing, right, to my defense, is that all these cards are great on their own. So,
except the new one.
Except the new one. That is inkable, right? So every time you're like, okay, it's not ripe for the combo. I'm just gonna ink it.
I know, but the problem is that you could just play a Pirate's Life and it would be better.
And in my testing, that's exactly what happens. I've always inked it. I've never played it yet. So,
Have you actually gotten the combo off?
No.
He believes in it.
Combo.
Every time.
And they can disrupt it by just not exerting.
Yeah.
So like you have to set it up with all 7 cards. And then
Once you win one
no.
game with it.
The second version has a poison apple, so you can force it.
Hopefully they don't have a princess on the opposite side.
Yeah, no, it needs not to be a princess.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Because
Oh my gosh.
It's gonna work, okay? You're saying there's a chance.
Yeah. The idea of the combo is better than the combo itself. I love it. That's great. This is
Actually,
crazy.
they're both really bad.
Bamble's like, no. Don't give that idea any credit.
That's too good. That's too good.
I love it. I love it.
That was something that was fun.
It's cool. But it's nice to be aware of because, like, say some of the things that you need to set up become much easier in the future than, maybe it's a thing in some eternal format or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
getting the Scrooge out for free already seems kind of easy. So if you just make everything else a little bit easier, you're in business.
So what happens post rotation to Sapphire with no popsicle?
Sounded so sad. I don't know.
Like
the item list barely works, right? So without workshop, it just doesn't. So I think it kind of doesn't matter, right? Like if they don't reprint workshop or popsicle, they've printed all those item matter lists and they are worth nothing.
Some Blurple deck might be good. So you get to keep Sail, which is going to be one of the best cards in the game post rotation. So I think there's going to be lots of options for Sapphire decks.
Yeah, but it's going to be like ramp into something a good 4-drop, right? Like we still have Genie, we still have Sail and Tipo, so those are not going away. And I think
is ramp B trap not going to be good?
You're what?
Is ramp Be Prepared? Like I'm assuming they're going to either reprint Be Prepared or print something that does the same thing. Like they're not just going to get rid of of a board wipe, right?
You still need a card draw engine. I don't know what it is.
I mean, if they've revealed wardrobe. So a whole new world survives. If a whole new world survives, Be Prepared has to survive. I think. I mean, I think those 2 cards kind of have to exist in the same world together. That'd be my assumption.
They definitely need to print either or both Be Prepared or Maui, because if you look at the Ruby cards right now, it's Shark or Bust. There's nothing in Ruby from 5 to 8.
It's true. Ruby is horrible in these last sets.
It's by far the worst color.
Yeah. You get Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon is coming.
Not good
back.
Enough.
Yeah, we're not playing it anymore because we cannot draw enough to ink to 9.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe they'll reprint Mirror.
Which
That's
one?
not going to be good enough either. I'm sorry.
Beast Mirror? Is that what you're talking about?
No,
Beast Mirror.
Magic Mirror.
Magic Mirror.
Oh, Magic Mirror. Wow, there's so
Set
many
one
mirrors.
special.
Wow.
I mean, it wouldn't
You're
work in
trolling.
Ruby Sap, but
You're trolling. Luke.
that was the last time a deck
Yeah.
naturally played dragons fairly. I mean, I guess Mufasa.
Oh,
They kind of have
well,
ramp.
Ruby Sapphire played for a while.
I wish we knew
Well, they
right
play
now
ramp,
what was
though.
being reprinted. I guess there's really no. There are reasons to not tell us, but like we already know what the cards do, right? So it's not
Well,
like
and
they're spoiling anything other than us knowing that it's not gonna go away.
Well, I did ask that question. I said, will it be announced what's being reprint, or will we know what's not being reprint due to the reveals? And they said it's going to be the reveals will tell us what's not being reprinted.
Right.
So basically,
Yeah,
we won't know
that's-
what's not being revealed till the end of reveal season.
Huh.
That's on par.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what it's
it makes
like
sense,
in-
but
in
still,
other
it's like,
games.
every reveal is going
Yeah.
to be like waiting for like a stay of execution.
So, all right, back in the day, I remember you wouldn't get a full set reveal in Magic until the day before the pre-release. I remember people would be at the pre-release with
Dark
a printout
times.
of like every card in the set, so they would know what to try to trade for based on like what looked like the best card, or maybe know like every removal card in the format, so they could play around some cards in limited.
So are set reveals for Fabled going to be like content creator set reveals? It's like I'm revealing that Be Prepared is being reprinted,
I mean, yeah,
or will
probably.
it just be?
It'd be
It's gonna be
cool
like-
if it was. So they did mention, and it's been mentioned a couple times, that more than half of Fabled is reprints.
Right,
More than
yeah.
half. So it would be kind of cool if like content creators got 2 cards to reveal, that one's like a card we know, like a reprint, and then a new card. I think that'd be kind of cool.
Or
Did
if they
they-
got to reveal cards that are not going to be reprinted. That'd be fun too. Be like, I'm here to reveal Popsicle's gone. Like, I would be
Did
very
they
excited.
hint?
I'd be
Oh,
excited.
I
Never
see what
work
you're
about
saying.
Popsicle.
Like,
Yeah.
My reveal is this is not being printed.
Yeah, it's you get the anti-reveal. Be like,
It's like you get one card that's new and one card that you can be like, this is not coming back. Which is
Exactly.
it? I'll tell you in an hour.
Yeah.
I can subscribe and I'll tell you which cards
okay, well,
reprinted.
now you went too far. You went too far. You can't do that. But yeah, yeah. There's a
Did
few cards
they-
that I would be okay with.
Didn't they like kind of hint that the set was big? Like they
Yes,
kinda-
it's
I
bigger than
feel-
204.
So who knows how big it is for a reprint
Yeah.
set? That's good. Maybe it's a 400 card set, and they're like a
My
full set of
binders.
reprints and a
That would be
full
cool.
set in one,
I
and then
don't
you
know
can
if
have a
that would be
reprint
cool,
binder
man.
set.
Well,
you really
the
don't
opening
want those
packs would be really
legendaries.
hard.
Yeah, you don't want those legendaries to be good if it's a 400 cards, because those will
That's
be
true.
expensive.
Yeah.
But if they're reprints, that's better.
If all
Not all of them will be,
legendaries are
though.
reprints,
They won't all.
Well,
be.
I meant
that would be,
they
imagine how
wouldn't
sad it
all
would be if they
be.
were all
Yeah.
reference.
But
Don't worry,
don't you
set
want
one,
your
get two.
legendaries to be
Yeah.
all worth money though?
back.
Wouldn't that be nice that it wouldn't matter which legendary you opened, it was worth money because they're that much rarer? Or there's that many.
We already,
But rare not because of a rarity as much as there's more of them and they're all good. It might just bring down the prices of everything but the
That's not how it
chase.
works. That the price, the like box prices, eventually like. There's only so much value that can exist in singles, otherwise people would open boxes. So it's not really
Yeah,
possible for
I
all
mean-
the legendaries to be valuable.
And they are sometimes. Sometimes it is just like
Where?
more profitable to open product when there's shortages of product mostly.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's true.
it's not been an issue
They
since
did.
set one.
I think
But
Fabled
it's
will
happened
be a
on Magic
really
Online.
coveted product. I think the
Yeah.
epics and the iconic cards will make
I hope they're
people
awesome.
want to buy those. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm gonna probably buy more than one case, which I have never done before,
Same.
just to
Same
like
here.
chase the iconic.
Gamble. Well,
Yeah.
the iconic cards are insane looking, right?
Yeah, they are.
They will be absolutely magnificent to a
Didn't
degree
they-
that we've only seen in like the Golden Mickey, right?
Didn't they say that someone did the math that like an iconic card is actually easier to get than like going for a certain enchanted? Like if
could
you're
they do
trying to
that?
open an enchanted Elsa, you have
We don't
like
know
a
the
higher
odds, but
chance
it's
of getting
possible.
one of the
It's
iconics.
possible, but we don't know the odds, so it's no way to.
They're never going to reveal
Yeah.
the odds, so it's just speculation.
How'd they
I'm
get
gonna roll
around
the
that in
dice.
China? Like, I thought, like in like China, you have to publish those things. So, like, how did they release the game in China without publishing it?
It's weird that they don't. Like I know Magic has published rates for things, so I don't know why Lorcana doesn't. It's a little odd.
But it's like legal, like in like China, like
yeah,
they did.
Yeah.
So that's why
it's a combat gotcha games and stuff like that.
So
Well,
that's
they
why
have
I'm
different packs as well.
That's
so
true,
maybe
so maybe
that
that's-
plays a role in it, potentially. I'm
Yeah,
curious.
They
Sorry,
might
go
have
ahead.
the odds, but they're different packs, so the odds don't help us.
Yeah.
Well, remember that in Asia they're using different printing companies. So like the printing companies have all these regulations already baked into it. They print cards for other card games as well. So they have a process in place to do that already for other card games, which is like kind of the benefit to go into these.
It costs nothing to just print the text on the back of a pack, like
Right.
Magic often does. The odds could just be written on the pack. There's no.
I think so. I think
Choose
the
not to
difference
do
too.
it.
Yeah, I think also. I think there's a level of regulation of the quantity as well. I think there is forcing of that quantity because there's a legal requirement to do so, and I think that's one of the differences. It's like we can make assumptions based on pool rates per case, but they don't have to guarantee it, and so that if you don't pull one in a case, oh well, oops, sorry,
Which
you know that
happened
sucked
to
for
some
you.
people. By some people,
Yeah.
I mean me twice.
Somebody got it. Somebody got two. Sorry for you.
I know, right?
Yeah.
That was
We never get these pro consumer things done here in America, but if you
if
Europeans
you can
could,
do that.
if you could like, get the odds printed on the pack so we all know exactly what they are, that'd be cool.
That'd be
Seems like the
sick.
sort of thing you guys would do.
Yeah. Let's get the labor union. Let's get the labor the labor party down here and figure this out. Come on, guys.
Come on. Save us, Europe. If you can hear us, save us.
Save us with these rates.
I'm curious what the panel thinks about the Infinity format. As somebody that played Magic the Gathering, but only played Standard, and when Modern became a thing, I was like, I don't have money for 4 Tarmogoyfs. I am like a broke college student. I can't play this format. But now I play Lorcana. I have all the cards already, so I can play both. I feel like I will, but at the end of the day, I guess it depends on how much it is supported at a
Yes.
competitive level or semi-competitive level. Like when I saw the Maleficent for the first time, I was like, is this like an Infinity or an Eternal format set championship? And then there will be like a regular core constructed set championship. Are you guys interested in playing it, or is it gonna depend on the support?
I'm at first I'll be ready to move on, right, for sure. But I think a few sets down, I'll be more interested to go back to it, right?
You're like, I miss Jitsu.
Yeah, I'm like, oh man, I can play Hiram Sisu
Yes,
again.
exactly.
Right? I'm like, mwah.
All
My
right, well,
friend.
Sarah,
It's really nice.
Katie has
when-
something to say.
Okay, go ahead, Katie.
I was just
Go
gonna
ahead, Katie.
sign off. I was just gonna say I have to go. Katie's gonna say it is bye, losers.
Bye,
Just kidding.
Katie.
You guys are great, and I hope you have a wonderful night. And congrats to the people who did well, and also congrats to everyone. And I'm very excited to see what you guys bring to Worlds. You guys are like keeping us on our toes. Every time we see you, you're like, maybe I play this, maybe I play this. So excited.
That's the idea.
Yeah.
I'll say it.
Bye.
Bye,
I'll-
Katie.
Bye, Katie. I'll say it. I think the best
Bye.
players are the ones who can play multiple decks. I think if you're
Yes.
look, I think there's some good Lorcana players who have not had their full skill set tested because they've never had to play a different deck, and maybe some of those people will be able to prove themselves. Maybe some will fall off when they're forced to change. But yeah, as far as Eternal format, I'm excited because the next time a format is awful or I hate it, there is another
Yep.
format to go play. It's an awesome
So
tool as a
big.
community that if we get another, say, tier 0 green steel format or another tier 0 like Sapphire format, we as a community can just host like SSG, Charlie's collectible show. We could just host an Eternal tournament, on our own.
Infinity.
And Infinity. I don't know what it's called, but then we're not
Infinity
forced to
and
play like
beyond.
the awful format, which is awesome. Having options is always nice, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the key, right? Like it has to be an option, and there needs to be support. Like for me, I'm excited to play both. I've only ever played Magic casually, and it's primarily Commander. Like I've never played professionally, so I can't compare it to an experience like that. But just kind of coming from a perspective of somebody who's playing this game in a professional capacity for the first time of any TCG, really, I enjoy it. I think the idea of having multiple formats is great. I'd love to see something implemented like what they do on Pro Tours, where like imagine if day 1 is core constructed of a DLC and then day 2 is Infinity, right? To Manible's point, the best players can play multiple formats, and if you want to find out who the real best players are, you get them to play both formats, and who can rule amongst that format. I think that'd be pretty cool to see.
Yeah, cube draft at Worlds, please.
It'd be fun.
I want that.
That'd be so
Speaking
sick.
it for your own.
That would be awesome.
That'd be so
Something
sick.
that you guys have not practiced at all, and it's just like, good luck. We'll see how good you really are. Can you evaluate these cards on the fly and build the best deck and play it the best out of anybody there? No. I mean, that would be sweet for sure.
Take more for early thinking,
So-
I'm going to get the sweet shift cards, and they're just not in the cube.
They never show up.
So when Magic did that, Magic
Where's
has
Tinkerbell?
had cube at Worlds, I think, a few times, or at least at some invitationals. And what they do is they give them a few weeks in advance. They're like, all right, they dropped the cube. You know, go cube with your
Here's the
friends,
pool.
build this cube and practice. Like, and then that's also cool for people who don't even play at Worlds. It's like, that's
That's a good
something you
watch.
could do with your friends as well. You'd be like, hey, let's build this cube and pretend we're the World's players. Like, let's do this draft. Like, you know, and that's pretty fun. And then like the people could take the cube draft decks that the players drafted and then build them and play those out too, kind of like the World Champ decks that a bunch of other games do.
Yeah, that
Which
would be sweet.
I hope
That'd be so
Lorcana
cool.
does.
to print like World Championship decks with like maybe like the player's signature or something that's like foil on like 2 of the signature cards or something. Like Sailor gets a
most-
Sisu and a Lucky
Well-
Dime signed or something would be cool.
The other games that do it, they give it a different backing, so they're not tournament legal, and there'll
Yeah.
be a signature on the card, and it's the same signature over on each card of the deck. So if Sailor or I won, our deck would have our signature on it in the same spot on every card in our deck.
Why don't they make those tournament legal? I don't understand. I guess you just buy
'Cause it
that
would,
deck
like-
and you don't have to buy.
Yeah.
Some of them have some
packs.
very expensive
Yeah, okay,
cards.
Yeah.
that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes
4
sense.
Diablos, 4
Never mind.
Ursula
Never mind. Never
3s,
mind.
4 Bs.
You
Silly
keep it
question.
at $30, or you sell it for like like 600
Yeah,
or something.
sell it for like 200 or something. Whatever. People will buy it.
Yeah, they would. They'd take the market. You'd have to make it like 5 or 6, I think.
Yeah.
But that would be cool, though. It would be an interesting thing.
Whatever deck you guys win with, just let me mail you my singles and you can sign them and send them back, and I'll have. I'm like, this is the World Championship deck that's signed by the champion.
It's not a bad idea. You're gonna have a slew of decks sent to you, so there's a lot of shipping you're gonna have to worry about.
I can't remember exactly which event it was, but I remember this was like early 2000s, and I was next to a vendor stall on day Sunday, and one of the players from the top 8, I think he might have won or gotten second, comes up to the vendor and he borrowed the entire deck from the vendor. And the vendor wanted him to sign every card in the deck, basically, and he was going to. That's because cool. he got the whole deck for free to use, even though he could have bought it, I guess, since he won. But I did think that was kind of neat.
That's pretty sweet. That's pretty cool. Oh man. So what's the best card that you've seen revealed, and why is it the Amber Sapphire Ludwig von Drake?
It is the only card I've rated as an S so far. We're in Steel. We're about to start Steel. It's the only one. JDZ doesn't want an S.
tier card.
It's not S tier. It's fringe.
Ludwig?
Oof.
The card is great. The ink combination is unfortunately unplayable, but
Yeah, if you could play it
problem.
in any deck, I would play it in any
If
deck.
it was Emerald,
it would be
Obviously.
borderline
Fire.
better.
No.
That's why I'm saying it's S tier. Is like the card itself.
Well, it's
you will
S
play it
tier
in every time
without
you
the
can.
context. It's
Yeah,
fringe
in a vacuum, in a
the
vacuum.
context, right?
I
Just
agree.
because the color combination is bad doesn't mean the card is not bad.
Absolutely, yes.
Like
it's very interesting.
if
that
the
card
next
was printed in
set,
those colors without
Okay,
any,
okay.
support.
Wait a second here, Luke. Let's say
Sailor's about to fight Luke right now. He's about to get a fight.
okay, when a card costs 4 instead of 5, you're said, okay, the card that costs 4 is better, right? When a card is in a certain color combination, its cost is not the same as if it is another color combination, right? You're playing that
True.
card when you want to be playing Sail and
think-
Hippo in that color
Most people
combination.
rate cards in a vacuum, though. I think most people rate cards in a vacuum.
Okay, wait. So you're saying it's not S
That's an
tier
opinion.
because there's other Sapphire cards that you would rather play on turn 2.
No,
because
because
that's
Amber
different
Sapphire
than
is terrible,
saying.
that's why.
Well, that's different than saying it's because Amber Sapphire is terrible. Because
No,
those
no,
are two different arguments.
I just need one example, right? Because obviously the second one can change, right? Like this next set, maybe that color combo is very good, and then I'll rate it as it should, right? Because it's the effects is great, but the context in which this effects is played on is not the same as if it could be played in another.
Well,
so the
my
context
rating
matters.
system, my S cards are, if I could play this in a deck, would I? Would I play it in every single deck that is those colors? And like Rapunzel is an S tier card. I can't really think of an Amber deck that I've not put Rapunzel in it, right?
That's wrong. That's so wrong.
That's just
Okay,
that's just
so
a philosophical difference, though.
Finders Keepers is a C in Amethyst. It would be an A in Sapphire. It would be an S card in Sapphire. It would be absolutely bonkers in Sapphire.
That's just a philosophical difference about how you rate
All
cards,
right,
though. Like,
that's fine. Like that wouldn't change my opinion on that. Like,
did you rate
Rapunzel? I wouldn't have necessarily given an S. Like when I say like if the color didn't matter, would you still put it as an S? That's me saying I think Ludwig is actually so good in the S tier that it's above my bare minimum for an S on other cards like Rapunzel. Because I wouldn't play Rapunzel in Ruby Sapphire, but I can't think of an Amber deck that I would not play Rapunzel in. Like, and that's why to me Rapunzel's an S. Whereas I can't think of a single.
I think Rapunzel is an S.
I can't think of a single Amber Sapphire deck that I would not play for Ludwig in. Even if I'm playing for sale.
And Amber Sapphire deck that I would play. That's my issue.
That's a different question.
No, it's tied to the same question.
it is, but it's not so Sailor, I will say, like, your rating system then is not forward looking, it's only backward looking. So Luke is saying this card is great, and at some point in the future, if there's a shell around it, this card will be great. You're saying it's terrible right now, so the card is terrible, but I think it's just a philosophical difference of how you rate cards. There's no right or wrong answer. It's just like two different ways to think about things.
It's the same as when there's going to be cards, right, that are that were good in a context that are not good anymore, right? Like we've rated them S at that time because in that context it was great.
Well, I think Luke and so when I rate cards, I do the same thing. Like, no, I'm actually trying to say something forward-looking about the card. I try to rate the card in a vacuum. Now, sometimes you'll be wrong, of course, but no, I think it's not like Luke saying, I think this card could be good in the future. It's an S because, like, in a vacuum, it's good. And here's this other card that's only good because of the context. Like, no, he's trying to rate every single card divorced from its context, which is the opposite of what you do, which is fine. It's just different.
It's two
I mean, I kind of
approaches.
do all
I
of
agree.
them.
I agree with Luke, by the way, that this is a fantastic card, right? It's a fantastic card.
If only it had a deck.
If only it had a deck it can go into.
Like, I'm first picking this bad boy in cube, I think. Maybe.
Oh yeah.
I mean, obviously,
Thing is,
right?
it's not
it's
well,
very
no,
good in cube.
no,
not first.
no,
pick, but
because
it's a good
in
pick,
cube
right?
you want to do proactive, powerful things, and this is a reactive, powerful thing. It's like much better to take the busted card that wins you the game than the card that might stop your opponent from doing their busted.
Yeah,
thing.
It depends, right?
That's,
like if the most busted card in the cube is a whole new world, you know.
Yeah.
It's
I was
Here's
just
the thing,
about to
though.
say,
Most of your opponents won't have it.
Card,
So
it's a card that's probably your cube draft pick on it is based on how many times you've drafted the cube and what you think. Like, if Prince John is secretly the best card in the cube and Whole New World is also like one of the best strategies, then taking something that works with the PJ that you might have first picked in pack 1, you know, like that could make it up. Obviously, we were saying pack 1, pick 1, a little different, but I digress. We have 2 more people on here who are like, I've played Commander.
yes, sir. We're too comfortable with each other, so we'll just sit and shout at each other all day.
yeah. Sorry, we're becoming Maelstrom ranting.
If you want to know what our Discord calls are like,
I love it. No,
Yes.
it's great. I think your next S tier card is probably going to be Mickey Giant Mouse, though.
No.
Right?
Oh.
10 for 10.
I do
10
like
for
it.
10.
I do kind of like it, but I don't think it's. I'm
Return
probably
of
going to put it as
Hercules.
a B.
How do you
build around me.
lose? How do you lose with that? Quest for
Hades
5.
Green Hades. You just play Green Hades. You throw away Sticky Mickey. You play Giant Mouse. There you go. Boom. Easy peasy. Cracked. Tier 0. Let's go.
Return of Hercules. You got Mickey Mouse Trumpeteer. There's so many ways.
I play
to
one
get
bad card, but you can build your entire deck out of bad cards.
Exactly. Now Bannable gets it.
Thank you, Bannable. Thank you.
Everyone's like, Bannable's such a nice guy. This is the Bannable that I get to experience.
Yeah, exactly.
Hilarious.
I kind of like this Bannable better. I don't see anything wrong with this one. This one's cool.
There's nothing. It's fantastic.
Quick shot.
I do think that the Giant Mouse Mickey, the legendary, is playable. Because of its way to cheat it out, and because it's the best character to be cheated out that we got.
It is super cool. If it gets hit by Hades, you feel pretty bad, but other than that,
yeah.
Oh, that's the only thing, right? Is if they put a Hades in play? Because if they put a there
are other ways.
If you Hercules it into play, if I play Hercules to put it. I guess you got me. They could put Naveen and then Bruno it on my turn.
They get like world's greatest. Obviously, you still get the effect. But...
No, he's talking about the Return of Hercules immediate effect, right? Because you need to,
I mean, Maleficent Dragon answers it, but then this also answers
wipes
the dragon.
whole board.
That's what I mean.
Maleficent's included, right?
Just have the Aurora
but Hades
that gives everything word on the board before you do it. Oh wait, you can't do that with Return of Hercules. I'm wrong. You have to do it with the Little Mickey or the Trumpeteer. Just skip it ward.
The Trumpeteer.
Yeah.
Now the Little Mickey.
You've lost me with Trumpeteer.
I don't understand why this Little Mickey is like $10. Like, did it go up in price when this big Mickey was spoiled? That they're like.
The card just obviously has some potential. Like, you could read the card, people just know like there's potential here. It's never going to drop super low.
I mean, I personally keep an eye on it too. I'm just like, we've got Tramp, we've got the other stuff.
You're not the only one.
It's way better than the Trumpeteer. Way better than Trumpeteer.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up my playsets and I'm just waiting, but like at $10,
right.
It's really not worth it.
It's like eventually I'll want it, and like as a streamer, I could have some fun with it at least. But like for $40,
there's so many things that gives rush, right? And plus strength that it's quite easy to set it up. Obviously, the more meta it is, the harder, but
yeah, especially since it only costs 2, right? You can combo it with a million different things.
Yeah, but no one's gonna. It has to come in with
so
rush.
It works with one lasso.
Yeah, for sure.
Vitalisphere.
And you have to have a character that's like worth playing with it as well for free.
All right.
That's why I think the Giant Mouse actually like a playable card, right? Because before there was really nothing worth cheating all that much, right? To go over all this trouble. Now this protects whatever you have, right, as a bodyguard, and if they ever find a way to deal with it, it's just like wipe their whole board.
Everything,
right? And so it's going to be hard to challenge the other things. And if they don't deal with it, well, you're going to win with a 5-lore 10-10, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because the strategy is generally it's either destroy it or outrace it. How the heck are you outracing a 5-quester plus whatever else you got down? You have to go through it, right? That's just, there's no... I don't see too many worlds where racing this thing is feasible.
They just need to give us a 5-cost inkable song that says target character you control gets challenger +3 or 4 and can challenge readied characters this turn. And that Mickey Mouse will actually be good.
I mean, there's already cards like that, right?
Ooh, Red Steel, let's go.
Red
Steel.
Enough? I mean, so you can or Ariel sing it or Gaston sing it on turn 4. Swing in with the Mickey and put it into play. I don't think like we have a thing that gives a hero that, but like nothing that gives it enough of a bonus to actually let it trade and attack ready characters in one. I think you have to play some actions that don't do enough.
The Amethyst one is an action, of course, but
oh, Grim and Gruesome, Bobby. Did Bobby's favorite card finally get broken? Grim and Gruesome in your Mickey Mouse, and then play Crab. Bruh, do it. Send it. Ship it. I mean, you can always stack the bows.
It just gives it rush, right? It doesn't boost.
Yeah.
Well, but it's a song, so you sing it to put it in, and then play the crab.
Right. Yes.
And the Mickey Mouse is a hero, so you can play one last time and stack a bunch of Imperial bows on it, and there you go. Boom. Problem solved.
in my opinion, if you're doing this Mickey combo deck, like really the cards you want to be putting in are inkable.
Yeah.
So I don't know what big Mickey.
Bobby's like, why did you say that card? Because that's the card we're putting Mickey into play with to give it rush.
Yeah, the entire combo is unequal.
So that's what I was talking about earlier.
35
right?
cards. Yeah, 35 cards to get this one card out. Seems about right.
That's
not
the
as
thing,
good as
right?
Sailor's combo.
I mean, wait a minute. All these cards were inkable and good.
True.
Now we're playing Gruesome and Grim. Mickey.
Yeah, but instead of a
Crab's
7-card
pretty
combo, we have
good.
a 3-card combo.
Crab's pretty good.
Yeah, crab's sick.
And I was
We like
winning
crab.
the game too, right? You're not winning the game right away.
If you
depends
put a
what the
Mickey into
game
play,
is.
you better be winning
Yeah,
the game.
I was gonna say my game is get the Mickey out, so I win at least emotionally. I might not win I might not get to 20 lore, but at least I feel good.
It's not
You know,
When
exactly
they do remove it though,
Exodia.
you're just gonna be like, what was the point? You're gonna play World's Greatest, you're gonna be like, was it really worth all of this?
Like, I've
Why did I
gained a
do
lot
this?
of lore with the Tamatoa, but I've never had a character in play that naturally had a 5 lore symbol thing. Like, I've had some 3s and 4s. I've never had
'cause
one
the
in
last
play
one
that
was
had
horrible.
the weird way.
The Mirabelle.
Well,
Poor Mirabelle.
There's only one.
No
right?
love.
I feel bad
Poor
for
Mirabelle.
her. But I do like that they acknowledge that maybe we have made a few mistakes on the set championship cards. We're gonna try and do better ones. And
Yeah, the next ones
Maleficent
look
was
sick.
like, bro, the Maleficent looks insane.
Yo.
I had people telling me that they like the original more. I love the new art for it.
I
and
like
full
the
art
original
looks-
more.
Oh man, I disagree.
This is like
They're both
this
great.
just becomes like a vintage piece of art, right? And I like it.
Do you
I
think
know
we can
great,
see
it's
that?
great.
you don't?
Your light
it's-
colors off.
I see
Oh,
a
yeah,
haze
now I
of
see it.
red.
Smaller fish.
Yeah.
I
I've
love
been
the new
told
art.
by so many people that the next 2 set championships are going to be the sweatiest set championships we've ever experienced down here.
The
So
Maleficent one's
I
gonna
hope
be
so. I hope
insane.
Not as much as Stitch for sure.
What's the Jafar
hope so.
promo?
It's Jafar.
Which one?
Jafar's
The new
not
one?
The
okay.
new
Look,
one.
There's only one in the new set. now.
Jafar's
Oh,
not
that's right,
very
it's
good.
not gonna be an old
Sorry.
It's
Yeah,
it's
the
No,
playmat's
it's
cool,
the
though.
playmat, and he's the villain. I
yeah,
think.
the playmat is a big draw for a lot of people. Interestingly, me too. I'm one of them. Like the card's nice. I want the playmat. I'm
I
one of
wish
those
there were-
nerds.
I wish there was more illusion synergy. I feel like there wasn't enough in the set. Like compared to Ursula's Return, we got so many Ursula cards, and Little Mermaid cards in that set. I feel like we didn't get as much Aladdin
I mean,
stuff.
there's a bunch of Aladdins and Jasmines as well, and Sultan.
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
a
True.
Jasmine that gets.
Yeah, that might be the
lots.
second best card. That card is also crazy good.
Which one?
Jasmine.
Shift Jasmine.
Really?
It's good. It's good. It's
The-
playable.
What does it do again? With it's something with it's the search.
What
the
did
search
I
the top
rate it?
or look at the top 3,
Take an
and if
eye.
there's an ally, you grab it.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that is.
Every
Yes.
time you quest, and it's
Oh, yeah.
shift 2, and they
That's
printed
right.
a shift. They printed it.
I rated it as a B.
Really?
There is a 1-drop in set number. Oh, there
I mean,
is
this
an 8
thing's-
and 2.
It's basically an aerial for allies. I mean, that's pretty sick.
Kind of.
But better than
It's
aerial.
on quest, right? So it's repeatable
Yeah. Is it only on quest or is it on play and on quest?
on quest.
Only on
There
quest.
are
okay.
no like truly good 1-drop Jasmines, which does hurt. And if you do play this on
Yeah.
turn 2, you're not exactly putting out an aggressive start where you're getting a bunch of lore either. So there are definitely downsides, but it's a powerful
Yeah.
card, I think.
Yeah, and then the worst part about it is that like your deck building restrictions that
Yep.
makes you put that card into your deck. That's the biggest issue.
I'm thinking about the allies in Blue Steel. I mean, they're not horrible. You're talking about Smee. You're talking about
Yeah. There's
you know,
a couple,
Yeah,
but like
Bianca.
you need like 25, right? That's the issue, right?
Fair enough. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know who's
Those
an
2
ally?
alone will do
Ludwig
it.
Von Drake is an ally. Just a little shout.
Oh yeah,
I love how the conversation circled all the way back
Walking
around.
color cards that are not the same colors.
Heroic, baby.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. I didn't
I was
rate
gonna say in
for
draft, but of course your
heroic.
opponent will have nothing to take with it. So
Which one of who's playing in the heroic match for Maelstrom?
I don't know. I couldn't participate. I have too much going
Make
on
it.
here right now.
Gotcha.
I don't know. I don't know. It's not me. I don't know.
I actually don't know.
Maybe it's nobody.
We've been asked, and I said no, but I don't know who said yes.
It'd be interesting to see. I like the heroic format. Like I've seen the allies on the other side. I saw the episode that Colors Law posted.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of fun.
It looks like a ton of fun. I'd love to play that. That'd be a lot of fun.
It's okay.
Have you played it?
I've played it before. I've played it on Dan's channel twice, I do believe.
Oh, you don't like that it's 100 cards, right? Since there's no lands.
That's one thing I don't like. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So, if you could redo it, what's the right number of cards, assuming that there's no lands?
60.
It feels like 60, not singleton. Maybe you could play.
I want it
cards that
singleton.
have been printed so far.
I would like to play
Animal,
60 singleton.
I see.
I would honestly.
I do not like singleton formats.
I don't like the storyboard aspect at all. Honestly, I'd just rather play 60 card singleton, 3 color. Like,
that would be cool.
The thing that you get to have a character, right, plus a song that it can. That's cool, right?
Yeah, like it functions like a commander.
That's the thing I don't like.
A legendary, an ally, and a song that the legendary can sing.
So, like, a lot of people's excuses are like, oh, you do 100 cards, so your games are always different, and da-da-da. And it's like, your games are always the same because you're playing the same stupid commander, and you're just playing things that interact and do what your commander does. You're playing literally the same game over and over again 100 different ways. If you were just to play 100 card singleton that didn't have a commander, you would have to do different things each game because you're not guaranteed to draw the card that makes every card in your deck do the same thing. But no. Sorry.
The deck I built is sick, man. I'm playing the new Tinkerbell, and I'm just going to gain a bunch of lore as fast as I possibly can with big stuff, and hopefully play Ana and Taka and banish 500 characters in one turn.
Nice. That seems lovely.
With 1 million ink.
Yeah, that won't make you a target at all to your opponents. You should be okay.
Your 1/1 evasive should survive every time, right? No worries.
I can replay it every turn. I mean, it costs more, but
I don't like variants. I don't like casual formats. I don't like multiplayer. So I'll just leave it at that.
It's no good.
I don't
for
like
you.
any of the fun.
You're not gonna power
It's
heist
true.
either.
It's true. No, I mean maybe once.
Bobby. He wants me to do squats because I'm a curmudgeon.
Curmudgeon?
A curmudgeon, yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's true, he is. Honestly, I'm more of a curmudgeon than Luke is, but that's...
Are you guys trying... okay, so is it in English or is it from French, Cro-Magnon?
I don't know. I'm not French. That's a good question for you.
Wait, what's the word?
Curmudgeon.
Curmudgeon. It might have French. It might have a French origin, possibly.
It does not look like a French word to me. It looks more like a German word. But
maybe German.
I'm looking at it right now.
All right, OED. What you got for me? Wow, it's not that old. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's actually like half Latin and half Occitan.
Yeah. Etymology. Oh, you can't use OED without a subscription now?
Oh, yikes. There you go.
What happened to the internet? Okay.
Need a subscription for everything these days.
Yeah.
Let me show you my friend ad blocker. I mean, what?
What? I see you're using an ad blocker. Get off our site and come back later.
Get off our site. I was gonna say, Luke better be doing some squats. I thought he said that somebody asked for some squats there, and maybe I should join him. I could use some squats myself, but there's not a lot of space in the room I'm in.
Earlier.
There's no obvious origin, as far as I can tell.
Okay.
People speculating what it could be.
What do you guys think of racers? Are racers real for like Amber?
Are racers
Ruby?
real?
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's more of a question for like Humble. Like,
yeah, I was gonna say, where's Humble at? Like, what's Humble's opinion on that one?
He hates it.
He hates it. Okay,
Yeah.
well, then
Really?
they're probably.
I think
not
he's
real.
mad that like his ink combination that he likes has this
Forced
kind of
synergy.
awful
It's forced. Yeah.
The synergies
Which
for
I
the
agree.
dual inks, I think have been curious choices, like Amber Amethyst being like the all-in singer family Madrigal thing.
Yeah.
When like all
some
the
of them are
best
so
songs are
bad.
like steel.
Yeah,
And
that's
you want
the
to do that in that color combo. It's like we don't really have a bunch of great Amethyst songs to be singing.
Got
And
one.
then the like damage thing in Ruby Amethyst. And when they revealed that, I was like, don't we just like draw cards and banish stuff?
Yeah.
And cards that
yeah.
do it on their own, like without having
It's
to
curious.
play multiple uninkable mediocre cards to get this effect that we have just on the form, like just on Brawl, on Medusa, on Rabbit, whatever.
There's a few good racer cards, right? If that ever
so
that
too.
archetype picks up, I think there's really good ones in this set. Like the action that draws you a card and gets +5 strength to one of your character, and then it gets banished.
Yeah.
That card is pretty good. The new Wreck-It Ralph +4 to a racer,
Yes.
that card is very good as well, right? So there's a bunch of good cards, but like it's not working right now because the other cards are too good. But maybe at post rotation there's something. But also with Pixar and Cars coming, now
They
we're
have to
talking
be
more
racers.
racers,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Now we're talking, maybe.
Bobby, you said get cookies, right? You didn't say do squats. You said get cookies.
I think what frustrates me the most about a lot of the Duel Link like themes is that when you look at the ink combinations that were the worst, they also got the worst Duel Link themes.
No.
I mean, Amber Sapphire got Ludwig, but the dogs, like the ink combination is already horrible, and then you have this weird like puppies garbage that's all completely unplayable. I don't know. It was their opportunity.
And there's like so many people that I know that are just so excited to play puppies decks, and I'm like, okay, well, I mean, I'm glad you're gonna have fun, but you won't be winning. But you know, have fun
Play
with the
the
puppies, I
Churn
guess.
dogs. There's dogs in that deck, right? That's
Earl said puppies
true.
was real.
Who?
Earl did. I rated him,
Oh, well,
and he brewed some decks, and he said the puppy deck had legs.
yeah, it's got
legs,
4 on each of the
exactly.
puppies.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 4 per dog, on average, 4 per
Oh
dog.
man, that was a low-hanging fruit.
we all immediately said it at the same time.
Oh
man.
I mean,
it-
not in this format. Like, I'm not like as long as there's Ursula 3 singing Strength 2
Yeah.
twice, like none of this can happen.
Or
right?
Cindy doing it on turn 1,
Yeah, like
just embarrassing your puppies.
I mean,
None of
to be
this can
fair,
happen.
there are some decks that like can take the core 4 of a theme or 4 of a category that are just happen to be the 4 best cards of that category, and with enough synergy can make it work. Like you don't need every puppy, and maybe there's a combination of 4 or 5 puppies that you can build a deck around.
What Amber Sapphire needed was like meaningful interaction, not random dudes. They already had random dudes. The problem with the ink combination is that it has no removal.
Yeah.
Right. Which seems to be it seems like they don't want to print removal anymore. I feel like we haven't gotten any since.
But then the Amber Sapphire cards have to be the best Duel Link cards. Like they have to be way over the top, like crazy good, like Ludwig. But you need more than one.
Yeah.
Like one good card does not a deck make, unfortunately.
absolutely not.
That's a bit of a concern for me with rotation is what removal actions and songs are going to be reprinted, because I think they're really healthy for the game to have answers. And if the questions are all really good and there are like no answers for them, then it's all going to be like board-based combat and feel.
Yeah, I mean, I can play
It's
Solitaire.
gonna be whoever
for
was
free.
on the play wins, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
when we're
I mean,
all
the
want
way-
to do something proactive, it means that we're bad at reacting, and obviously when we're on the draw, we need to be reacting. Right? So.
And like every removal card that we play was like set 4, 3, 2, and 1, right?
Yeah, and if you're thinking about reprints, I mean, you know, with a normal count of 204, and being slightly, if there's gonna be slightly above that number, when they said that there was gonna be more than 204, you're looking anywhere between 20 to 30 cards per color. So 20 to 30 cards per color getting a reprint. So there's 20 to 30 Amber, 20 to 30 Steel. Like, what's the chances that the power songs, like the Steel song, power songs, and Steel, are going to be amongst those 30? Or does Ravensburger and maybe the broader community think that those cards are just so busted
One of them.
that they just need to stay
One.
behind?
Yes, I agree.
One.
Please, just one of them. The 3-drop ones anyway.
Yeah,
Can't
the
be
strength
Zeus.
and
Can't be
Storm
Storm.
together are too good, right? That's one
I
thing.
think they leave strength. Honestly, it is
I think they keep Zeus.
really. I hope that's not the one they keep.
I don't care. I think you could have Zeus and strength. I kind of want Let the Storm Rage On to go.
Yes.
It's
yeah,
so
I'm with
oppressive
you on
to
that side.
aggro archetypes. Like you almost just could never play aggro for the entirety of the game thus far. Like true all in hyper aggro, because
I
that
want
one card
swords
alone
reprinted.
basically beats your deck.
I want swords to be good
Can
again.
those? Let me ask you this: can those songs exist if we chose Cindy not to be reprinted? Is it those cards, or is it
Still
Cindy that's the
Bell.
problem?
You still got Bell.
You still have
Yeah, you
the
still got
2-drop.
I mean, yeah, but if you don't have Popsicle to shift Bell onto, right? It's not as great.
It's true.
You don't have Ursula 3. So
Maybe
you don't have
maybe it's the
Diablo,
turn one.
right? All those good singers.
Everyone's already adapting to Cindy 1, right? I think right now it's the Trube or Ursula singing Zeus on 2. Quasi 3, I guess, is like the big thing. It's like, oh, nice Diablo. Like,
I just don't care about 1-for-1s. Like that's fine to me. Storm being like free and a 2-for-1 is crazy. It feels like free Electrolyze, and I have
That's
played
why
a
I
lot
love
of
the
Electrolyze
card.
and love the card. But it's so
card's not
crazy
even
to me
modern
that it exists.
playable, bro. Card's
Well, not
even
anymore.
modern
But back in the day, I played it a lot.
with Snapcaster Mage. I wonder if that's why
Of course.
Ursula 3 is my favorite card. 2 of my favorite Magic cards played together in Lorcana. Yes, I like Ursula 3 singing Storm. I think most people do.
I just don't want to
Yeah,
have to
that's
play
correct.
out of order. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Speaking of that, I think the new Amethyst one is actually promising close rotation. Everybody's got a weakness.
Yeah, I was.
What one's that? Is
I've
that
been
the
testing
4-cost
that.
one?
Yeah, that's,
So you can move 1 damage from each of your characters
Yes.
and deal it to 1 opposing characters and draw a card for each move damage, and it's inkable. Like I think like
I think
inkability
it's a
was-
legitimately good card.
means
Yeah,
that
it's
a good
it's
card.
pretty good.
I only gave 4 Amethyst cards of B or higher.
Wow.
And
Why are
it
you
was
such a
one
hater,
of the
though?
4. It was one
what
of
were the
four.
4?
Unfortunately, he's
Alright.
correct, which is why it's sad.
I gave the A. I mean, come on, it was Whales, Monstros, right? Monstro.
Yeah,
whatever.
Yeah.
I like Monstro.
Like I'm gonna probably play that in a lot of. I can see a lot of playing Amethyst decks. Like it's not gonna play in all of them. Sometimes Scar's just better.
Are we
this
talking about the
include
8-drop
dueling?
Monstro?
Yeah, that's Rush.
You guys are all smoking something. That card's not good.
I love
It's
that
what
card.
Blurple
And
needed.
Blurple?
It's really
What do
what
you
Blurple
mean,
needed.
man? No, this card is good. I agree with.
It's so
the
mid. It's
nice guys.
so
He's a
unbelievably mid.
beast.
And in
He's
the
a
B
beast.
tier
Wow.
I
is
think
that
you're
everybody's.
thinking of Maui Whale, right? Like you're not thinking
Yeah.
of the right card.
On the, can you? What is the card?
Okay,
It's a
so
Scar.
I'm gonna tell you the things in order. First, it's sinkable. 2,
Uh-huh.
it's a 6/8 rush quest for 2.
Yeah.
Okay, it's rush.
Yeah.
So you can banish something like anything in the game, right?
Mhm.
Then you can discard a card to ready it, and without paying any other costs. And the only thing is that you cannot quest anymore with it.
It's just
So-
what Blurple needed
Yeah,
to
that card's
answer
terrible.
whiteboards.
No, it's
I don't know
not
what to tell
terrible.
you.
I didn't like it at
costs
first.
8. It's
yeah.
horrible.
It
It
is.
solves the problem
It
that
is
you have.
garbage, but it's the exact
problem?
perfect thing that Blurple wanted, which was
It
whiteboards.
Maybe
Yeah.
okay. So post rotation, I think it's got to change. But I just like this is not better than.
They sing
Any
Whole New
big
World. You play
stuff
this,
you're
you wipe
already
their board.
Yeah, it's
Well,
it's very good against Ember Steel with Blurple, and that's all we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean that's why I put it in A. Like I think most
Hey,
Ruby
also
not
lists
that
would
big.
just play. What?
You
say it's
You
also
can
not
sing-
A.
I also put it in A.
You can
Okay.
sing Friends, and then you'll have 2 more cards with this card. It's great.
So then I put everybody has a weakness as the highest rated B. Then I put Royal Guard as a B, and Yelena,
Sure.
I think, which is the new crab. It's like the 3 costs, 2/3 quest for 2, give something challenger.
Oh, so that didn't include Duel Links.
No,
Correct.
No. There's a
Correct.
bunch of dual inks that are good. Right?
Add into the
Monsters
unknown
not good.
enchanted. Let's go.
Yo,
It's
there's an
that monster is
enchanted
probably
ice?
playable in Blurple. It's unplayable anywhere else.
I
Yeah,
don't
Into
like
the
that
Unknown
card.
got an enchanted sailor. If you haven't seen it, it's sick.
I rated Into the Unknown a B. I was really hyped on it, and then I was just like, wait, it says Exerted. This is just,
Into the Unknown. Sorry, I thought about Beyond the Horizon.
Oh, gotcha.
I think Beyond the Horizon is the best
That
card in the
card
set.
is really cool.
Beyond the Horizon. Beyond the... Oh, is that the Whole New World?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is broken.
I think it's quite good.
This one's hard to evaluate. I don't actually know. It looks pretty good, but it's hard to evaluate for sure.
Muses and Ursula 3. Think about it for a second.
Yeah, that sounds great.
It sounds completely broken.
Okay, because
Sailor,
I like the...
I played Ursula and Muses so many times. You don't lose those games anyway. Who cares? Like, you don't need another card.
No,
you already
I
won.
do like what he's saying though. How he's like, you double sing it, so you bounce their card, and then they have to discard the card.
Yeah.
And then
Correct.
they only get to. Oh, that's the other one. They still get to draw 3, but if you have a Prince John in play, then you're drawing 7.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, but you were already winning. That's the thing. Like,
Probably.
Yeah, arguably a win more for sure.
Maybe.
I like
I don't know.
Desperate Plan as
But
well.
Those arguments could be similarly said about Whole New World decks, kind of. Because,
Doesn't-
like, when you're like, yeah, you sing this Whole New World, and then you sing Strength, and you sing Zeus, and then you challenge, and you win the game, and it's
because
like,
a
well,
whole
you're
new world
winning.
is
It's like, well, that's what
whole
it
new
does.
world is one card. A whole new world plus a singer is 2 cards, but they're both all good. And I think that once you start having things like
Ursula Muse is pretty good.
once you have Ursula Muse's singer, I think you're already winning the vast majority of those games. Like, you don't actually need
Maybe.
this
But
specifically.
the
But I don't
games
know.
you lose
I
is when
think
you run out of songs.
In Amber specifically, like in Amber Steel, is like
Yeah.
a
Like
replacement
CD
or addition
to
to wheel.
Ursula.
Yeah, because you can do it really early. You can do it. You could empty your hand quickly, and it's so much easier to sing in Amber that I think that it's probably good. It's just
Having
And you-
8 Whole New World
What if you
effects, so
play
you don't get
Cindy
got by
Ursula into the new 3-drop lady into a piglet into singing this, right? Like,
How about-
and it's
God.
only
Why
one
are we
sided.
Cindy Ursula.
Why are we
3
playing
one-drops,
the 3-drop
get 'em.
lady just because it's kind of like a singer? I mean, it's
Three
kind
what?
I guess it's like a singer 3 1-drop. It's just a 1-drop basically that you can't play till turn 3. I don't know. Lady's good, but in Steel Song, I don't know, man. That's a reach. There's so many cards you want to play already.
No, but we're talking about Beyond the Horizon, right? Like, I'm like specifically. Like, if you
Okay,
want to build
if we're not
up-
playing Whole New World as well, okay.
Yeah, that's the idea, right?
It's more like it's a bigger mix between Mines and Steel Song, and I think Lady's perfectly reasonable for the Mines
BDO,
lists.
yeah.
No, we're talking about Into the Unknown. I mean, I know that we talked about the exerted part of it. I think the reason why I like Into the Unknown so much is that it adds another element that the opponent's forced to kind of think about how they play the game. It warps the board state in some ways that might slow the game down. So I think that's why I'm really big on Into the Unknown. I think that's
It
an
should just
awesome
be
card.
a 1-cost uninkable action.
What?
Instead of a song, like you're saying, instead
Yeah.
of a 3 inkable song, it should be a 1 uninkable action.
Definitely
I would
different
not be
card.
mad at that either. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at that either, to be honest.
Even then, I don't know. if
I'd be
it's
okay
good
with that
enough.
too.
Yeah.
The
I
problem
like
with this card
It is.
is like the exerted thing is so relevant. Like,
It is.
Plus Blurple, they can deal with exerted characters. They have crabs.
Exactly.
They have foxes.
Yeah, that's
like,
my issue with it.
yeah, you need to let it go. You have to answer the character they play that you can't challenge.
Yeah.
And this doesn't do that.
That's true.
Still, I think it's got one thing going for it. So one of my favorite things to do with the Amethyst decks is play songs and do these like tempo things. You put these value characters in play and you sing songs. This is why I like Amethyst Steel so much, is that you can put 3 drops in play, 4 drops in play, then sing removal songs, and you get these really tempo positive plays. And it's one thing that I think Blurple didn't have, was these free ways to get super tempo positive, and it does do that. And on an inkable card, I think that's some real potential. It's not that you couldn't do it before, but now you can do it for free, which is kind of cool. I don't think it's like broken or anything, but it is a nice addition.
What are you
There-
taking care of that your singers 3 cannot already take care of? That's my
Well, I think there's a lot of like combo potential with it because you just have Elsa. You have Elsa 5, right? And then you exert something, you challenge it with Elsa, and then you sing this with Crab to get the big thing.
Now your 5-drop. You put Rabbit in play, and your 5-drop Elsa now removes anything, which is kind of sick for free.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's broken. I just
it's
think it's a cool
upside,
tool.
right? That's its ceiling of being good is exerting something with an Elsa.
Most good removal is not inkable, so this doesn't have a massive downside either, which is why I like it.
I still think that Let It Go is better, but post rotation that might not be a comparison we need to do, right? So I think it's definitely post rotation.
Do you think they should automatically reprint every card that was a promo in DLCs?
They don't have to.
And set champs. But do you think they should?
I don't care.
No.
I don't care.
I don't think they should value that at all.
I don't like that it limits what they can do in the future. Like if they commit to that, now they can't print promos they wouldn't want to reprint in the future, which is like not what I want.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm so like a whole new world coming out for Worlds, that being before the release of Fabled. I'm okay with a whole new world being around for one more year because that's in effect what's happening, right? Like since the whole new world was a promo, it's got one more year. At which point we can evaluate, or Ravensburger can evaluate whether it needs to stick around longer and then reprint it later. So I don't hate that.
I mean, for me, obviously, I'm gonna say it should be reprinted, right? Like because
exactly,
I want it to be higher of a value. So
yes, fair enough. Yeah,
I don't know that its value is going to be tied to its. There's so few of them that I don't think its value is going to be tied to.
But I want to play with it.
Who is playing with?
No, you're not playing.
You're gonna get 4 of them. Luke, how are you gonna get 4?
I'm gonna borrow them from other world's competitors.
With a $100
for a tournament to borrow.
Yeah.
You're gonna play an entire
Taylor, let me borrow your whole new world real quick.
Yeah, don't worry, I won't riffle shuffle.
I don't riffle shuffle. It's good. You know I'm good for it.
And then you lose a frustrating game and you start to shuffle and you just
no way.
You're like, oh crap!
My whole new world would be in that too.
When I lose a game, I pick up my opponent's deck and riffle shuffle it when we shuffle up for game 2.
They clearly cheated. I need to make sure it's properly randomized. Come here.
I got
poker shuffle.
Yeah.
I would be having a judge shuffle my deck every day or every round. I just wouldn't let my opponent touch my deck. It's like no, I would like the judge.
It's within the rules. It's within my right, and I'm gonna.
I don't know. I don't know what the rules are in this. I know in Magic you could actually ask a judge to cut your deck and not let your opponent shuffle your deck.
Really interesting.
Yeah.
I'd rather just hybrid shuffle your deck like a poker dealer. I think that's more fair. It's more randomized when you do it that way. I think
it's interesting
this is
because
how I shuffle my Lorcana deck, just like this, in the middle of the game, drop some of it.
I don't like. That's interesting to me because you could absolutely collude. You could do like if you had a judge friend that
stack your deck.
Cut, you could stack the bottom of your deck. You could cut cards to the middle, and you could get them every single time if you wanted to collude. I'm not like. People can cheat already if they want to, but it's an odd, interesting.
Like if you're getting judges in on your cheating, you're probably getting away with whatever cheat you're doing, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say you've got that's like corruption at the highest level, right? That's like the highest level of corruption at that point.
Yeah.
You're not gonna lose any matches.
Yeah, judges are also just people. I'll throw that out there.
Yes,
I think sometimes people think that judges are.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you're getting someone running the event, like, this is some, like, go cheat at blackjack at a casino or something if you're willing to do this. Like, there's got to be
my legs broken.
a better profit range, right? If you're going to be doing that type
How do you
of thing.
cheat at blackjack? I guess you could, like,
number counting or whatever, right?
Yeah, card counting.
It's not cheating. Card counting isn't cheating.
It's not cheating. It is not, but they'll break your legs, like...
No, they won't.
30 years ago.
I was watching a bunch of YouTube videos on this of like this team from the UK that card counts professionally, and all they'll do is just tell you to leave if they figure out you're doing it, because that's all they can do. But
and for most card counters, getting assaulted is like that's the golden goose, because now you get a multi-million-dollar settlement and you never have to count cards again. So
Hey, you know what? Hollywood
I'm going to take
told
this
me
opportunity
otherwise.
to say goodnight.
Well, This is it's actually a good time. We're probably gonna end up here. It's all done. So let's do some shout outs around. I guess you two have already done your shout outs, so you can just sit here and then say bye in a second. But Garrick, Gabe, what you got?
I did my shout outs as well, but I'll do them again because why not? Shout out to the ICL. It's always a great opportunity to be here. I love casting the games and talking Lorcana. Shout out to the entire panel here. It was fun chatting about the current sets, future sets, and picking the brains of some of the best players in the world. And yeah, thank you for having me. Really appreciate it. Shout out my team, Inc.
Always a pleasure.
Right. Yeah, shout out to my team, the Illuminati, of course, Illuminati TCG. Come follow us on all the things that you can follow us on. You can find me on X at ILL_Gabe, ill as in Illuminati. And just a huge shout out to both teams that allowed me and Garrick and all of us to watch some fantastic games played. So Maelstrom, you're the best. Thank you guys very much for letting me watch your games and giving me some ideas for set champs. I'm going to terrorize set champs with what you all taught me today. So thank you for that. As well as Ohana. Good job, Ohana. You won. And yeah, just well-fought matches. And a special shout out because I know how much he likes it. What's that?
It was because of Katie. She rooted for them.
Oh my God. What a reveal that was when she showed off her shirt. That was such a reveal.
That's hilarious.
That was that was awesome. But just because I know how much he hates it, Luke, we love you. Thank you very much for allowing me to be on here, for trusting me enough with commentating on these matches and sharing perspectives, and the trust that you give to us to do that is unmatched, and the care that you give to the ICL is unmatched. Oh, and judges. We don't give enough love to judges. I know Bannable just talked a little bit of smack about judges. That's okay. We love you still, Bannable, but we love judges.
Hey, I included them in my shoutouts earlier.
Okay, fine. All right.
I'm an equal opportunity hater, though, so it's, yeah.
All right, fine. All right.
Well, no one else is playing Lorcana, so we're gonna raid Final Fantasy Tactics Battlegrounds because I think it's fun.
Let's go.
If you want to bet some fake currency on Final Fantasy, reach bet. You all have a great night. Great show, everyone.
Sailor, what time is it where you're at? Where are you at and what time is it?